Hello, good morning, and a very warm welcome to Donington Park and the opening event of the 2024 season for the 750 Motor Club. A damp morning here at Donington Park for 11 races that we have in prospect across 6 different categories for you during the course of the day. My name's Ian Soman. Josh Barrett alongside me here in the commentary box. We'll be hearing from Yusuf bin Sahel down in the pit lane during the course of the day as well. We are here at the Donington Park circuit on the national track for today's action, the 1.98 mile layout featuring the Robert chicane at the end of the lap rather than the Melbourne loop. And it should be providing us with some very good action, as it always does. Depends though what the weather's going to do. It was wet this morning, it just started drizzling again a few moments ago, but I think we should mostly get away with it during the course of the afternoon. The chance of some showers though, light winds as well here at Donington Park. As I say, Josh Barrett is alongside me in the commentary box, and Josh, we're looking forward to a good day's racing.
Yeah, that's right. Good morning. Good morning to everybody here at Donington Park and watching on 750 Motor Club TV. And as you say, it's great to be back. Our race season starts in April we didn't quite get a March opening this year. And it's a busy day of Donington Park and the national circuit, as I say, the race creates great racing in the dry. We haven't got the dry at the moment. And we have the cars coming towards the grid.
Yeah, so we're going to go for the first race of the day, which is the Freaky Parts Sports Specials Championship. So we've got the cars forming up on the grid for this one then, and it's going to be a 20-car grid that we have here with cars from 3 different classes represented as well. And I can see them just forming up in front of us out of our commentary box window. And you can see them on your screen as well, those of you watching this live stream powered by aimshop.com for this season. Pole position has gone the way of the man that won Class A in last year's championship and was 3rd overall last year. That's number 53, Andy Hiley in his Kronos, and 64, Anton Landon is going to be next to him in his Sienna, which is in a new livery, I can tell you, for this season. On the second row of the grid, on the inside, we have the champion from last year, from Class B. That was number 1, Neil Turner in his Caterham, and besides him is the Eclipse of number 11, Paul Collingwood. On the third row, we've got number 99, Martin Gambling. Next to him is number 7, Stuart Murch. On the fourth row, it's 27, Andrew Hayward, and 44 is Marcus Roskill. On row 5, it's 78, Warren Vesey, and 18, Colin Benham. On the sixth row, it's 69, Gerard O'Donoghue, and 30, Stuart Thompson. Row 7 is 65, Martin Hayward, and 24, Marcus Crook. Then row 8, 9, Neil Webb, and 26, Alan Robinson. 10, Nigel Brown, and 58, Mickey Scott are on row 9. And row 10 is 49, Simon Dodd, and 21, Paul Barker. And we're going to be into action very quickly indeed, because the red lights come on, they go out, the race is underway for 15 minutes, and it's a good start by Andy Hiley on pole position. Not such a good start there by Anton Landon, who was next to him on the grid. He's been swallowed up and is back down to about 5th position, so it looks like Martin Gambling is going to sweep up into 2nd place there in the number 99 Eclipse. Then you've got the red number 1 Caterham of Neil Turner from the second row of the grid, but Andy Hiley already making a bit of a break, Josh, as they head down towards the left-hander for the first time. That's Craner curves down towards the old hairpin. It is still the Hiley car in the lead. Gambling in 2nd, Landon is 3rd, 4th is Turner. There you've got Paul Collingwood. He's lost a few places as well in the familiar grey Eclipse. There's the number 65 car going through. That's Martin Hayward in his Silver Phoenix. And at the back of the field there, you've got number 26, Alan Robinson in his Silver Phoenix. Now, up front, we have got Andy Hiley continuing to get away. That is the battle a bit further back down the order towards the back of the field, involving Colin Benham in the CB Phoenix, and he is doing battle with Mickey Scott in the MEV XSR, one of the 5 or 6 cars that we've got in Class C this weekend. Anton Landon now clear of Martin Gambling, so he's got his way up to 2nd place. That probably happened, therefore, at Coppice. Gambling there in 3rd, and in 4th place, it's the number 1 car, which is that of Neil Turner, last year's champion, of course. The cars race in 3 different classes, classes A and B, based on a power to weight ratio split, and class C, as we say, specifically for the MEV X cars in 3 different guises. Here we're watching a battle amongst a couple of the Class B cars, Andrew Hayward and Marcus Roskill, and they're disputing 7th and 8th places at the end of the first lap. And we've had a change for 3rd as well now, so after that good start, Martin Gambling has dropped back down to 4th position, the former low-cost and compact cup racer. He's there in P4 at the moment. Then in 5th place you've got the number 7 car, that's Stuart Much, in the MEV exit, so he is leading his class just ahead then of Paul Collingwood, who of course started on the second row of the grid and won several races during the course of last season as well. Has been quite a successful driver in recent times in the Freaky Parts Sport Specials Championship. So we're watching them as they head around Coppice Corner for the second time, about to head past the engine room on the back straight as they go over the crest of the hill, then down to the right and left hander at Robert Chicane. Battle on here for 5th place because Paul Collingwood, number 11 in the Eclipse with the blue roll cage, trying to get up to the inside there of Stuart Much, but he was unable to do so. Stuart Much, the director of Freaky Parts, the championship sponsors, are heading off now along the Wheatcroft Straight to start lap 3 of this race. And Gambling is going to come under pressure, I think, very shortly from Stuart Much as they head down towards Redgate Corner this time. Much closing the gap all of the time. Collingwood right with them as well. And Collingwood's going to try and get alongside Stuart Much here as they go through the craners. No, he can't quite make that work. So this is the fight for 4th, 5th and 6th positions. Andy Harley leads by 7 seconds at the end of lap 2 of this race, by the way. Here's the change coming up the inside. Yet Stuart Much does go through now. He's the first Class C car and he is up into 4th place now. You've got the 2 Eclipses together now in 5th and 6th place. That's Martin Gambling and Paul Collingwood. Up towards McLean's they go for the 3rd time. There you can just see flashing through shot Neil Turner. He's still in 3rd place overall and leading Class B, and Josh Barrett is with me.
The cars making their way up towards...
So we're watching the cars as they head. Oh, and that's a moment there for someone. A lot of smoke has been created, trying to work out what's happened there down at the chicane. But we've got the 2 Eclipses side by side at the moment. And it is Collingwood that's gone through. So another place lost there by Martin Gambling. Paul Collingwood now up into 5th position as they make their way along straight. But Gambling trying to fight back immediately. He's going to have a look down the inside line into Redgate Corner. Of course, the circuit is damp. That's not going to make things any easier, but it's pretty uniformly damp at the moment. We don't really have a racing line as such in evidence at this stage. Collingwood has put a bit of a daylight between himself and Gambling through Hot Redgate and Hollywood there, hasn't he? I'm wondering if Gambling is not liking these conditions, possibly the car not that well set up for the wet. Maybe he's changed something on the car since qualifying. Of course, it could be the tyres as well that could be having an effect here. The cars could be on different tyres, which may have different strengths and weaknesses depending on the conditions. 9.5 minutes of this race left to go. It's number 53, Andy Hiley leading. 64, Anton Landon is in 2nd place. 7.3 seconds adrift now. 3rd is number 1, Neil Turner. There he is, our Class B leader. Long way out in front within that class in his road-going Caterham. 4th is number 7, Stuart Much. 5th is number 11, Paul Collingwood. And 6th is number 99. That is Martin Gambling as the cars make their way down the straight once again. And this time the challenge is on between Paul Collingwood and Stuart Much. So this for 4th place now. Looks like Much was a little bit later on the brakes there, but Collingwood has slid his way through into 4th place. And now he's going to try and set off in pursuit of Neil Turner, but Turner a long way clear. Not even in that shot. Look, there's about 5.5 seconds between them as they head on to lap number 5 of the race. A reminder that it's a 15-minute race, by the way. We saw in the background one of the cars in the pit lane there. That was the number 21 Auto-Tune Gemini of Paul Barker, who is out of the race. by the looks of it. So coming up to half race distance here, Paul Collingwood is pulling away now from much. He did a 1:28.422 on the previous lap, which it was his personal best, and a little bit quicker, but only by less than 2/10 than Neil Turner. Here, further back down the field, is the battle for 12th. This is between Colin Benham in the CB Phoenix, number 18, which is bright orange this year, and number 24, Marcus Crook in the Fisher Fury from Lowestoft. And we'll try again to hear from Josh Barrett.
Yeah, we're watching Colin Benham, you said there, Ian, 2013 champion. Sort of times do change in the championship, don't they? Colin's, fourth in Class B at the moment. Running very wide, looking for those wet lines potentially, but as Donington Park has been resurfaced recently, perhaps those wet lines have changed, and drivers experimenting with that in this race.
Yeah, absolutely right. There'll be a little bit of that going on, a bit of a voyage of discovery, I'm sure. But McLean's then, that goes that battle for 12th position. Off the circuit goes number 69, that's Gerard O'Donoghue, who was up in the top 10. He's going to lose a position there. I think that's going to be to the car of Warren Vesey. Is it number 78 who switched over to Class C for this season?
Yeah, that's right. Warren Vesey, who was a front runner in Class B a couple of seasons ago, having his first outing in one of these MEVs, the Mazda MX-5 derivative cars, and good to see therefore an extra out in comparison. And the leader in Class C is off the road. Stuart Much, was he a 7 or 8 time champion in this class? He's in the gravel, and he had a big lead, a very, very big lead in Class C, 13 seconds. He didn't necessarily need to push this hard.
Yeah, he was 5th overall as well. There's our race leader. He's into the traffic now. Andy Hiley getting past the serious stalwart, as we have to call him, Nigel Brown, number 10, in his Silver Phaser, who's in 15th position. But yeah, Hiley coming through to complete lap number 6 of this race with 6 minutes and 20 seconds left of the race to go. And he is turning through Redgate Corner now, and there's a sort of rattly, gravelly sound there, but I don't think that's anything to do with Hiley.
I wonder if it was a snatch vehicle heading to where Stuart Much went.
Yeah, there was green flags at Hollywood, so that was just yellows at Redgate, so that's probably where we've got Stuart Much off, yeah.
There's Anton Landon, new livery on that car this season, so that's pretty striking. It's going well, isn't it? I wonder if he's made some other developments over the winter months. And the battle for third is coming on now. You said about Paul Collingwood going quickly. He's just set a 1 minute 27.4, which is a couple of seconds quicker than Neil Turner. So he's closed in. They are in different classes. Neil Turner, the reigning champion, being caught by Paul Collingwood in his Eclipse.
Yeah, and they're about to head into the old hairpin. Only about 2 car lengths between them here. So the gap has been reduced. It was 6 seconds only about 2 laps ago. So heading up towards Starkey's Bridge, and then once they flick through that, through Schwantz Curve and up to McLean's Corner. But I would think here that Paul Collingwood is going to be in with a chance of an outright podium position here. Turning their way through McLean's. Hiley and Landon in the top 2 places at the moment. Here we are at Coppice. They've got the back marker ahead of them as well, which always makes life a bit more interesting, Josh. Yeah,
Collingwood's Eclipse powered by a Honda engine, I think, unlike the others. So he's made his own modifications to this machine, and it's going to be quicker than the Class B car in a straight line. So he pulls up alongside Neil Turner and takes third position. I don't think Neil will be too concerned about that, because it's about 20 seconds, I think, or so ahead of his class rivals, which is his main aim, is to beat them, which he did more often than not last year when he took something like 9 class wins.
Anton Landon's had a big off down the Craner curves, that is, and he's managed to come to a halt without getting near the gravel or the barriers, so that's very fortunate for him. Yellow flag still there at Redgate Corner. They can see where Landon has gone off, and he's going to, well...
Is he going to get back?
Well, the grass is so wet, of course, with all the rain. Wet is 6 months on record. It might not be that easy. He's heading backwards onto the circuit, but Anton Landon has thrown second place away. Then we've just seen Collingwood go through, so he now goes to second, and Neil Turner up to third place, as Landon is going to recover the circuit, having lost several positions. So that was an exciting moment that he could have done without.
Yeah, a real shame for him, because he was going so well. There's Hiley, who now leads by half a minute over Paul Collingwood. I think Andy Hiley in his 44th season of racing, super experienced, and he's won the championship overall 3 times recently, 2019, 2020, 2021. And he accelerates across the line to complete 8 laps with 3.5 minutes to go. So, be another 3 laps.
Yeah, it should be an 11-lap race then for Andy Hiley, who's been untroubled really during the course of this race in the Kronos. Hugely successful in kit cars and sports specials down the years.
He's just put a lap on Simon Dodd, who we welcome to the Sports Specials Championship, making his racing debut today in a Formula 27, a car you don't see out too often, a car from 1987. So we welcome him to the 750 Motor Club. A number of drivers making their debut today.
Yeah, proper kit car, the Formula 27 sort of 7 style machine. And we've got these 2 MEVs here now ahead of him, and they are running consecutively. So is that Vesey and O'Donoghue, I think, the 2 cars ahead of him now. They're 9th and 10th overall, and they are, I think, 2nd and 3rd within the class. Mickey Scott having taken the lead of Class C for the MEVs after the demise of Stuart Mudge into the gravel at Redgate a little earlier.
Yeah, Mickey Scott picked up a couple of class wins last season. Looks like he's going to start his championship campaign in a good way. As you say, Andy Hiley putting a lap on these cars. Once he passes Warren Vesey, who looks like he might be in Sylvia Mutch's car by the looks of things for this weekend, or the car that she's raced in the past. She's not out on track today. So Hiley's lapped everybody up to 8th. Mickey Scott about 10 seconds up the road, as you were saying, the class leader. Although on that lap he was about 3 seconds slower than the battle between Warren Vesey and Gerard O'Donoghue, who we take a look at now. There's O'Donoghue, the airline pilot from Northamptonshire, in the ex-Kevin Dengate car.
So we've got a minute and a half left to go. Just for context, best lap of the race for Andy Hiley, 1:23.539. Lap record for these cars in the dry, a 1:14.32. So about 9 seconds off the lap record, which was set by Andy Hiley himself just under 3 years ago.
Anton Landon did get back going in 4th. He lost about 45 seconds in that moment. There's Mickey Scott, the Class C leader, in 8th position. So he powers his way up towards Coppice Corner.
And Anton Landon has done a good lap, and it's not the fastest lap of the race, as it says on screen there, because Hiley, with a 1:23.539, has done the best lap of the race so far. Landon lapping in the 1:25s. He's back into the 1:25s after that off as well.
Is Mickey Scott's car okay, the Class C leader? He may have just been stepping aside for the overall leader there. Andy Hiley, who's about to start the final lap of the race. Mickey Scott, who did lose a few seconds on the previous lap. He was 6 seconds off his best lap on the previous tour. And on this lap, he's even slower. He's on a 1:38. So will he be able to hang on to win the class?
Yeah, well, we'll keep an eye on that. As you say, Hiley is now on the last lap. We saw the last lap board go out from the pit wall.
Both Vesey and O'Donoghue just did their personal best laps, 5 seconds quicker than Mickey Scott, and the gap is 5 seconds.
We'll try and keep an eye on that Class C battle then. That's probably the key point of this race now as we go into the very closing stages of it. It looks like Hiley is going to win overall and in Class A. It looks like Neil Turner in the Caterham is going to comfortably win Class B as well. He's about 26 seconds clear of Andrew Hayward, who is second in Class B at the moment in the number 27 Silver Clubman. But Hiley making his way through Schwantz Curve now, climbing up the hill towards McLean's, the right-hander, and successfully negotiates that. Then another climb up the hill towards Coppice, double apex right-hander, and then it's the blast down to the Robert chicane to end the lap and end the race in the case of Andy Hiley. It'll be a successful start to the season in the Freaky Park Sports Specials Championship for him. 2 races today for these cars, then Thruxton, Snetterton, Cadwell, Silverstone and Mallory to complete the 12 rounds that the Sports Specials will have this season. But Andy Hiley is out of the chicane now and he's coming through to receive the checkered flag, and it's a winning start to the season. But what's happening in Class C we could just see in the background, Josh?
Yeah, a couple of cars were side by side. That's for second at worst between Gerard O'Donoghue, who gets ahead of Warren Vesey. Is Mickey Scott still ahead? Yes, he is. So Mickey Scott wins Class C. He's delighted with that, so perhaps it wasn't a problem. He was just pacing himself, and then for second place in the class, the gap just 1900ths of a second. A good battle where Gerard O'Donoghue reclaims that position after that off he had at Coppice halfway through the race.
And Neil Turner, I think, is just heading, yes, in the background. You can see he's got Anton Landon right behind him now. So for this, he's actually for position. It's for third overall. It's a podium place. Landon later on the brakes into the chicane, and he goes through. So after the off, it's going to be Paul Collingwood second. There he is. Anton Landon third, and Neil Turner pipped to fourth place, but it's no matter because points are scored within the classes, and Neil Turner wins Class B in this opening round of the Freaky Part Sport Specials Championship. And then it should be Martin Gambling, I think, coming through in fifth place in the red Eclipse. I think he's just ahead of this group, actually. There he is. Yep, up towards the checker flag he comes. And then sixth, has that changed? No, I don't think it has. There's some lap traffic in amongst there as well. But Andrew Hayward does indeed now complete the top six. And I think that's just about, just Alan Robinson in the background to come through. And then everybody is home, Josh.
Yes, that was a similar story to the previous Sports Specials race we had about 6 months ago in the wet when Andy Hardy won by a long, long way. I think it was about a minute at Silverstone, not quite that far this time, but it would have been a much smaller gap, of course, if Anton Landon had not spun. And he had good pace. Remember, we said he lost about 3/4 of a minute in that spin, and he actually only finished 47 seconds behind. So let's take a look at that full result.
Yeah, so 11 laps completed by Andy Hiley in the number 53 Kronos, and he was indeed 41.3 seconds clear of the eventual second place man, number 11, Paul Collingwood, in his Eclipse. Completing the top three, a clean sweep for the podium for Class A drivers, number 64, Anton Landon in the Sienna Mark II. Fourth was Class B winner, number 1, Neil Turner, from fifth, number 99, Martin Gambling. Completing the Class B podium, 27, Andrew Hayward in sixth, and 44, Marcus Roskell in seventh. In eighth place, winning Class C, was Mickey Scott, ahead of classmates Gerard O'Donoghue in 69 and Warren Vesey in number 78. Then it was Nigel Brown, 11th. Marcus Crook was, Colin Benham 12th, Stuart Crook 13th, Martin Hayward 14th. In 15th place was the car of number 9, Neil Webb. And then it was Alan Robinson in 16th place, the last of the finishers, with 3 non-finishers as well. So we'll have another race for the Freaky Part Sport Specials Championship a little bit later on. We've got 2 more races to come up before the lunch break as well. We'll have the BMW Car Club Racing Championship in a moment, and then the Aim Shop Mazda 7s to round out this morning's action. Then 8 more races after lunch, with the opening round of the Radical Bike Sports Championship and the Race Part 750 Formula Championship and the Mini Enduro from the Calm All Porsche Trophy as well. Then we go back to our series of 5 sprint races that we'll have already seen once throughout the day. So cars heading down into pit lane at the end of that Sports Specials race. Very shortly indeed we'll have the cars being brought out onto the circuit for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship as well. And we look forward to a good grid of the Bavarian Mark coming out onto circuit very shortly indeed for the first of their 2 races, opening 2 races of the season, of course, for all of the championships that we have here today, and a single race for the Carmel Porsche Trophy as well.
Yeah, 28 BMWs qualified this morning, so a very healthy way to start the season. A good mix of cars in the classes too, to look forward to in a few moments. Absolutely right.
So circuit just being cleared and checked. Obviously there was a couple of cars to recover, although they may have already been sort of brought into the infield there. For example, Stuart Mutchescott will likely have been dragged back into the paddock, having gone off at Redgate Corner.
Yeah, the other 2 cars we lost both came into the pit lane.
Yeah, so it shouldn't take too long to clear the pit lane. Let's head down to the pit lane now, and Yusuf Bin Sahel is there to talk to the winning drivers.
Well, I'm here with our Class A winner, Andy Hiley. Andy, well, there's a bit of a demonstration out there for you.
Well, I wouldn't say that. You can always fall off even when you're well in front, so you've always got to keep concentrating. But yeah, it went how I intended it to go, but you never know, do you?
Yeah, we saw a couple of spins, a few cars in the gravel.
Yeah.
For you, when you are, at the front, you've got a big gap. How do you play it? Do you keep on pushing, or do you just say, I'll take a chill pill?
You got to be careful in the wet. If you take a chill pill, you lose your concentration, and you sometimes under brake and end up sliding straight off.
Well, either way, fantastic race win. What's the plan for the next race? Conditions probably going to be similar to what it is now.
We'll try and repeat it, but we never know, do we?
Absolutely. Well, congratulations again on the race win.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
Right, we'll move on straight to Class C. Mikey Scott, you look very happy coming out of the car.
I am. I started 18th, had a mechanical failure in qualifying, so I sort of limped around just to get my laps in. And I thought, well, I'll see how I go on the start. If I can get a good start and I can keep up behind Stu, there's always a chance to have an off, and he had an off. So I'll take it. It's a win.
So, with yourself having that issue in qualifying, how is it then going into the race with a little bit less practice in those wet conditions?
Well, the wet conditions level the field for everybody anyway, so it doesn't really matter. And to be honest, it's different even from qualifying. So, but I've driven around there that many times now, and the tyres do work on these cars. You know, don't work on all cars, but they do work on these cars. It's just when I saw him go off, I thought I can't see the other guys behind me. I thought I'd just back off, take the points. The win's a win.
Well, it did get a little bit close at the end. Well, not incredibly close, 10 seconds between the top three. What is the plan for the next race?
If it's a dry one, set the car up for dry, and just, again, I'm at the back, I think, so we just send it and see what happens. Dry's a lot more forgiving. So this is just a bit more skill. So just what it is. But no, it was a good race. I enjoyed it. First one of the year.
Well, cracking job, Mikey, and I hope that we get to catch you after the next race.
Thank you.
Right, we're going to quickly get on with our final interview because the green flag lap is about to start for our next race. Neil Turner, good job on the win.
Oh, absolutely fantastic. It's been a really difficult few months with the car, getting it back together, lots of help, lots of friends helping, which has been great, which is just the spirit of the 750 Club. And I couldn't ask for a better race. Yeah, brilliant.
I think the main thing that I kind of noticed with this rain is you really got to mix it up with a lot of the Class A drivers as a result.
Oh, yeah, it's great fun, isn't it? Absolutely fantastic, yeah. At the end, though, they're just so fast. It's really difficult, but if you could just change the circuit for the second race and make it a little bit more twisty, that would be great.
Well, we could try our best, but congratulations again on the race of the class win.
Oh, thanks very much. Awesome.
And with that, we're going to be throwing over to a quick ad break. Stay tuned. We've got our second race of the day coming up shortly.
So we are looking ahead now to the second race of the day. We've just had the green flag at the back of the grid for the BMW Club Racing Championship. These cars will be going off onto a green flag warming up lap. 28 cars we should have as well for this one. A great sight these cars make as they return for, I think, a fifth or sixth season now as a championship with the 750 Motor Club. Pole position has gone the way of number 76 today. That's Stuart Pywell in his BMW. And alongside him is 43, the champion from last year, SWAC Steve Schreikart, in his Class 6 car, so very well positioned overall. Second row of the grid on the inside is number 7, that's Wayne Lewis, and besides him, number 69, Aidan Vilku. Row 3 is going to be 17, Andrew Pywell, so son of the front row starter, and 26, Paul Cook, 750 Motor Club regular. Row 4 has 66, Mark Colmer, and 48, Mike Nash, who I think was on duty here earlier on in the weekend as well on the Grand Prix circuit. Row 5, 96, David Morris, and 4, William Lake, and he is in the first of the Cup class car, so very well positioned overall. The conditions being a great level for qualifying. Row 6 is 27 Chris Blakey and 77 Paul Travers. Row 7 is 71 Sean Foley and 67 Adrian Williams. Row 8 to 23 Tom Singleton. We do have the grid now up on screen, so we've been through the first several rows already, and we will pick it up on row 7 then, for those of you watching on the Aim Shop live stream. So row 7 is going to be 71 Sean Foley and 67 Adrian Williams. Row 8 of the grid, if it scrolls through to that, is going to be 23 Tom Singleton and 31 Paul Laramie. Row 9 is 60 Carl McMillan and 888, which is Andrew Phillips. Row 10 is 68 Gareth Thomas and 47 Stuart Delph. Row 11, 42 Paul Neville and 6 Sam Walton. Row 12 is going to be 35 Colin Whitmore, very experienced driver, and 9 Jason Rees. Row 13, 3 and 30, that's Kaz Singh and Matthew Smith. And on the back row of the grid, it's 8 Ross Murphy and 50 Stephen Kay. So 28 cars we have, Josh. and looking forward to this one. It should be fascinating because the conditions, I'm not sure, have changed that much since qualifying.
No, that's right. So that grid order you'd think would be roughly where the pace is. Where, of course, drivers who won races last year, none of them are on the grid today. Graham Crowhurst, I think, will be out in road sports in a few weeks at Croft. Then Noel Bradley not out this weekend. Neither is Ben Pearson. We're expecting him later in the season. Brian Branson was the other winner last year, so that means going to probably have a new overall race winner in this race. And Stuart Pywell out in a new car, I think for the first time. That E82 shape 1 Series, I believe he's due to be out in.
That doesn't look like a 1
That's
Series
what I was
to
wondering
me.
when I was saying it.
Yeah, it's entered as a 135i, but yeah, that's a 3 Series.
Yeah, it looks like an E46 M3.
Oh, yeah.
But as you say, the champion from last year did really well in qualifying in that compact, Stephen Schreikhart, in really the third tier of class 6, M1 and M2, the fastest two classes. Good to see a lot of Cup class cars out too. 7, I think the biggest we've had in this championship, which is about to get underway for this season.
Yeah, that's the entry-level category. Green flag waved at the back then. It is going to be a 20-minute race for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. Watching for the lights then, and they go out, away they go. Not a great start by Steve Schreikhart from the outside of the front row. It's Stuart Pywell who's made a good one. Good start from the second or third row of the grid by Paul Cook there. And Paul Cook from row 3 is going to sweep into the lead of this race from Stuart Pywell in second position. And it looks like, who was that in third going through? That was Schreikhart, wasn't it, I think, holding on to third place through Redgate Corner. Now through Hollywood and down through the Craner Curves they go for the first time. And it is Paul Cook then that is leading. Stuart Pywell is second. And it's Wayne Lewis now that's got up to third place ahead of Swack. And then I think it's Andrew Pywell up into fourth position, who's moved up to Class 6 from Class 4 for this season.
A big slide. That is Andrew Pyle, isn't it? So I think he may have been a few positions, but he's certainly further down than he was now.
He's just lost a position to William Lake as well, of course, in the Cup Class car. So that's a great performance from him. He should be coming through in a moment or so. I think that's him there, going through shot. So William Lake going very well in that Cup Class car, the 325 Ti Compact. He's the best of those in qualifying. 27 starters we had, so we'd lost one.
Tom Singleton.
Qualifying. Tom Singleton, yeah, we're missing.
But I did wonder if Paul Cook was started a bit further back than we might have expected of him. He didn't do the whole sessions, maybe had a few issues. He did race in another championship a few weeks ago and didn't have a terribly great time. So he's back with the club he loves, the 750 Motor Club, and he leads the way with a real battle between his mate Wayne Lewis and Stuart Pywell for second.
Yeah, they're side by side as they head along the Wheatcroft Straight up towards Redgate Corner for the second time. Wayne Lewis on the outside line. I think, is he going to be able to sweep through? Yes, he is. So Wayne Lewis goes second. Possibly he's a little bit more used to running right at the front in this type of car than Stuart Pywell is. And now Wayne Lewis thought about going for the lead. He did have to have a dab on the brakes, though, as he went into Hollywood. So that's slightly stymied those chances. And Paul Cook, I should say, has been able to ease out by 4 Collins all of a sudden.
Yeah, that's right. So interesting here to see how it's sort of shaping out the start of the season. Wayne Lewis going particularly well. Obviously, it's that start that Paul Cook had, which propelled him into the lead. But he's not getting away now. He's very much under pressure from these similar E46 M3s behind of Wayne Lewis and Stuart Pywell. Then Stephen Schreikhart isn't falling that far behind them in that lesser powered compact.
And crucially, he's well ahead of his nearest rival in class, which is still Andrew Pywell, despite that off on the opening lap at the Old Hairpin. Paul Travers, third place within that class. But these three in the overall lead are absolutely going at it, aren't they? And now Wayne Lewis was having another look at Paul Cook, trying to line up a move down into the Robert chicane. But Stuart Pywell's not given up hope of winning this race either, because he's right with them as well. Through Robert chicane they go to complete lap 2, 17 minutes of the race still to go. And it's Paul Cook, number 26, that's leading from number 7, Wayne Lewis. Number 76, Stuart Pywell, is third. But then in fourth place, leading class 6, the 6-cylinder cars, is Steve Schreikhart.
Interestingly, Paul Cook not going as quick as Stuart Pywell managed in qualifying. He did a 1:30 in qualifying, winning a 31s on that first flying lap of the race. And Wayne Lewis still put in the race leader, Paul Cook, under plenty of pressure. There's the champion from last year, Stephen Schreikhart, the BMW technician from Lincolnshire. So he knows how to build these cars. He's got a very good car and he drives it really well too. This E46 shape compact that has a 3-litre engine, and as Ian says, he is a long way clear of his closest class rival, which is still Andrew Pywell, but he's 12 seconds behind. But for M1, for the overall lead in, it's very close indeed.
Yeah, it certainly is, and it's still Paul Cook ahead at the moment. Wipers on, of course, on all three of these cars. The spray being kicked up, although not so much in the face of Paul Cook. Into the pits has come the Treble 8 car. That's a 330 CI of Andrew Phillips, the Class 6 car. You can see he's a relative newcomer to racing with the cross on the back of his car.
I think he did a few Legends races last year, so this is very different. He had a very good first lap because he got up to something like 11th, but he's dropped back. But for the lead, it's a change. Wayne Lewis goes through ahead of Paul Cook, but Cook fights back immediately and he brakes. The car gets a bit out of shape, so Wayne Lewis led for a few metres at the very least, but Paul Cook back in front. But I'm not sure if he's got the best exit, Ian.
No, I think Wayne Lewis is going to be able to pull alongside along the Wheatcroft straight here, and it's Stuart Pywell sitting in behind both of those. Paul Cook driving at the middle of the road. He's going to protect the inside line. He's going to make Wayne Lewis do it the hard way, unless Lewis can get a switch back on the exit of the corner. He's sort of been bottled up there a bit as Wayne Lewis. Stuart Pywell came into it a little bit more as well as they headed through Hollywood, but it's the top three still in the same order. Paul Cook, Wayne Lewis and Stuart Pywell in the number 76 car. The driver from Wakefield is St Andrew, a few places further back. He's dropped a lot further back, hasn't he, looking at the timer screen, down to 18th place now, so I think he may have had another moment.
Yeah, that's right. So a shame for him in the 328. But the race leaders together, still the top three. The Aim Shop fastest lap going to Stuart Pywell with a time of 1 minute 31.438, but very similar pace. Great battle throughout the field though, Ian.
Yeah, absolutely. And here we've got the 77 car. That's Paul Travers. So he's now assumed second place in Classics, but he's trying to keep hold of it from Chris Blakey there in the number 27 car. Both of those in 330 CIs. Both of them have got the wing on the back, but they're just behind the number 4 car of William Lake, who's going absolute great guns in that Cup Class car. He is a long, long, long way clear of Paul Neville, who is second in that class. Just trying to spot
Gareth
it.
Thomas.
Gareth Thomas, I beg your pardon, in second. The last Paul Neville third in that class at the moment. You've also got involved there, number 67, Adrian Williams as well. But for the lead,
yeah, Wayne Lewis having another go at Paul Cook on the outside. I think we're soon going to be into lap traffic as well, which is a feature of the BMW Car Club races with a wide variety of BMWs eligible and entered. Sideways goes Wayne Lewis. He's very powerful 3.2 litre M3s. Tried to put the power on out of Redgate and they slide around a lot, as we had a good example of there from Wayne Lewis, who I think it's fair to say traditionally we haven't seen keep up with Paul Cook as well as he is today.
no, he's going well here. Conditions, as we say, possibly an equaliser, but a really good race this one. We've only had 7 minutes, another 13 minutes of it to go. Pywell with the best lap of the race, then that 1:31.438, but they're all within just over a tenth of one another in terms of their best lap times. And then the next group of cars lapping in the 1:32, Schweikart and Aidan Vilku, who leads in Class M2, and then sort of 1:34 bar those, as the leaders are turning their way through Coppice. Paul Cook just beginning to ease out again from Wayne Lewis, is he?
You mentioned Aidan Vilku there, Ian. This is his first ever race and he leads his class. That's a great effort.
It certainly is. He's in the number 69 car, 5th place overall, the sort of Elastoplast colour on the timing screen for those of you watching the Aim Shop live stream. As the second and third place cars now, what are they? It's going to be about 3/4 of a second, I reckon, for Paul Cook, the gap this time. Let's have a look as they cross the line now. 0.755 off the circuit.
That may be Mike
Nash. Yes, it is. Paul Cook's just done the best lap of the race, by the way. The Aim Shop fastest lap goes to Paul Cook, 1:31.001. But Mike Nash, who was in 6th place, he was second in the M2 class behind Aidan Vilku. He's now out of the race. We saw him getting out of his car.
Yes, that was up at McLean's, I think, on the exits of the bend, on the inside of the track. So that hasn't gone terribly well. Paul Cook coming up to the traffic. The Z3 there just ahead. The only Z3 in the race is number 30, Matthew Smith. He will be the first car to be lapped, which may be in a yellow flag zone as they come up towards McLean's corner. So the drivers will have to be vigilant of that as they turn with a couple of cars just ahead of them.
Yeah. So there is that Z3 of Matthew Smith, who's a BMW Car Club committee member, no less. And he's raced in the MR2s in the past as well. He's also a member of the Motorsport UK Safety Committee as well.
I'm sure he knew what a yellow flag meant.
I'm sure.
And everybody stayed in line until they passed a green flag, and then the faster cars powered through, still with Paul Cook leading, still with Wayne Lewis and Stuart Pywell in close pursuit. So they come down towards the Robert chicane. And they tiptoe their way through in these conditions. Again, try and put down what is well in excess of 300 brake horsepower these cars will have, as they cross the line to complete 6 laps just before the half distance point of this race. And Wayne Lewis, as sort of ever has been the way really, put in Paul Cook under pressure. Seen him get alongside a few times. He led very briefly, but not for any real amount of time.
I think the rain has probably stopped. I don't see too many umbrellas out there now, so I wonder if the conditions will improve a little as the race goes on. I don't think it's going to dry quickly. There's not a lot of wind, no sunshine here at Donington Park, so it's going to stay damp, but I wonder if there might just be marginal improvements in the track conditions as this race goes on. Will that come into play? You can see more lap traffic ahead of these trio in the lead. They're about 10 seconds clear of Steve Schweikart now, who's still leading in the Class 6. That's the 69 car of Aidan Vilku. We're talking about him. There's the fantastic Warstein livery on that car.
Yeah, he's only 24 years of age, so one of the youngest drivers on the grid from the West Midlands. And he's racing a 1994 BMW 36, which he built himself with his stepfather. So great to have again another new driver and going so well. Aidan Vilku leading the M2 class, which is good to see. Got a few more entries in it today compared to perhaps some races last year.
And he's closing the gap, I think, to Stephen Schweikart as well for 4th place overall. It looked like they were a little bit closer. There's Schweikart at the front of that little group and Vilku at the back of it. So I wonder if we might get a battle for 4th here before the end of the race. There's those couple of back markers that they need to navigate in the meantime, including the number 3 car. That's the orange car of Kaz Singh, which is actually in Class M1, but I don't think Kaz enjoying these conditions over much today.
Good to have an E36 M3 out there, a bit sideways out of the chicane for Vilku, but he dealt with that okay. Got past the traffic and the gap to the car ahead, 2.4 seconds, which is actually what it was. I think it was the traffic here and the yellow flags up at the lanes that brought them together briefly, but now they're back into clear air. Schweikart able to get away and continue to lead Class 6. The 48-year-old ex-oval racer, last year's champion.
See the blue lighting panel flashing there, giving the same message as the blue flags.
What's happened here? Paul Cook has not got anyone for company.
He's not. He's got a back marker, which he has passed. And there's the next two. So he's got away with his 1.4 seconds clear over the line. So he's managed to make the break now from Wayne Lewis and Stuart Pywell. Yeah, a bigger gap. I think the car he was... who was the car that he was lapping there?
47 is in there.
Which is Delph, isn't it?
Yes, Stu Delph, who's another new driver. He's from Cambridgeshire, ex-Tarmac Rally driver. So again, another driver making their debut today.
Saw there the 71 car, which is Sean Foley in the E46 M3 GTR, the driver from Wigan. Mighty beast of a car. He's up there with number 77 Paul Travers in his more humble 330 CI at the moment. And just behind them, Adrian Williams and off has gone the Z3 of Matthew Smith. So that car, which was going all right, is now... Well, is it out of the race? He's going to try and just ease it back down the slope, and if he can get onto the grass, he can possibly get back into the race. But yeah, he's going straight into the traffic there.
Yeah, Matt Smith, 41 years of age, but he's a bit more experienced, as you mentioned earlier. He's raced Toyotas in the past. Change for second. Stuart Pywell is ahead of Wayne Lewis for the first time since the start, really. The driver who started on pole position, Stuart Pywell, up into second position, but he's 2.6 seconds away from the leader, Paul Cook. And now he's ahead of Lewis. Has he got the pace to do anything about Cook? With still a good chunk of the race left, 7 minutes.
Yeah. So we'll see what he can do. 2.6 seconds, 2.7 seconds the gap at the start of the lap. Looking at the gap between Schweikart and Vilku, that had come down for fourth place to about 0.6 of a second. So we'll keep an eye on that. There's Smith back into the race. He's managed to to get back into this, but I wonder if he might just head now back to the pit lane, in fact, because he's not at full pace by any stretch of the imagination. There's Cook with back markers ahead of him. Then it's Pywell, then it's Lewis, then about 18 seconds behind, or 16 seconds behind this now. You've got Stephen Schweikart with Aidan Vilku for very close company. We'll try and pick that up in a moment.
Yeah, Vilku on the last lap did a lap which was only a second away from the leaders, but they've just gone much quicker on that lap. Paul Cook did a 1 minute 30.9, which was the new fastest lap, but then 1.4 seconds quicker. Stuart Pywell does the fastest lap of the day so far in the BMWs, a 1 minute 29.5, so we very much have a battle for the lead on, although there is traffic between them at the moment.
Yeah, that did delay Stuart Pywell a bit there. He really was slowed up quite badly through Redgate. We saw pulling off there the very experienced Colin Whitmore, who's been racing BMWs for decades. He's out of the race. Stuart Pywell now has done the best lap of the race there, 129.5. And that is quite a bit faster than anybody else, half a second faster than anybody else. The gap down to less than 1.2 seconds, although he was slowed up a little bit at the start of this lap, I think, at Redgate Corner. So we'll see if Pywell can continue to take time out of Stuart Cook as we're going into the final quarter or so of the race.
Yeah, 1.4 seconds to close in one lap is a vast amount, but as you say, we're not sure how much of that was traffic related. And a couple of cars we've had into the pits recently, Colin Whitmore and now Matthew Smith.
Yeah, so Smith, of course, had the off at Coppice and has decided to call it, well, not necessarily a day, because there's a potential for another race later on this afternoon, but certainly call time on this particular race. Here are the leaders then, down to Roberts with less than 5 minutes to go. Probably going to be, it's probably going to be 4 laps to go, I'd think, for these cars.
Yeah, might just squeeze that in, shouldn't they? They're about 1.5 minutes at the moment. There's 4 3/4 to go, and the lead gap down to 6/10 in the second half of the lap. Stuart Pywell was significantly quicker than Paul Cook. Cook more experienced in the M3s. He's raced this car for quite a few seasons now after he switched over from the Toyota MR2 Championship, where he had plenty of success. Was a race winner there. I think he's been a race winner in the BMW Car Club before too, but he's been made to work to try and win this one from Stuart Pywell as they turn their way down the Craner curves into the old hairpin, taking different lines. Cook went sideways, which hasn't helped his exit. Stuart Pywell is quicker, and I think up top here at McLean's now we're not under yellow flags anymore, so Stuart Pywell could launch an attack if he's close enough.
Yeah, let's see if he does. So through McLean's they go. He's within striking distance now, certainly less than a car length between them. And he's looking like he's intent on making a move at Coppice Corner. Paul Cook's not going to make it easy for him, though. This is bringing Wayne Lewis back into things as well. So we're almost back to 3 for the lead, as we had been for quite a large chunk of the race distance. But you can see Stuart Pywell here. Conditions coming to him, maybe. He's looking either side of Paul Cook. Now he's looking to the left-hand side as they come past the engine room. Down towards the Robert chicane. For the 11th time in this race. He's going to be on the outside on the wet part of the circuit. It's Stuart Pywell who somehow manages to get the car turned in without losing too much time. But it might allow Wayne Lewis to get a better exit from the corner now. Wayne Lewis, I think, is going to pull alongside Stuart Pywell as they come along the Wheatcroft Straight this time. He's going to be on the outside line. He's number 7, Wayne Lewis, for Redgate Corner. But I think he's already got the move done. So Wayne Lewis has got up to 2nd place there, thanks to Stuart Pywell being pushed out onto the wet part of the track at Roberts.
And now he's going for the lead because Paul Cook set out wide. Wayne Lewis is up alongside him. These drivers both come from the Toyota MR2 Championship in recent seasons, but Wayne Lewis didn't quite brave it out there alongside Paul Cook. It's tricky at the best of times, let alone in these conditions down the Craner curves. Paul Cook, it feels like to me, and is the slowest of these 3 drivers, but thanks to his good start, he's been able to stay ahead.
Yeah, and he's a very canny driver, quite a lot of experience now. He's been racing in MR2s and BMWs for a long time, so he knows how to defend, that's for certain, Paul Cook. And he's been doing that very effectively, and that's why we've got these 3 cars right together again, although Pywell, on paper, has been about 1.5 seconds quicker than Paul Cook during the course of this race, but not able to find his way through. That battle for 4th, by the way, that's dissipated somewhat. Schweikart in the Class 6 car, now more than 4 seconds clear of Aidan Vilku in the M2 class leading car. William Lake, by the way, 9th overall, still leading in the Cup class. But for the lead, they're going to be side by side down to Roberts chicane this time. But no, again, Wayne Lewis just backs out of that one, Josh.
That's right. I think the slightly drier racing line helped Paul Cook out there, and he was more confident, that's for sure, on the brakes. Now they crossed the line with about 1 minute and 35 to go. So they should theoretically squeeze 2 more laps in.
No last lap board.
And Now this time Cook and Lewis both on that wetter inside line. Is that going to give Pywell the chance out of Redgate to challenge the top two? He carries a lot more speed through the corner, but how much space is there going to be?
Well, that's the question. Big, bulky cars, these BMW E46 M3s. Great racing they've provided here today at Donington Park. Paul Cook clinging on. Should have 1.5 laps to go then in this race through the old hairpin. Cook, number 26, Lewis, number 7, Pywell with the fastest lap to his name, number 76 in third place. They're nearly half a minute clear now of everybody else, such as their pace during the course of this race. I still don't think we've quite seen the last move of this race though, Josh.
No, and there's traffic just up the road. Kaz Singh's M3 is the first of those, I think. So Coppice is the next corner. They arrive at the top of the circuit. Cook on compromised line on the tighter line, and then he's got a squeeze past Kaz Singh, who steps aside for the top three. Now we've seen Cook come under pressure a few times into the Robert chicane, but he's always been better on the brakes, better at turning the car in, and this time he hasn't got anyone alongside him. So down into the Robert chicane they come for the 13th time this race. Has he gone in too hot? He's run a bit wide for the second apex. That very much compromises his line, but he carried so much speed in. He had a bit of a gap as they head on to that final lap with the last lap board out. Yeah, indeed. 3/4 of a second covering all three of them. 4/10 the advantage for Paul Cook. 1.98 miles of this Donington Park circuit left to go then. They're a long way clear of everybody else, but they're mostly in different classes, of course. Through Redgate they've gone, no real dramas there. Hollywood, is that Pywell trying to size up Wayne Lewis for a move? Or would that be through the craners, which would be a brave place to do it? And yeah, no sign of the move there, Josh. That's right. Everyone being pretty sensible with these moves. Nobody's done anything particularly bold, which is good. I'm sure many people would be pleased about that. So there's the multicoloured Pywell machine. Wonder if that was a planned change of car. That was last minute and it's been put together quickly for him, but he's certainly quick in the car. But he may come off worst of these three in the end, in third position. Don't think there's going to be any more traffic for the cars, for the drivers to deal with. So can Wayne Lewis get a good exit towards Coppice, or has Paul Cook on this final lap been able to pull out enough to stay ahead?
Kind of feels like he has, but in these conditions it's so easy to make a mistake. Good exit from Coppice for Stuart Pywell there. Is he going to get alongside Wayne Lewis? So the battle might be for second place here. Cook it is that's leading. Who's going to be second though? Pywell on the inside line into Roberts, and he's got it done, I think. So Pywell at the final corner is going to get second place away, but Paul Cook is going to come through to take the checkered flag and win round one of the BMW Club Racing Championship. Second place goes the way of number 76 Stuart Pywell, and third to number 7 Wayne Lewis. A nice move that from Pywell at the chicane on the final lap.
That's right. I think something happened on the penultimate lap a bit further behind, because Chris Blake and Sean Foley were involved in a battle. They both did a slow lap back to the pits, so good to see they got back to the pits. But potentially an issue for those two, so they're into the pit lane.
And despite what it says on the timing tower, it is still Steve Schweikart in 4th position, Aidan Vilcoon in 5th. There is our Cup class leader. That's William Lake then in 8th position overall. He's gone really well, long way clear of his nearest Cup rival, Gareth Thomas in 15th place. So he's had a very good start, and clearly with a name like Lake well suited to these conditions. He's heading down towards Roberts for the final time. He's got a car behind him, 4th position, that's Adrian Williams, but Williams in a different class, a Class 6 car for him this season. And it's going to be a Cup class win then for William Lake in 8th place overall.
And already come through the other two class winners, Stephen Schleinkart to win Class 6 and Aidan Vilku to win Class M2. That was a good race, wasn't it? We had a really good battle all the way through the 14 laps at the front of the field. And Paul Cook and Wayne Lewis, I think, were both certainly weren't early on entering, so they were late entries to this meet, or pretty late, but they were here, and they really added to that race, because they had a great battle with Stuart Pywell throughout, so that was really good to see, and a good way to begin the BMW Car Club Racing season with good racing and limited damage.
Yeah, absolutely. So Paul Cook it was that won that 14-lap race by 1.217 seconds in car number 26 in his E46 M3. Second was the number 76, another E46 M3 of Stuart Pywell. Third was number 7, Wayne Lewis, in another similar car. Fourth and winning the Class 6 was number 43, Steve Schreikart in the E46 Compact, 36 seconds behind the leaders. Fifth and winning Class M2 was 69, the debutant. Congratulations to Aidan Vilku. Sixth to number 66, Mark Colmer. Seventh was 17, Andrew Pywell. After his early dramas, he had to fight back through the field there. A fine 8th overall for William Lake to win the Cup class in car number 4. Paul Travers was headed by Adrian Williams. Those two rounded out the top 10. Then it was David Morris, Paul Laramie, Gareth Thomas and Carl McMillan in 14th place. Further back we had Chris Blake and Sean Foley, who had some dramas towards the end. Stuart Delph. Then the remaining Cup class cars, Jason Rees, Paul Neville, Stephen Kay, Ross Murphy and Sam Walton, with a few more, a lap or more behind, including Cass Singh, and we lost Colin Whitmore, Matthew Smith, Mike Nash and Andrew Phillips, unfortunately, from that race. Hopefully they'll be back out for race 2 a little bit later on today. That's going to be at about 4:10 this afternoon, the second BMW Car Club Racing Championship race. We've got one more race to come before lunch here, though, and it should be a cracker. It's going to be the Aim Shop Mazda 7 Championship, biggest ever grid of cars for that particular category. So we look forward to seeing that. They'll be going very shortly. We don't get a green flag lap for them either, so very quickly we'll be getting into racing. I can hear BMW's rumbling underneath our commentary position, so very shortly I would think we'll be able to head down to the pit lane to hear from our successful drivers in the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. Yusuf bin Sahel down there on duty in the pit lane today, who's had some recent expensive driving around Donington Park as well, unlike Josh and myself. So we can go down to him now. In fact, Yusuf is in the pit lane and we'll hear from him with BMW drivers.
Well, I am here with Paul Cook, and Paul, there was a massive grin on your face, I think, coming up that, because that looked like an absolutely fantastic race.
Yeah, it was a cracking race. I was the only person on the grid to start with dry tyres. That's the only tyres I've got, the only tyres I've brought. So I had no choice. But I had a cracking start. I got, off the line in between cars in front of me and got into the first corner first. So, yeah.
I was having a massive heart-in-mouth moment every time you went through that final chicane and your rear end would just step out on you, but you kept it under control. Were you at 100%? Because the two behind you were pushing you every single lap.
Yeah, definitely 100%. Every corner was very twitchy and very greasy, obviously because of the tyre choice. But I seemed to have it after the sort of midway through the race, but then it went away from me again because it is raining quite heavy down the back of the track. But I could see the battle going on behind me. They kept on chopping and changing. I had a massive gap at one stage, and then they pulled it back in, and they were battling, and it was a cracking race to the end.
Well, fantastic stuff, and let's hope it doesn't rain so that you can keep the dry tyres on.
100%. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paul. Right, we'll move on over to our next couple, which is the 69 Aidan, right?
Yeah, that's the one.
Aidan Vilku, our winner in the M2 class. How was it out there in the damp conditions?
Yeah, I thought it was going to be a lot worse than it was, but with the tyres it felt all right. It's my first ever time driving in wet as well, and I was expecting a lot worse, so I'm quite over the moon, to be honest. I'm really happy with it.
Well, cracking job. What do you think of Paul putting dry tyres on?
I think that was very brave, very brave. I wouldn't have done it. I reckon first corner I'd have gone straight and not turned if I'd have gone dry tyres.
What do we reckon? Couple of dry tyres for race number 2?
If it holds off riding like it is now, then potentially, yeah. I reckon so. Fingers crossed.
Cracking job, Aidan, and see you out again in race 2.
Thank you.
Right, we will find our cup winner, which is William Lake. William, how's it out there?
Chaotic. To start with, it was a little hairy. I was way above, sort of qualified above where I normally am, so 10th, whereas I'm normally 19th or so. So just held it together. I didn't want to go off because I had good pace last year, but was quite inconsistent. So I kept it together nicely. So I'm actually really pleased with myself. And it was a bit hairy, but it was all right.
Well, a fantastic start to the season. You definitely looked consistent on circuit. Are you a bit of a wet weather specialist then?
Not at all. No, that was driving here today, I was bricking it because I'm pretty poor in the wet, or have been in races previous. So I just got to keep doing what I was doing, and yeah, consistency most definitely, especially in the wet.
Well, fantastic stuff, and it seems 2024, new year, new you.
I'll tell you at the end of October. I'm not sure.
Fantastic stuff, William. See you out again in the next race, and we will grab our final category winner, which is Steve Swikart. But I hear you've got a nickname around the paddock.
Swack, yeah, Swack is my nickname. Yeah.
Steve Swack.
Yeah.
I like it. Didn't swack anyone else like it though.
No, it's not like that. It's my nickname, short for Swikart, obviously. So yeah. No, it was entertaining race. Really enjoyed it. It was very slippy.
I can believe. What's the plans for race number 2?
I think dry at the minute. If it stays as it is, it's definitely dry. But I can't tell too much to everybody else, can I? So we'll see. I enjoy it. That's the main thing.
Keeping the car close to your chest, then.
See, yeah. Everyone keeps looking at me though, so it's not good.
Well, best of luck for the next race.
Thank you very much.
And with that, we're going to head on over to a quick ad break before our third race of the day gets underway.
So cars onto the circuit for the third race of the day. It's the Aimshot Mazda 7 Championship. Fantastic grid of these cars. No green flag lap for these, so we'll be getting straight into action. The biggest ever grid of these cars. We had 29 of them out in qualifying. Not all of them managed to complete a lap, unfortunately. But nevertheless, it should still be the biggest entry we've ever had. I can see the car that didn't complete a lap is there at the back of the field, which is good to see. Pole position, though, has gone the way of number 37, Ben Powney. He's been a front runner in this class in the past. Besides him is number 54, David Hitchin, having switched over from low cost. Second row from a low cost champion, number 94, Martin West. And besides him is number 56, Daniel Sibbins. Third row, we have 87 on the inside line. That's Craig Land, winner of the last 2 low-cost championships. He's got number 77, Eddie Moyer, next to him, who's always been quick ever since he made his debut a couple of years ago. Lucas Batt went well to get on to row 4, number 66. Besides him is 15, Matt Groh. Sam McKee is on the inside of row 5, number 21, next to number 13, Anthony Ridd. Row 6 is 50, David Jones, and 4, David Martin. On the 7th row, it's 35, David Winter, and 97, Lewis Ridd, as we're very close to the start of this race now. Row 8 is 99, Martin Shelton, a bit further back than we might have expected to find him, and 83, Robert Geimer. 9th row is 25, David Bowen, and 88, Michael Jacobs. And row 10 is 3, Callum Barnes, and 69, Lee Rogers. That's probably just about all we've got time for, though, because the red lights are going to go on, and they're going to go out now, and away they go. Pretty good start from on the outside of the front row. That's David Hitchin, and he moves across into the lead. A poor start from Ben Powney. He's back to about 5th or 6th position. One on the grass is the number 25 car of David Bowen, but he's back onto the circuit now, and they're all turning their way through Redgate Corner for the first time. You've got the pink and blue car there of Martin Shelton right in the middle of the pack. He'd normally be somewhere a bit close to the front, had podiums during the course of last season, but it looks like it is the car from the outside of the front row of the grid, David Hitchin, that's got a few car lengths lead actually as they head down to the old hairpin for the second time. Ben Powney has got his way back to 4th position though after that rather poor start from pole.
Yeah, I think it's mainly the drivers on the outside that made the better start from the racing line, where perhaps there's not quite so much water. But that doesn't affect David Hitchin, who leads a Mazda 7 race in his first outing in this machine, as they turn their way through. It's actually Daniel Sibbins, apologies, it's Daniel Sibbins that leads, isn't it, from row 2 of the grid. So Hitchin isn't quite as far as I thought he was, so it's Sibbins lead, and second is West, third is now Powney, who gets past Eddie Moore, then it's David Hitchin in 5th position. So still running as the best of the newcomers into the Mazda 7 category. But in all of this, Daniel Sibbins trying to get away as they turn their way down here into the Robert chicane. Not sure if Sibbons has won one of these races before. He's going to give it a good go today. But Ben Powney, who's a bit of a wet weather master, not got off the line, but now he's was working his way back through the order. But Eddie Moyer draws up alongside him.
Yeah, so Sibbons, he's certainly been on the podium in the past. I can't remember if he's won races. Only did a part season last year, but he's leading here. It's Martin West now that is in second place. Is he, though, because Ben Powney coming through on the inside. Eddie Moyer there in fourth place. And it's David Hitchin fifth, the driver that we thought was in the lead, but no, our mistake. And he's a little bit further back than we thought. And a problem there for number 66 car. That's Lucas Batt, isn't it? Drive from Chesham. His car's come to a stop on the exit of the chicane. Now, I hope there's enough time for the marshals to try and shift that before the cars come round again on the next lap. He's getting back into the car so they can push it out of the way.
Shame for Lucas Batt. He had a good season last year. In Mazda 7, a big twitch there from Eddie Moyer, but he caught it and he's got himself up ahead of Martin West since the start of the lap. Ben Powney has gone through 2 and caught Sibbons already. So Powney, who was 3/4 of a second quicker than one in qualifying, is going really well and living up to his wet weather prowess in this opening round of the season.
We've got we've got drivers with their hands in there. Is that because we've got a safety car, possibly yellow flags certainly, and yellow boards around the circuit? So possibly a safety car. Yeah, with that car being stranded at the
red flag.
chicane.
I've got on my screen red flag.
I'm just looking for confirmation out the window. Yes, there is a red flag because there's marshals on the circuit as well. So while that incident is being dealt with, the cars will, I imagine, just be held, or will they let them through past that that stricken car?
We'll go back to the original grid, won't we? We haven't had 2 laps. So that, I imagine that's probably the thought process in having a red flag, which I think is the first one of the day. We've had a pretty clean morning considering the conditions.
We have. So potentially good news for Ben Powney, but it's got to start another race from the wet side of from the track again. But he'd already made his way back to second, so I don't think he's going to be too perturbed either way about that. I was just about to say, we've not got any former champions on the grid because Jonathan Lister, he has won the championship the last 2 years. He's not racing in Mazda 7s this season, and Danny Andrew won it before that. But Ben Powney's probably the next best thing because he's won a lot of races. He's been in contention with the championship on a couple of occasions in the past, hasn't he?
He was second in the championship in 21 and last year, 2023. I've seen John Lister, he's definitely here. I think Danny Andrew is too. He was certainly at the Snetterton track day coaching the new owner, as Jonathan Lister is as well. It's Mark Crawford who's out in the Danny Andrew car, and then the Jonathan Lister car
is with Ben
Dade. That's right.
Yeah. Where did Ben Dade qualify? 26th. We didn't get through to him on the run through of the grid, but a car with some success history, being driven now by Ben Dade, 32-year-old managing director from Manchester, in his first season racing. So this probably his first ever race, and he listed Donington as his favourite circuit because it was where he did his first ever test day with John Lister as well. And the car run, of course, by TSR, Team Sellers Racing, who had a nice write-up in Autosport a few weeks ago.
And their awning, I don't know if you got down to that part of the paddock, is enormous. There's just cars everywhere in there. I think there's about 10 or so cars in there. They are very busy. They've got lots of Jedis as well for the F1000 Championship. They've got, not sure if they've got any low-cost or not. I know Stuart Sellers was saying they were converting a lot of low-cost 2 Mazdas over the winter break. I got to catch up with Stuart at the Snetterton track day, pre-season track day the 750 Motor Club had a few weeks ago.
Yeah, so the cars that you can see sitting on the grid, they've gone back to their original positions. Also makes life easy for the marshals because the TSL timekeepers don't need to reissue a new grid when we've gone back to the original starting order. We'll see if we get any word on how long the restart will be. I imagine it will appear on our timing screen actually, as and when a decision is made about that. I shouldn't think it will take too long to recover this car. That is stricken at the exit of the chicane, that of Lucas Batt. We didn't see how it ended up there. Of course, he was sort of in the middle of the pack, which always makes things challenging in a race like this.
There was a car on the grass, which I think might have been Tony Ridd, who was a long way down the order at the end of the first lap. So potentially related. They did start 7th and 10th on the grid, so they could have been together. But one thing that it's good to see is everybody actually made the start, because Lewis Penstone Smith, you mentioned, starting from the back, he didn't do a lap in qualifying. And Todd Boucher, who was so quick in a part season in low course last year, he did make the start. after a very short qualifying session.
Yeah.
So good to see those two cars got fixed. And with a bit of luck, Lucas Batts will be 2 before the second race.
Josh mentioned that TSR were converting some low costs, and basically the low cost championship, which has been running for getting on for 25 years now with the 750 Motor Club, with the 1300cc Ford Crossflow engines. Well, this is sort of an offshoot of that, in that the cars use more up-to-date running gear from the Mazda MX-5. It's a 1.8 litre engine, the donut engine. They run on Toyo tyres as well, which are a bit more focused for track action than the type of tyres that they use in low cost. But the racing is equally as good. We've seen some fantastic Mazda 7 races over the few seasons since it was conceived, and it's been very successful. And you've got a number of drivers, probably I don't know, a third of the grid, probably maybe more, have stepped up from low cost. But you've also got newcomers as well. We mentioned Ben Day, so drivers coming straight into this category because it's still a pretty affordable way of going 7 style racing, sort of Caterham-esque, that shape of car. And of course, the racing that these cars produce is usually fantastic because of the aerodynamic inefficiency of them. Big hole punched in the air, and that can make for some, in the right conditions, great slipstreaming racing. In particular, at circuits like Silverstone and Snetterton, where the longer straights are more of a feature.
It's good to see lots of people watching on 750 Motor Club TV. There is several 750 Motor Club events this year will be live streamed where you're watching now. So if you press the subscribe button on YouTube, you'll be notified when streams are set up. But on the 750 Motor Club website, 750mc.co.uk, there is a list of all the live streamed meetings on the calendar page. Which is a much larger number than previously, so a big commitment put in to be able to provide this type of coverage, which we'll do 2 more times this month, with race meetings at Croft and at Brands Hatch before the month is out. So if you want to see those and more throughout the season, make sure you subscribe to the YouTube page, and 750 Motor Club social media will bring you lots of news throughout the year as well. But we'll take a short break before this race resumes.
So cars on the grid then ahead of the restart for the aimshop.com Mazda 7 Championship. Aimshop also supporting the live stream that Josh was mentioning throughout the season as well, so significantly indebted to them, the motorsport technology company, who are putting up various awards as well during the course of the season. It looks like we're not too far away from the Lucas Batt car having been recovered. There's another MSV vehicle that's about to head back into the paddock as well, that's been off around the circuit checking something out, and we should be good to go for a restart. We've not been notified of a reduced race distance as yet. Still 15 minutes showing on our timing screens in front of us here.
We were able to start the race a few minutes before what was originally planned.
Yeah.
Now, the only fear about what this maintenance vehicle is doing, is there something on the road that needs to be addressed, or is it going to be heading back to a base?
Yeah, has any fluid been dropped by Lucas Batt's car? The
door opens.
Circuit staff are getting out of the vehicle to possibly assess the situation down there on the exit of the chicane to see if there's anything that they need to do. And yeah, they're getting something off the back of the vehicle now. So it looks like there might be a delay of a few more moments before we can get back underway.
Yeah, I see some fellow 750 Motor Club members watching at home. Kevin Straw watching at home, who I think will be out in a few weeks at Croft for the start of the low-cost season. So lots of his mates, I'm sure, on the grid here, as Ian was mentioning. A large number of these drivers previously raced in the low-cost championship for the 1300cc Ford Crossflow engine version of these machines, the original low costs. And this this initiative of having the Mazda 7 Championship started a few years ago, Ian, and as you said, it's grown and grown. We started with, I think, 1 car on a sports specials grid, and then we had sort of about 10, and then 20 last year, and now nearly 30 cars. So excellent to see how the grid has grown. And then the competitiveness is the next element. There's lots of previous race winners in the other categories. There's new drivers. There's drivers coming from other championships. For example, Lee Rogers on the grid, ex-pickup truck champion, making his Mazda 7 debut today. And then Mark Crawford, who's taken over the Danny Andrew car. He's a champion over in Ireland in the Boss Series as well. And then we've had recently people like Tony Ridd, who's returned to race, an ex-Formula Ford racer a couple of decades ago, and choosing this format as the way to go. It's an affordable way to get into racing, and it's got that open feel to it, hasn't it? Perhaps a bit like a single-seater. And the racing is ever so close, particularly in the dry. Brands Hatch was particularly good, I remember last year. We had sort of 7 or 8 cars in the lead pack. And if we get a dry race this afternoon, goodness knows how many cars might be in the lead pack here at Donington Park. It's a great circuit for that type of racing.
It could be a bit of a thriller, couldn't it? You mentioned Lee Rogers, the ex-pickup racer. I think he's racing with his son Ed, and also on the grid. So it's a great family atmosphere within the 750 Motor Club as well, and the Mazda 7 Championship is no exception to that. Just a quick look ahead to what we've got to future events here at Donington Park as well. Next weekend, Saturday and Sunday, no racing, but it's an official test day for the Bennett's British Superbike. So motorcycles here next weekend for the Bennett's British Superbike official test. 2 weeks' time, the No Limits Club Bike Championships are here, so motorcycle racing 2 weeks hence, and then April will be rounded out by 2 more car events. The GT Cup Championship here on the 20th and 21st of April, so Motorsport Vision Racing in charge of that one. And then, of course, the month rounded out by the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship, which is bursting back into life very soon with its meeting here at Donington Park, where again they will be on the national circuit. So lots to look forward to here at Donington Park over the next month. But a reminder, 2 750 Motor Club meetings to come as well at Croft in 3 weeks' time and at Brands Hatch in 4 weeks' time, both of them live streamed.
And this race is about to get underway. It's going to be a 12-minute race. Lots of people joining us. This is the aimshop.com Mazda 7 Championship. We've had a short red flag period, but we're going to have a 12-minute race without a green flag lap, and we'll be straight into action very shortly. And it should be an exciting 12 minutes of racing.
And lights go out and away they go then. Better start, I think, this time from Ben Powney. David Hitchin snaps sideways there. It's Martin West, though, that's made the best start of all this time. He's got through into the lead of the race. Craig Lander's got a decent getaway as well, but Hitchin this time is there out front just about. And a big win for Martin West, who twitches to the right-hand side of the circuit. Is going to lose probably 3 or 4 places because of that. So I think it is David Hitchin leading this time. It's just a bit early. Craig Land, it is in 2nd place. And then it's Daniel Sibbons, who was leading previously before the red flag. He's in 3rd place.
It's still very wet out there, isn't it? And it's slippery too. There's cars sliding around, as you mentioned, Ian. So despite we haven't had that much rain, or at least at this part of the track over the last few hours, it's still very wet out there and treacherous conditions. But it is David Hitchin then, the ex-Clio and low-cost racer, that leads. Daniel Sibbons is there in P2. He went well in the first part of this race. Eddie Moyer there in 3rd. Just ahead of the twice low-cost champion, Craig Land, making his debut in the championship, as is the race leader, David Hitchin. Then Ben Powley in 5th, so it's about where he was, I think, on the first lap of the original start, as the field worked their way around the top of the circuit, coming towards the end of the first lap of racing, which is being led by number 54, David Hitchin.
From 56, Daniel Sibbons in 2nd place. Eddie Moyer is up into 3rd place. Craig Land 4th. Ben Powney 5th. Martin West, where's he coming through after that twitch through Redgate Corner? We'll pick up on that. I think that's him in 6th, isn't it? Yes, it is. And then the rest of them coming through. So Hitchin it is that's leading by about half a second, actually, at the end of the first lap of the race. The best time in qualifying was a 1:29.734. So I guess that's what we're aiming for in these conditions. In the dry, they're down into the 1:20s. Not going to get anywhere close to that in this particular race, though. There goes the number 4 car. That's David Martin, another driver to switch over from low cost in recent times. Here we are then, down towards the old hairpin. 54 it is that leads David Hitchin. 56 Daniel Sibbons 2nd. 77 Eddie Moyer is in 3rd place. Land, the double low-cost champion, the drive from Hena, relatively local man. Oh, and off the circuit into the gravel has gone Thomas Parker. So the drive from Wakefield is off the circuit, and that's at Redgate Corner.
And we've had a change of the lead because Eddie Moore has gone from third to first to head the way. He won the last 2 rounds of the championship last year in similar conditions at Silverstone. Sibbons having a look to the inside of Hitchin here as they turn their way through Corbett. Ben Powney's getting involved now too as he takes that wide line which may provide more grip, and it does. So Hitchin, who did lead, is down to 4th position. Eddie Moyer, the new leader, coming under pressure as those behind slipstream their way towards the back of him. And Ben Powney breaks as late as he dares. He was third, he's second. Is he going to get the lead of the race here? Not quite, because Eddie Moyer claims that line, and that might actually affect Powney on the exit of the corner.
It does. It's cost him a lot of momentum, hasn't it? And momentum in these cars is all important. Having said that, he has managed to hold on to 2nd place, which confounds my theory a little bit there. Yellow flags. There's the snatch vehicle on circuit at Redgate Corner because that car needing to be recovered. So it's Moyer leading, Powney 2nd. So they go back into a green flag zone. Hitchin 3rd, Sibbons 4th, Craig Land 5th, Martin West in 6th place. And then there is a bit of a gap behind West back to David Jones in 7th place. It looks like it's the top 6 really that are in most contention for a victory here with 8 minutes or so to go.
Yeah, David Jones going well there in P7, isn't he? Using the experience of having raced this car over the last few years. Matt Grove behind him in a new livery, then David Bowen and Sam McKee completing the top 10 in a livery inspired by the 1991 Le Mans 24-hour winning rotary engined car. But here at Donington Park, we may well have a battle for the lead. I think Ben Powney is getting closer to the back of Eddie Moore. It's 0.76 of a second at the end of 2 laps. This is lap 3. There's still 8 minutes of the race to go. And yeah, Powney is right there, isn't he? With Eddie Moyer, 2 very quick drivers in these cars, Ian.
Yeah, and Powney, we saw what he did on the last lap. He's taking a different approach this time. Down the inside of Eddie Moyer he goes. And he tries to avoid running too deeply into the corner. He's using a bit of that wet curb, which is a bit risky in these conditions, of course. You don't need to go too far over the curb to start to give yourself a bit of a problem. Moyer right in his toe, though, along the Wheatcroft straight to start lap 4 of the race. He jinked to the left-hand side of the circuit. Powney wasn't going to let him go down the inside, that's for sure. It's Hitchin in 3rd. I think Sibbons in 4th. And then it's Land and West completing the top 6. They're about 5 seconds now between West in 6th and Jones in 7th place. But Powney got through. He was about 0.8 of a second faster than anybody else in the wet qualifying. Is he going to be able to pull away now he's in the front of this race, Josh?
We've seen the toes pretty effective because that's what helped him get alongside Moyer. So that's going to now assist the chasing car, Moyer. There's been a change with 3rd because David Hitchin's got himself back up ahead of Daniel Sibbons, and then Craig Land and Martin West also in this train at the front of the field. Through McLean's, different lines being taken. Ben Powney, probably one of the most experienced drivers in this category. He's been here from almost the beginning. We mentioned he's been a runner-up in the championship a couple of times. He has taken different lines to Eddie Moyer. There, it didn't work though. He was too wide. He was too late on the brakes into Coppet, and Eddie Moyer will reclaim the lead as they head into the second half of the race.
Yep, 6 minutes to go. 6 minutes have gone down towards the Robert Chicane. Can Powney get through at the S's this time at the Robert Chicane? No, he can't. And they've got a little bit of daylight, these two, between themselves and Hitchin. They're in 3rd place. That could easily change, though. Hitchin 3rd, Sibbons 4th. And then it is Sibbons actually with Craig Land right with him now, because Land is just on the aim shop fastest lap of the race, a 1 minute 30.448 second lap, which is a couple of tenths faster than the leader, for example, on that lap. So watch out for Craig Land as he tries to make progress here.
That's right. So Land going well, the 31-year-old from the East Midlands, the 23-time low-cost race winner, making his debut in the Mazda 7 category today, where Eddie Moyer leads. Hitchin, though, going after the top 2 now. So this is impressive from him. I think these may all be Team Sellers racing prepared cars at the front of the field, at least in the top 3. So Stuart Sellers will be watching on proudly, but maybe a little bit nervous about having all his cars so close together and almost overlapping. Ben Powney then is in front, but Eddie Moyer, who brakes a lot earlier, this is where Powney went off a lap ago. This time he gets through okay, and he's the leader. There's another car off the road. Callum Barnes, car 3, and he's in the gravel.
Yeah, and one into the pit lane as well, which is number 2, Colin Marshall, out of the race. Leaders down towards the Robert chicane for the 5th time then. Powney ahead of Moyer this time, Hitchin not too far behind. In the background, we saw that Craig Land's got himself up into 4th place now, I think. As a car's been off and is rejoining. Oh, and there's some contact there. It involves Matt Grove, that did. And also the 83 car of Robert Guyman. It was sort of Grove recovering, and Guymer just couldn't avoid him somehow.
Craig Land's done another fastest lap, but you might wonder if this race maybe ended slightly before the 12-minute portion with a few cars stricken. So this could be the last lap, but our hard-working marshals are going to try and help Callum Barnes out, which they do. Excellent stuff then from our Donington Park marshal. Big thank to them, because it's been a busy weekend here at Donington Park and not the nicest of conditions to be out in for the final day of the weekend.
3 cars side by side into Redgate Corner. That time in amongst them, the 69 car of Lee Rogers, the former pickup truck racer, so far from racing on the Mallory Mile, is got very different conditions here.
And behind them, father and son, Tony and Anthony Ridd, were side by side. So, as you say, there's a few families out there, and they're battling as well, the Ridd family out on the circuit. This is the battle of a 7th, being headed by David Jones, with David Windsor behind. He's got past David Bowen, so you'd think this battle is exclusively for David, but no, Sam McKee's trying to get involved too.
Yeah, and there's those 2 cars that are either side of the road at Coppice Corner. Not in a particularly good position. The marshals have tried to get out to assist, but I don't think there's much they can do. So here comes the leader then, which is Ben Powney, down towards the Robert chicane. There's 3 minutes left on the clock. Let's see if they're all used. It's Eddie Moyer in 2nd place, and in 3rd place it's the 54 car of David Hitchin. Up to the line they come then to complete another lap. No sign of the checkered flag though. Wondered if we might get an early one. We don't. Race goes on, Josh.
That's right, and that's good news for Eddie Moore. He challenges on the outside of Ben Powney. David Hitchin going with them. This is an excellent drive from David Hitchin in the 54 car in his debut in the category. Craig Land not far behind either, so this is living up to being close racing.
And now drivers have got their hands in the air. Red flag is out, so possibly not a big surprise there that has happened. Yellow flags and red flags now being displayed by the marshals, and the red lights going on the lighting panels around the circuit as well. I think it was inevitable that was going to have to come to an end one way or another a little bit ahead of time, with those cars in fairly close to the edge of the circuit on either side of the track. Coppice Corner. So the result will go back a lap. I think that will still put Ben Powney ahead. I think this is where we've got to try and remember what happened a lap ago.
Where's Dave Vass?
Yeah, we need a lap charter here. Dave Vass down at Castlecombe today, but I think Ben Powney was ahead on the previous lap, but we'll get confirmation of that from TSL in due course. The probably result we'll show you on screen will be the position at the end of when the checkered or when the red flag came out, rather than anything else. But we'll try and let you know the official result as soon as we get it as well. Craig Land, he did the best lap though, 1:30.342.
Starting to rain again, which isn't great news.
No, it's not, especially not if you've got to head outside to do a pit walk in a moment, which we'll be doing after this race, after the interviews as well. Let's have a look at the provisional results from that race. 37 Ben Powney, we think probably the winner of that race, from number 77 Eddie Moyer in 2nd place. 3rd, number 54 David Hitchin. 4th to number 87 Craig Land. Then it was Daniel Sibbons 5th, Martin West 6th, and David Jones in 7th place. This has now been updated, the results having gone back to 5 laps. 8th was 25 David Bowen, 9th number 35 David Winter, and 10th was number 21 Sam McKee. But it was Ben Powney who won by 12 100ths of a second, I can tell you, now that TSL have wound the times back to the end of lap 5 for Moyer in 2nd, Hitchin 3rd, Land 4th, Sibbons 5th, and Martin West in 6th position. Well, that is going to take us into our lunch break. We'll hear in a few moments from Yusuf bin Sahel, who hopefully will have been able to grab the top 3 at the end of that race. Then for those of you who are watching on the aimshop.com live stream, we'll be doing a little bit of a pit walk at lunchtime. Yusuf and Josh will be down in the pit lane and hopefully grabbing some of the personalities from the Bike Sports Championship, which we'll see after the lunch break. There'll be the first race after lunch with a 25-minute race. And then, meanwhile, those of you at the circuit, you will be able to have the sound of silence, and you'll be able to enjoy your lunch break, head into the paddock, have a look at the cars, talk to the drivers, and maybe grab a spot of lunch in Garage 39. So we're watching those cars that are on the side of the road. Coppice about to be recovered. So racing due to get back underway at around about 1:40, which is just under 50 minutes away from where we are now. 8 more races to come this afternoon. Radicals, the Radical Bike Sports Championship and the Race Part 750 Formula Championship bring sports racing action to us. Then we've got sports car racing from the Carmel Porsche Trophy, a mini Enduro 40-minute race for them. And then we have 5 more sprint races for you for the categories that we'll have already seen during the course of the day by that point. So do stay around here at Donington Park or on the aimshop.com live stream throughout the rest of the afternoon. But for now, we'll head down to the pit lane and Youssef.
Right, I'm here with our race winner, Ben Powney. Ben, what were the track conditions like? I've been saying it to everyone, but it just looks so tricky out there.
Yeah, as everyone else said, it was awful, because it was awful. But there was a surprising amount of grip, I think, for Donny. We're used to kind of not having much grip here, but I think the resurfacing's been good. So, yeah, it wasn't much grip, but just enough to make the racing exciting.
Well, you say have other people been saying about the weather conditions. One person was a lunatic enough to go out on slicks, and he won. So I don't know what's going on with the track. Yeah. But you had a lot of pressure from those two behind. How difficult was it to keep them behind you?
Yeah, it was really difficult. I think we were stronger in different parts of the track. I don't know if that came across on the TV, but yeah, I think ultimately just had the edge. I think we had just enough pace, but yeah, it'll be interesting to see what comes later on with the weather as well, I suppose. But yeah, looking forward to that one.
Drying circuit, do you prefer it to be dry, or would you like it to stay as is?
I want it to rain as much as possible from here to the end. Just keep it coming, basically.
Well, hopefully the clouds have a bit of rain in store for you then.
Yeah, fingers crossed, man. Hope so.
Cheers. Right, let's grab our second place finisher, which is Eddie Mauer. Mower?
More, yeah.
Eddie Mower.
Close enough.
How was it? You put a lot of pressure on Ben in that race, but just didn't have enough to get through in the end.
Yeah, I mean, in qualifying we had the handbrake stuck on, so we were learning the track pretty much in that session as we went. Powney's always a good racer in the wet, and it was such a good laugh out there, and yeah, we always race clean and hard, so yeah, absolutely great.
It's a good way of handicapping yourself in qualifying, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it makes it more interesting for the races. You know, obviously we wanted to get higher up the grid, but there's still a lot to do we did a lot from P6 and we're in P8 for the next race, so we should be all right.
Of course, we had the 2 red flags. Do you reckon if it wasn't for those red flags and you had a few more laps, you could have done it?
Oh, hindsight's a brilliant thing. I was trying to line him up, but I was glad to see in these conditions, to see the red flag just come out, but I'm hoping that the guys that were involved are all okay, and hopefully they're all good for this afternoon and they can get out with us.
Well, fantastic stuff, and congrats again on second.
Thank you very much.
Right, and we'll speak to our final driver, David Hitchin. David, how's it going?
Very good, thank you. Good. That was lucky because of the restart after putting it in the gravel from the off. But yeah, it's a great race afterwards. Holding on to these guys, I felt I had the pace to keep up. I was just a bit nervous being the first race in the Mazdas, but yeah, brilliant.
First race in the Mazdas, wet, somewhat changeable. It's been splitting with rain and then drying up. How have you kind of approached the track conditions and even thinking about what kind of tyres to use, etc.?
Well, Stuart at TSR set the car up really well, so that's been helpful. And I was just saying to Ben there, the nerves took in, and once I had someone in front to kind of give me a bit of a braking point, then I settled and realised what I was doing again. But yeah, brilliant.
Was the plan in the race just sit in third, wait for the end to come, or were you trying to line up a move for second or even first?
Well, I saw Craig coming quick, so I was getting a bit worried about him. But then I was gaining these lads, and I felt I had the pace to have a battle. So if the option was there come the last lap, then yeah, I would have perhaps had a go.
Final question, you look absolutely soaked in that race suit. Do you have a second dry suit ready to go?
Unfortunately not, no. So we'll be wet for the next one.
Oh dear, well good luck for the next race.
Nice one, cheers.
And with that, we're going to be throwing into a short break, but stay tuned because we've got a nice little pit lane walk coming up shortly. So, with this being lunch break, we thought we'd fill in a little bit of time over our 1 hour break. And we're going to have a wander down the pit lane. We've got a few Radicals, a few Porsche garages that we'll sneak into. So our first garage is one of the Radicals. The Radicals will be out first after the lunch break. So I'm going to hand the mic on over to Josh. He's going to do a few interviews.
Thanks, Yusuf. Yeah, for the first time this year, the Bike Sports Championship sponsored by Radical Motorsport, and a number of Radicals are on the grid, including Sam Shaw, who I think is having your first race this weekend.
Yeah, well, my second race in the Radical, I did one a few weeks ago at Silverstone. So yeah, first race in the Bike Sport Championship, so look forward to it.
And you're out in the SR1, I think, which won't be quite as powerful as some of the other cars, but I guess all good experience for you as you're new to racing.
Yeah, exactly. We're just using this more as a test for the upcoming Radical round later this month. So being the only SR1, there's not too many cars to compare to, but it's still just good testing and good data for us. So.
And it's been a bit horrible conditions, really. Had a wet qualifying this morning. How did that go?
Not too bad. We had a bit of issues with overheating at the end, which compromised my last few laps. But we managed 15th overall. We were looking for about 11th, 12th until that, so not too bad. So good quality under the belt.
And tell us a bit about yourself. I think you've done quite a lot of karting in the past.
Yeah. So all my career I've done a lot of karting, racing British, European and world level in that. So looking to make the next step into cars now and starting with the Radical SR1 this year. So
what is there a plan at the moment for the future, or at the moment see how this year goes and go on from there?
It's really just seeing how this year goes. Obviously we're looking at different routes and stuff, but it's not a clear plan at the moment, so we have to see. Obviously the next step could be the SR3 from this year, but we have to see after this year.
And tell us a bit about what it's like going from a kart to a Radical. Is that quite a good progression?
Yeah, there's a few differences. Obviously you have to get used to like the braking technique, like the bleed off and stuff with that, but there is a lot of similarities, especially with the Radical. It behaves a bit like a car, loose on the rear and everything like that. So there's similarities, but to get really on the pace you have to learn a few different attributes and stuff, so it's just getting used to that really.
And is there a reason you chose the Radical Championship compared to either tin tops or single seaters?
We knew a few people that had done the Radical, like Daryl DeLeon and a few other, Oscar Joyce, who was car teammates with him. So they recommended it well. So we think it's a good place to start off. Obviously, we kind of missed some of the junior categories because I was a bit older now. So we thought this is a good stepping zone to maybe potentially go into GT or something like that.
And GT racing is in a growth area, I guess, all sports car racing, so it then sort of filters down to this level. There's more sports cars out racing than perhaps before.
Yeah, exactly. It's all growing the sports car level, and I think the progression is a good route to go into. From the Radical, you can jump into a lot of different things, whether it be LMP, GT, whatever, so I think it's a good stepping stone.
Well, best of luck this weekend and then for the rest of your season.
Thank you very much.
So there is Sam Shaw. He'll be out in the Radical backed Bike Sports Championship this year, where Yusuf, the majority of cars are Radicals this weekend, but there are other types of cars as well, all for bike engine sports cars.
Yeah, there are a few others. I forget the whole list of them. We should go to Ian, who's got the whole list, I think, memorised inside out.
We make our way. If we make our way down the pit lane, we should be able to see we've got a Mattel out. Scott Mattel and Ian Mattel run the Mattel team, which have raced with the 750 Motor Club for a long time. I think we've got an ADR out for the first time as well, so looking forward to seeing those amongst all these Radicals, and it's great to have Radical Motorsport back in the championship. That was announced last week, and as we heard there, some of the people that will be doing a full season of Radical Motorsport this year are using this as a way to get into the sport, and I'm sure we'll see some of them throughout the season as well.
Yeah, and I just realised as we're going backwards, it's like the reverse of F1, where you've got Ted Kravitz walking or Martin Brundle forcing the cameraman to go backwards, but we're much nicer to our camera crew, aren't we?
Yeah, exactly. The Alpha Live team that have been part of the 750 Motor Club now for a long time. It's great to have them here, and much like when you're doing the interviews, it's not the greatest of weather to be in, so we do thank all the crew. We'll see some more of the Radical cars here. We've got the RJ Motorsport. And RJ Motorsport, a long-time proponent of 750 Motor Club Racing. Josh Smith runs the team. He raced with us a long time ago, now 10 or so years ago. He came back, he raced in bike sports himself, and now he's running 1, 2, 3 cars in this garage. And then if we head down, I think he's got 9 cars in total. So that's a huge amount of cars used to run at a meeting like this.
And it also means as well that they've just got so much experience, whether it comes to setups, how to drive them. So if you do want to come into Radicals, that is one of the teams that you want to look to jump on in with.
Yeah, there's lots of experienced teams, like you say, and the RJ Motorsport team, I guess, are a bit different because they don't have so many cars in the Radical Championship like we saw a bit further up, but they, I guess, thrive at the club level racing that we have here with the 750 Motor Club, and they're experts at riding. Perhaps people that don't want to go on, like we just heard there from our previous driver who wants to go into GT racing, people here, this is what they want to do. They just want to race a quick sports prototype. These are really, really quick cars. They're the round his Donington Park circuit. They're quicker than the British touring cars, the British GT lap record, so they're very fast cars on a much lower budget, and you can pick up a quick Radical for something like £30,000, which is much lower than some of the higher levels of racing. The later Radicals, yeah, they're a bit more expensive, but this championship really is for the non-current Radicals. So we saw some of the SR3s, and there are PR6s as well, and perhaps we'll see some of those as we make our way down the pit lane here at Donington Park. And we've got more...
And my question that I would have for you as well, Josh, is how can we tell, if you see a few Radicals out on circuit, how do you know which one's the SR1, which is the SR8, which is the Mattel, and so on and so forth?
So we saw the SR1, that's a smaller car, it's got a smaller engine, it's got less power. These are the SR3s and some of the later cars and the RSXs. And you compare these to a PR6, these are 2-seaters, so you can see they've got a wider cockpit. The driver will sit on either the left or right hand side of the car because they are a road-going car. Not many people use them on the road. About an hour and a half up the road is Peterborough. That's where the cars are based. I did once see a Radical on the road. You don't see it very often. And so they're the 2-seater cars. And then we go a bit further down, we see the PR6s, which are central seats. They sit in the middle of the cockpit, as you would in a sports prototype Le Mans car.
So I'm going to have a little walk in and chat to the driver of this car, Mr. Ross Board. Ross, how's it going?
It's going all right. No damage so far. Can't complain.
Now, I thought I'd come in, obviously getting the car ready. You've got your race coming up soon. Talk us through the preparation that you have to do as a driver that the mechanics have to do.
There's some elite mental preparation going on, I can assure you of that. But mostly Pete and the team have been doing a great job in getting the car ready, making sure that I, with my limited skills, can get through this in a positive and decent outcome.
Yeah. Looks like nice fresh tyres on the car.
Fresh tyres, fresh car.
So what do you do then before the race, in the half an hour leading up to a race?
In this case, it's making sure the final instructions are well read, calm, controlled, no surprises, just get through nice and easy. I've got all year to mess something up, so let's not make it today.
Perfect. Well, best of luck in the race.
Thanks very much. Cheers. Bye-bye.
Right. So we're going to get out of everyone's way. Don't want to interrupt their preparation. They're reading the instructions, as they said, and I'm going to hand the mic back on over to Josh, so I don't have to keep pointing it at his face.
Yeah, one driver who's been a big part in supporting the Bike Sports Championship over the last few years is Leon Morrell, and he's got a new livery on the car this season as well. So if we can beckon Leon out of the garage, we will grab a word with him. Leon, if we can interrupt and bring you to the front of the garage, because we've got lots of things to talk about without the Bike Sports Championship, because all is new really this year, because we've got a new format. Tell us a bit about what we got to look forward to.
So myself and Charles Hall approached Giles at the end of last year and wanted some changes. The club was really receptive, took some great ideas on board. Charles has got a background of racing that's far greater than mine, so some of the structural things came from Giles and some of the format was Charles. But ultimately we've ended up with a really exciting new set of regs. Bigger grid numbers this year, lots of new people, some newcomers, which is fantastic as well to see. Yeah, I mean, race one we're going to have what we would call a reverse grid, so top 8 cars are going to be reversed. Fantastic, it's actually pretty close for those guys at the front, so they're going to be racing, and then there's a couple of quicker lads going to be trying to get through. So, I hope everyone can control themselves, and we have a successful race, and it proves a good addition to the championship. But only time will tell. We're all on our toes at the moment and waiting to see what the race provides.
Tell us a bit about the qualifying session. Conditions were fairly similar, I think. Donington Park was resurfaced a few years ago. Has that changed the grip levels in these conditions?
Yeah, I mean, I was really happy with my car then. I don't think the grip levels were bad. A couple of lads mentioned it was a bit slippy, but my car was lovely, and I don't think there's any grease. You know, like historically, like Donington, wetline, aeroplanes and stuff, the surface is a bit more coarse now. So yeah, I think there's a bit more grip. I mean, I was absolutely flat out in 6th gear through Craners, no lifting, and it felt nice. You know, it felt nice, challenging but nice.
Tell us a bit about the thinking behind a new livery for this year.
Yeah, so a couple of recycled body panels, a couple of new bits, new stickers, some new sponsors on board for this year, so thanks to those. Yeah, just freshen up really, nothing lasts forever. When I built the car, it was all built with second-hand parts, and obviously there's a few second-hand panels on it now, but you know, fundamentally it's in a lot nicer shape, it's a lot fresher, a lot tighter, and yeah, just nice, isn't it? Just keep it shiny. We all like a shiny car, don't we?
I was talking earlier about the speed of these cars, and is that what attracts you to the Bike Sports Championship?
Yeah, I mean, I've had some pretty fast road cars in the past, and I've had fast kit cars and stuff like that, but there is absolutely nothing that compares to these things. I mean, this to drive yesterday on slicks is actually mind-bending. You know, I've driven all sorts of racing cars, lucky enough now, I've been given opportunities in various stuff, and the SR3 is just bang for buck. You can't better it. It sounds like they're sponsoring the series, it sounds like I'm kissing ass, but you can't buy anything that doesn't depreciate. It's going up in value now, and just performs like that thing. They're just so good, and they're such a known quantity nowadays that all the teams have got them all figured out and have dealt with all their little quirks. Yeah, they really are a solid package. So anyone looking to get into anything racing-wise, or even move up from another championship, beautiful thing. Your money's you're tied up, but it's not gone. That's what I tell the wife anyway. But yeah, I mean, that car's gone up probably 10 grand in value while I've had it. So I don't see a reason why not to keep racing. You know, it's an investment, isn't it? Actually, that's what we tell the wife. So yeah. No, I mean, they're great cars, great championship, very respectful, nice guys, good paddock. You know what I mean? So yeah, it's all rosy at the moment. Let's see what it's like after race one, eh?
Well, best of luck, Liam. Hope all goes well.
Thank you very much.
So there's our reigning champion, Liam Morrell, trying to defend a title. Now, we spoke about lots of the radicals. We've got a Mattel here. We've got Ian Mattel. Ian, the qualifying didn't quite go to plan.
No, we've bent a valve in qualifying, so we've just swapped the engine. That's the old engine down there. So 2 hours rush to get the engine in, but they've just got it going. So I think we should be okay. I think we'll probably start. Well, we're third in qualifying because he only did a couple of laps. Yeah. So I think that'll make us 7th off of the first start, but we'll be nowhere for the second race because I don't think he's got a second lap. We'll just have to see. Charles enjoys it anyway, you know.
And we're doing a lot about the radicals. Tell us a bit about your car and how you come to designing this machine.
Well, yes, I mean, we designed this car. I started off by looking at the PR6 and thinking, you know, what can we do to design and to be able to beat that car? And now this car is 4 years old now, and we're doing quite different things with the aero to the radicals. So we'll just have to see. We've got a really good driver here in 89, so that'll be good competition for us. So we're really looking forward to this season.
And tell us a bit about the team, because it's a real family team here at Mattel.
That's right, yes. I mean, we started about 12 years ago, and Scott's running the team completely now, and I just sort of advise on the sides and try not to get my hands dirty too much. We've got an industrial unit and things are starting to take off, and yeah, I think we're running 12 cars again this year, so yeah, we're going to have a fun time.
Yeah, not just this championship, of course, F1000
right.
as well as Sports 1000.
Yeah, S Sports 1000. We've been doing development work on the Sports 1000. We're here testing last week. We've got a new design for the back of that Sports 1000, and I think we've got 5 or 6 F1000s as well. So yeah, we've got a pretty full season coming. But this is not a good start, but such is life.
Obviously, the longer race format, that's going to help.
Yeah, that'll make it interesting. We're looking forward to that. It'll be quite exciting with a stop in the middle of the second race and things. Yes, yeah. And of course, Scott's got experience of that with the Praga racing, so as has Charles. So yeah, that'll be good. We're looking forward to it. It was a good idea of them to do that, and we're looking forward to it.
I hope all goes well. Good to see you.
Thanks so much, Josh. Thank you.
So there's Ian Mattel, who runs the Mattel cars team. You can see the engine that he spoke about that broke in qualifying. They put the new engine in, and that's a real asset for 2 hours, he said, to change the engine, which they weren't planning to do, of course.
Yeah, it's absolutely crazy how quick some of the teams can just turn a car around after it's completely broken, let's say. And you see some of the big teams, whether it's Formula One, you think back to Max at Hungaroring, was it last year or 2 years ago, how quickly they got it turned around. But even here at the club level with a much smaller team of, you know, sometimes even 2-3 people, including the driver, they're able to get these things fixed super fast, have spares on hand, and they're out again for the next race.
That's right, and Charles Hall was the Class A champion last year, so took most of the victories. So definitely one driver to watch in the 2 races. The first of the bike sports races coming up after lunch, so it's not that long away now until this first race. The fastest driver in qualifying drove this car. This is a Radical PR6, I mentioned it earlier. We've got to one finally, so you can see the central seat on this car. It's a bit of an older car. The PR6 was sort of an early 2010 car that Radical Motorsport produced. And Shane Stoney returns to 750 Motor Club Racing this year. And Shane, we've got time for a quick chat. You're back with the 750 Motor Club, where you started over a decade ago.
Yeah, it's a long time ago. It's scary how long I've been racing now. But yeah, so we're back. First time out. First time drove the car in the wet. Not done a whole lot of running in the dry. Probably done about 20 laps in the dry. So I think people who do a full test day before the day are over prepared. So we're definitely not over prepared. We're massively on the back foot, but we'll see how we get on.
Qualifying went really well. Really quick lap time compared to others.
Yeah, I was pleasantly surprised because, I mean, we'd, again, not driven the car in the wet. We sort of guessed with everything. Weren't far off. A few things we needed to change, which we've done. So in this one, it'll either work or it won't. We'll find out. But yeah, no, really happy. Shame, obviously, Charles lost the engine, so we don't know where he would have ended up. So we're still a little bit unsure as to where we are pace-wise, because we're going to be quicker than Leon anyway. Because we've got a bit more power. So I don't know. We'll see.
We've had a talk about the difference between the SR3 and the PR6. You've driven both cars. Not so many laps in this one, but how do they differ as a driver?
From the bit I've felt, these feel a little bit more edgy than a 3. They're a little bit narrower. I think they're a fraction shorter, and they don't have quite as much aero. So they're quicker in a straight line. I think they're probably going to move around a little bit more. I don't know. I've not driven it enough to really, that we did one session yesterday, and I wasn't. It was like the first run I'd done, so I wasn't up to speed really. So we'll find out later in the day if it dries up, I suppose. But I mean, one thing I will say is they are definitely wetter than an SR3 or an SR1. They don't have a tray over the front of the seat, so all the water goes off the front wheel onto you, which is so I'm still very cold and wet. So. But
hope you warm up when the race gets started, which isn't far away, so I'll let you crack on.
No, cheers, thank you.
So there's Shane Stoney and Yusuf. We got a more expert view of what the differences are between the Radical PR6 and the Radical SR3, but drivers starting to get prepared. We aren't that far away, I don't think, from the race. We've got a busy afternoon of racing. We've had 3 races so far. There are 6 categories here. There are therefore 8 more races to come this afternoon, so lots to look forward to. And as always, there's a great variety of racing with the 750 Motor Club. We've got the endurance race for the Porsches. We've seen the Mazda 7s and the Thought Specials kit car type of cars. We've seen the BMW, so fast tin tops, road derivative cars, and then we've also got 750 Formula to come as well as bike sports. And again, that's a sports prototype kind of thing, but they're all cars that drivers have designed themselves in 750 Formula, and a championship which dates back to 1949. You mentioned Formula 1. That didn't quite started then, so it's a great history the 750 Motor Club has.
Yeah, it's a huge history at 750, and you talk about, I think you mentioned that it was wet as well. Sun's out now, so yeah, it should be fun, particularly for, I think it was Paul Cook, if I remember correctly, who had the slicks out on in that BMW Championship race earlier on, so we'll see how the track evolves. Now, I was hoping that we could jump into one final garage, hopefully with a driver who hasn't already kitted up, because I know the ones in here have. So if the next one is clear, I want to get one of them to give me a tour of the car and show where all of the buttons are, what everything does, because I think it's very easy, especially for us as commentators. We're so used to seeing the cars out on circuit, but we never get to see inside the car. And I think for viewers at home, it's quite nice to see what a driver sees, right, from inside the cockpit. So we have one of our drivers here. Hello.
Hi, how are you?
I'm looking for a car Radical tour. Could you give us one?
I'm just about to go out, unfortunately. So.
No.
Yeah.
A very quick one.
Great car, great fun. I've only been racing a couple of years, so probably started too high up the ladder, but it's much more fun driving a real racing car than some starter car, although I'd probably do better in a starter car.
Can we have a quick look inside the car?
Yeah, by all means.
Right, you talk us through it, you show us.
Louis will show you.
Hello, Lewis.
Hi there, you're right.
So what do we have in here?
It's a SR3 RSX. What engine have we got?
I just want to know about all of the controls, all of the switches. Tell all of the wonderful people who are watching on YouTube and the 750 MC channel what everything is doing in here.
So at the minute we've got this lead plugged in here. That's preheating the oil. It's got to be at 50 degrees before it goes out. It's fairly basic in terms of controls. You've got the wheel. It's got flappy paddles on the back to change up and down. Obviously, being a motorbike engine, it's a little bit unusual shifting pattern, let's say. But yeah, it's fairly user friendly. And brake bias, the driver can adjust the brake bias on the left-hand side there whilst he's driving, and then the display screen, it's got his lap times on, speed, engine speed, and all the sort of temperatures and things. You got to keep the temperatures in a set range, so we blank off the radiators and things to get the temperatures the right degrees. And other than that, it's it's fairly simple in the cockpit. Really, it's no Formula One car. So.
And I heard from some other teams as well mentioning how they had the, I forget what they call it, but the perspex bit over the top, which stops some rain getting in. This one doesn't have it, so does the driver get a little bit soaked then?
Yeah, he's a bit exposed to the elements, I guess. It's got a bit of epoxy screen thing there, but it's, I think when the adrenaline's going and you're racing, you're not bothered about whether you're wet or not, But, so, right, we better get him strapped in here. So he's he's good in the wet. So let's hope he, I hope he has some fun and has a good race. So.
Absolutely. Well, thank you very much for the tour, and we'll be keeping a keen eye out during the race.
No worries. All right, take care.
So I'm quite glad we got that. We'll try to come out without tripping over anyone or getting run over. But I quite like that. So preheating the oil as well before, which I guess if you're racing in something like the tin tops, you don't really have to do. You just start up the car, out you go.
Yeah, these are thoroughbred race cars, aren't they? Like you just heard from there, and that's why people love them, because they're quick cars, they're proper racing cars, and they do proper lap times. In the lap record around here, 1:05, something like that. Last year, the historic series was here with the Peugeot 908, which won Le Mans, and that was only about 5 seconds quicker. So these cars are really close to Le Mans winning lap time. Now I've spotted someone over here. We've got a few moments because the car's heading up towards the collection area. It'll be a few minutes before we get any racing underway. Now we've spoke about the cars a lot. The engines all these cars have, as the name suggests, are bike engine cars. Bike engines that then can put into cars. And somebody knows a lot more about those than I do is this man over here, which is Richard Webb, and I'm going to grab you, Richard, if that's okay. Talking about the Bike Sports Championship, you know a lot more than I do about the engines, so tell us about them and what you have to do to prepare them for car racing.
Yeah, so I mean, the engines go through, general stages. Obviously, a lot of them, well, all of the engines here will be dry sumped. It's the biggest thing when converting, a high booster engine. They've got other weaknesses in there which we address ourselves and Radical. So yeah, I mean, they're all predominantly 1500s here on the grid. There are a few 1340cc motors in Class A, and then obviously Charles here with the 1000cc Gixxer motor.
And how many of them come out of your factory?
I think we've probably got at least 10 here today, which is always nice to see.
And obviously this isn't the only championship you deal with. I guess the Sports 1000 Championship, and importantly the Cup 200 category in particular.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so obviously we've got a lot of the engines as well in Sports 1000 and Cup 200, which we started doing a few years ago as well. So as well as a lot of hill climb motors and sprinters and stuff like that we look after.
And you obviously drove the Cup 200 car last year. Tell us what it was like to drive and why people should get involved.
Yeah, I mean the Cup 200, it's great cost-effective racing. I mean it's really close racing. Everything's locked down by the ECU and the engine. It's a sealed engine from ourselves, sealed ECU, the Life Racing ECU. It's just really affordable motorsport.
And for yourself, you doing any much racing this season?
I was here actually last weekend with the Cup 400, which is a derivative of the 200. But yeah, I'll be keeping my toe in a few bits and bobs, but not campaigning for a championship this year.
I know you already won the Sports 1000 Championship. Driving those types of cars, similar to these, he's obviously got the aero. And I know you came from bike racing. What sort of the differences going from bike racing to actually racing cars?
I mean, for me, mainly it's the safety thing, which is why I got off two wheels, but I still got the same buzz. It's trying to get your head around really with the aero side of things, and It's different, but I think certainly transitioning that way from 2 wheels to 4 wheels is a lot easier than maybe going the other way. But yeah, I've never looked back ever since I've got on 4 wheels. I really enjoy it.
I guess that's the thing that's a bit more prominent at the moment with Valentino Rossi and his exploits, which have been very impressive.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, no, definitely. So.
And in this race, who do you think we should be looking out for? It's a very interesting grid we've got.
Yeah, it is. And reverse grid, I think what the club have tried to do this year is brilliant. It's bringing a new flavour to everything. We've obviously got reverse grid for this race 1 and then the pit stop race in race 2. But there'll always be, certainly Charles, who's just drove out, they've done an amazing job to get that car back out there. So he'll be one to watch for sure. And then we've got Stoney in the PR6, who just was absolutely incredible in qualifying. That thing was on fire. So yeah, no, I'm really looking forward to it.
Thanks, Richard. Thanks for taking up some of your time. So we've heard from a lot of people, Yusuf, over the last 3/4 hour or so. The cars have all left, which means we're not very far away from racing. We're getting for a full afternoon here at Donington Park.
Yeah, I think it's something like 6 more races. The track's drying up. We're going to see the radicals out first, and hopefully they dry it up or dry up the circuit a little bit. And I always think as well, it makes that little bit more exciting when you have the changeable conditions, because it's no longer about how good are you in the wet, how good are you with those damp and tricky conditions, but how well do you adapt? How well do you constantly push the limits every single lap in a race? And if you don't, the whole group of cars behind you are going to be slowly catching you up. So we have a lot to look forward to this afternoon.
Yeah, and they're longer races this year as well, so looking after the tyres, if the track does dry out for about 25 minutes, actually is going to be really interesting, and that's something that I and Ian will look forward to over the 25 minutes, which is coming up soon. So I think we'll be able to head to a short break, and then we will build up further to the opening round of the Radical Bike Sports Championship for 2024.
And a very warm welcome back to Donington Park after the lunch break. Those of you who've been watching the Aim Shop live stream will have enjoyed the pit walk there with Yusuf and Josh talking to a number of personalities connected with the Radical Bike Sports Championship. We're going to see the cars out on circuit for that very shortly. But this is the first event of the 750 Motor Club season. We had 3 races before lunch. We've got 8 more to come after the break with 6 different categories represented in total. You'll hear from myself, Ian Sloan, and Josh Barrett alongside me in the commentary box, and Yusuf bin Sahel down in the pit lane during the course of the day. And we are going to be underway in around about 7 or 8 minutes time with the first race after the lunch break, which is the Radical Bike Sports Championship. Also got racing this afternoon for Race Part 750 Formula, the Carmel Porsche Trophy, which is a 40-minute mini endurance race, and then 5 more sprint races, the Freaky Park Sports Specials Championship, the BMW Car Club Racing Championship, the Aim Shop Mazda 7 Championship, and rounding out the day with the Bike Sports and the 750 Formula once again. Josh Barrett, who's just been outside, has come back and reported that it stopped raining. It is looking a little bit less dull than it was earlier on today, and still not too much rain, but I think it's going to be a very gradual process for the circuit drying out during the course of the afternoon. Of course, we're on the 1.98 mile national circuit here this weekend rather than the Grand Prix loop, and it's already given us some very good racing indeed in the 3 races that we had during the course of this morning. I can see that marshals are already on the grid. They're waiting for cars to receive the Bike Sports drivers before they go off on their green flag lap. It's a rolling start that they will have, of course, and the other circuit vehicles and marshals just making their way back to position ahead of the first race of the afternoon, which is, as I say again, before the Radical Bike Sports Championship. So Bike Sports up next. It's some of the fastest racing we'll have probably all season here at Donington Park actually, and certainly during the course of today, although of course we'll not see lap record pace during the course of this afternoon. The lap record for these cars, by the way, are 105.86 for Scott Mittell in the dry. The best lap time this morning in qualifying was set by Shane Stoney, who we heard from there with Josh Barrett. He did a 113.846 in that Radical PR6 this morning, so we're probably around about 8 seconds off a dry time, but conditions are improving, and I don't know if we spotted what sort of tyres everyone was going for, but certainly I think it will be a drying track, and it is a 25-minute race. It is a fairly long race by sprint race standards. Due format for this season with a slightly shorter qualifying session and longer races, 25-minute races that they have this year, each with a little idiosyncrasy. The first race with this top 8 of the field reversed, and the second, which is set by the grid, is set by the second fastest qualifying times. That has a pit stop, a mandatory pit stop in the middle chunk of the race, with the top 5 drivers from the first race having a penalty applied to their pit stop of 2, 4, 6, 8 or 10 seconds as well. So it could really shake things up a little bit in bike sports this season. The cars are gathered in the assembly area now on the Grand Prix loop behind the pit complex here at Donington Park. They left their garages a little while ago, and shortly they'll be released out onto the circuit ahead of this race. Last year, of course, the champion was Leon Morel, and again we heard from him during the course of that pit lane walkabout with Josh Barrett. He's back out in his Radical SR3 in Class B, which is for the production motorbike engines. There's the Class A for the tuned motorbike engines as well, but you find that there's very much a mix and match of performance. And Charles Hall, who was last year's Class A champion and overall runner-up, he's back out there as well, but he did have that engine drama that we were hearing about, which was necessitated an engine change in the Mittell, so we'll see what he can do in this race as well. But both of the 2 class champions from last year are here to try to defend their respective titles, And I'm really looking forward to the 25-minute race that we've got ahead of us. 19 cars that we had out in qualifying this morning for the Bike Sports Championship. Predominantly Radicals, as befitting the new title sponsor, Radical Motorsport, giving the name to the championship for the season. Great to have additional backing for Radical, who are keen to make this the racing home for non-current Radical models. But we also do have Mittel, and we had an ADR out in qualifying. We'll see if we see Daniel Wrigglesworth. He only completed 4 laps in qualifying on the grid as well. But predominantly Radicals, PR6, SR3, RSX, RS, and the undesignated SR3s as well. Also got an SR1 out there as well. So a variety of different types of Radical within that. I think we're about to get the cars released out onto the circuit ahead of this race. Josh Barrett has made his way back up to the commentary box, and Josh, it was interesting to hear from those drivers and other people associated with the championship a few moments ago.
That's right, yeah, we got to hear from some new drivers who aren't necessarily going to do a full season. We're going to using this as a good way to begin their season, and then heard from returning drivers from last season, like Liam Morrell, or returning people to the 750 Motor Club, like Shane Stoney, who won the Sax Max Championship all those years ago, and he is back and impressed. And we heard from Richard Webb how impressed he was with the lap time that Shane Stoney put in. And Shane said he hasn't really driven this car very much. At the Snetterton track day, the car was more often in the garage than it was on the circuit. This is the car that Alistair Smart raced pretty successfully over the last few seasons. He's moved on to a different model of car that's not eligible for this championship. So Shane Stoney has purchased it, and he's going to be a force to be reckoned with, I think, Ian, over the course of the season. Interesting also to hear from him, because he's raced SR3s a bit. He's a Burkitt relay winner in an SR3. How his early impressions are of how the two cars differ.
Yeah, it'd be very interesting to see how he adapts to this. He's obviously gone very well in qualifying as well. Very experienced now. He was saying, of course, he started out racing with the 750 Motor Club in Sax Max a long time ago now, 15 years or so, or getting on 15 years ago, I would think it would be. And he's sort of come full circle, back racing with us in the Radical Bike Sports Championship. We have the cars now heading out of the assembly area, coming onto the grid. So they will grid up here, and then they'll go off onto the green flag lap, which will be behind the 750 Motor Club safety car, which is there, the Renault Megane I can see just heading past our commentary box window now, and it will lead them around on the green flag lap, and if all is well, we will get the red lights going out at the end of that, and we'll be into 25 minutes of racing. No mandatory pit stops in this first race, it's just a straight race, but we do have the top 8 from qualifying first, so let's see if we can perhaps now bring you the grid for this first of 2 Radical Bike Sports Championship races of the day. So pole position has gone the way of Andrew Fido in number 12, and besides him is James Keeville in number 19. So they were 8th and 7th respectively in qualifying. The second row of the grid has got Philip Brown in number 11 and Peter Tyler in number 80. Third row is Daniel Headlam in 55 and Charles Hall, last year's Class A champion, number 77. Then on row 4 of the grid you have number 1 Leon Morrell and 89 Shane Stoney, who was fastest in qualifying by the thick end of 2 seconds. Row 5 is number 16, which is Alana Carter, and number 17, which is Miles Drew. 21 is the Daytona Motorsport boss, Charles Graham, and Stephen Larkham, number 93. On to row 7, that's where you find Doug Carter in 5 and Mark Grayson in 30. 18 Samuel Shaw and 29 Andrew Hurst are on the 8th row. Then it's Ian Charles in 24 and Ross Board number 2 on row 9, and Daniel Wrigglesworth number 4 is the last qualifier.
I think they're all there too, Ian, so good to see the ADR making its debut in the hands of Daniel Wrigglesworth in the championship at the back. Good to see a current British touring car driver is watching along on 750 Motor Club TV.
Okay.
Darryl De Leon, who we just heard from Sam Shaw, his mate, back from the karting days. He's watching along at home. Darryl De Leon, who made his BTCC debut last season, watching along. We heard from Sam. He's the only SR1 on the grid, so he's not going to be featured right at the front of the pack. But He's going to be one to watch in one of his first races in that car. I think probably the youngest driver on the grid too, 19 years of age, from Hampshire. Started racing when he was 6 years of age in kart, and he made the karting world finals back in 2023. So maybe a driver to watch for the future.
Absolutely. So the green flag waves and the rolling lap is underway, and this is really the only opportunity for the drivers to assess how much grip there might be in these conditions. It seems noticeably drier than it was before lunch, but you can still see there are patches where there's standing water offline, and that's something that these drivers will need to be mindful of.
In the pit stop race later, presumably you can change tyres and see how quickly you can do it. In a race which there's no mandatory pit stop, you can still make a pit stop and change tyres, but presumably you would lose too much time doing that. There's the ADR that we mentioned for 37-year-old Daniel Wrigglesworth from North Yorkshire, making his racing debut today in the ADR Sport 2, which has a 1 litre engine. So great to have that out. I think Charles Hall once raced an ADR at Brands Hatch in this championship a few years ago, but then switched to that car there, the Mattel. But good to have another make of car on the grid.
Yep, and that car built by Daniel's father from a Bear chassis, and he describes it as a better Frankenstein with parts being sourced from left, right and centre. Up front though, it's about the radicals, but also we've got to see what Charles Hall can do. He didn't get a representative lap time in and in qualifying. He's had to have that engine changed, of course, so he's going to line up on the third row of the grid, so we'll see what he can do from there.
Andrew Fido on pole position, though, I think for the first time in this championship. The driver from Western Supermare is a multiple gearbox karting champion before we moved into car racing in 2020. He finished third in the Class A Championship a couple of seasons ago, but I think this is his first chance to go from pole. And alongside him, James Keevil, who I think made his debut at the end of last season in bike sports, so more traditionally raced sort of historic cars, close to the land. So a big change of car for him, and he sees himself on the front row of the grid. Alongside, again, not a terribly experienced driver in these types of cars, Andrew Fido, only in his fifth season.
So down they come, past the engine room into the Robert chicane. The safety car lights are out, so it will just, I think, try and accelerate away from the pack a little bit to allow itself to pull safely into the pit lane. And the 25-minute race for the Radical Bike Sports Championship, with the top 8, of course, from qualifying reversed on the grid, so expect some overtaking in particular in the early laps. It's about to get underway for the first time this season. They're maintaining 2x2 formation as they come up to the line, and the lights are out and away they go then. And heading down towards Redgate Corner for the first time, it is Andrew Fido, but it's the Mattel up on the inside. It's about 2/3 of the width of the leading Radical. It isn't leading anymore though, and it spins. Andrew Fido spins, and there's cars going either side of him. Couple travelling through the gravel, 3 or 4 of them through the gravel. So the pole position driver out of the race, and having another spin there is Mark Grayson. I think they've just about avoided contact there, but that was a little bit messy. So Fido, the spinner, initiating all of that. There's Shane Stoney. He's going to second place already at the expense of the number 19 car of James Keevil, but it is Charles Hall in the Mattel that leads.
That's right. Leon Morel was the one who was, I think, fairly cautious at the start. He said to me he was going to be cautious. It's a long race. I don't think that message was really sent to Charles Hall and Shane Stoney. They're through from the beginning. There is Morel. I think perhaps he got caught up in that spin. He's further back here. I think even went from where he started. He's not in the same class though as the top 2, so perhaps realising not needing to push on because of that. So here come the leaders. Stoney's already with Mattel, as Ian Mattel was telling us before the race. They're very different looking cars, these two machines. The MC41R, Charles Hall, who won majority of the races last year. Meanwhile, a spinner there is
Andrew Hurst.
That's right, yes.
At the moment there in the blue Radical.
And James Keevil for the pit lane, the driver who was, I think, in third position.
Stoney's into the lead. Hall is trying to fight back, though, as they go into Redgate for the second time. But Stoney, fastest in qualifying by 1.8 seconds, has now got into the lead. He's already starting to show Charles Hall a clean pair of heels there. And then the gap back to third place which is a spin for the ADR of Daniel Wrigglesworth. He'll be able to continue. It's Philip Brown in the number 11 car in third. I think Peter Tyler, number 80, is in fourth position.
Yes, and it's Brown that leads Class B for those standard engine cars. You mentioned Charles Hall working at the wheel. Oh, we've got Peter Tyler off the road now. Regular in the Radical Cup. Peter Tyler, I think, making his bike sports debut possibly today, but he's on the grass. Tricky conditions, perhaps wetter than some drivers may have thought it would have been. There is Philip Brown then, who is, I think, in third position in his SR3 RSX, as a lot of the Class B cars are. He is being chased now by Leon Morel, who started the lap about 3 seconds behind him, so he's a lot quicker at this stage. Meanwhile, Shane Stoney goes up across the line and sets a 1 minute 14.1, and that is, I think, to be quicker than he went in qualifying, Ian.
Yeah, 1:13.8 in fact in qualifying, so
nearly.
about 3/10 outside that, but give it time. I'm sure he will indeed go faster, and a problem there for number 17. That's Miles Drew, the local driver from Nottingham. He's had a spin coming out of the Robert chicane just adjacent to the pit lane entrance there. So hopefully he'll be able to get going. But Shane Stoney, meanwhile, at the end of lap 2, leads by just over 3 seconds, and then there's about another 5 seconds between Charles Hall, number 77, and Philip Brown, the Class B leader. Leon Morel's up to second place within Class B. He made up 3 places on that lap, and he was only just over a tenth behind Brown at the start of the lap. He might be through by now.
Peter Tyler's got back going from that spin. He's there in 12th position after rejoining the 64-year-old from Brighton. He's been racing for a decade now. He's in the SR3 XXR. That's the latest model of Radical.
I think Morel probably is through, by the way, as we're looking at the number 18 car. That's the SR1 of Sam Shaw.
19-year-old from Hampshire in a 2022 model of Radical SR1, ex-Ben Casey and Oscar Joyce car, so a successful car run by DW Racing, and he runs in 7th place, much higher than he qualified.
Miles Drew still not going. He's up against the barriers there on the inside or the outside of the circuit.
One driver who's progressed from starting outside the top 8 is Alana Carter. She's up into 5th position. The Canadian who raced in GT Cup last year, I think was the first ever person to race a Lotus Emira GT4 car worldwide, and now she makes her bike sports debut. Qualified outside the top 8, she's up into 5th and catching Philip Brown.
Yeah, I was just going to say that. Brown has lost out on the Class B lead to Leon Morel, which is not a surprise. Leon Morel, last year's champion. Actually, Morel has pulled out about 4 seconds over Philip Brown already, but he's not lapping as quick as the 2 leaders, the 2 Class A cars. They are in different classes. Points are scored within the individual classes rather than the overall finishing position. There has been a change to the regulations, though, in terms of the point scoring, because now you only need at least 3 starts in your class to pick up maximum points rather than 6, because that is something that did kind of come into play at times last season, although I think it did balance it out over the course of the year.
Plenty of cars here, though, today.
Yes.
Alana Carter, possibly the only driver to win a Canadian Dirt Late Models Championship to race with the 750 Motor Club, and she is catching Philip Brown down in towards the Robert chicane. So the gap at the start of the lap was 1.6 seconds, possibly a little bit less than that now, and they're already into lap traffic, aren't they? That's Andrew Hurst who had that spin a little bit earlier on, but Carter was over a second quicker on that previous lap, having her first race in a Radical, very different to the car that she raced last year, and even more different to what she raced back in Canada a few seasons ago.
Yeah, so this is the battle for 4th place. It's also for 2nd place in Class B. Alana Carter there in the RSX. Philip Brown in the RSX as well. Turning their way through the old hairpin. Making their way now up towards Starkey's Bridge. Andrew Hirsch was the next car coming through there. Here they are at Schwantz Curve, named for the motorcycle ace.
On the last lap, Leon Morel was 5 seconds quicker than Charles Hall. Possibly yellow flags and traffic slowed Stoney and Hall on that last lap. But we'll keep an eye on that, whether Leon Morel, although he's in a different class, can go after the top 2 overall.
Yeah, there's yellow flags, isn't there, down into the chicane because of that Miles Drew car that has spun. So if they got a back marker just going into that, that would have probably cost them quite a few seconds. So that would have compressed the gap a little bit temporarily.
Yeah, because the cars towards the rear of the field are 20 seconds slower. That shows you how tricky the conditions are. You've got some very quick drivers at the front. less experienced drivers on the field, on the track as well. I think we heard from Yusuf, who spoke to someone who said they jumped into the deep end racing one of these cars early in their career. Here's the battle though for fourth position between Philip Brown and Alana Carter. I think Carter's in the Formula woman-backed car, isn't she, that was unveiled at the Autosport International Show in January, programme that brought her to the UK last year. And then Shane Stoney, a lap in. The cars are battling over 14th and 15th positions. Ian Charles is one of those, and Mark Grayson the other. And they're side by side now as they head down here towards the Robert Chicane. Grayson, the 50-year-old from London, who started racing back in 2015, goes through ahead of Ian Charles, a long-time 750 Motor Club racer.
Yeah, and Grayson involved in the delays on the opening lap as well, so he's coming back from that. Talking of delays on the first lap, Andrew Fido's 8th at the moment, isn't he? So we're watching Peter Tyler slice his way past Stephen Larkin, who's already been a race winner this season at Kirkiston. Was that last weekend, I think it was, in the Northern Ireland Motorsports Championship. So Stephen Larkin, a regular at Kirkiston.
He's just been passed by the driver who spun on lap 1, Peter Tyler. So Tyler back into the top 10. How high up the order can he get, I wonder? He now gets another as he goes past Doug Carter, another long-time racer, 2017 Class A champion, a 3-time Burkitt Relay winner. The next car on Tyler's list is a lapped car, that's Andrew Hurst, so that's no problem. Through he goes. He's up into 9th position now, going with Andrew Fido, so 2 spinners on the first lap progressing together, Ian.
Yeah, absolutely right. As we're watching Doug Carter go through, he's got Charles Graham just behind him now as the pack has shuffled.
Yeah, so you've got a couple of Burkitt Relay winners together here.
Yeah.
Carter, who won in 13, 14 and 16. Graham, more recently, in 2019 and 21.
Yeah, Charles Graham, the boss of Daytona Motorsport. And, yeah, I can say regular at the Burkitt Relay race as well in recent seasons. Shane Stoney has actually done a better lap than the one on screen. He's done a 1:14.135, so he's still quite below his qualifying time, interestingly. And I guess that might just be the matchup of the tyres and the setup to these particular conditions, which are probably in some ways the trickiest of all now, but it's just a bit greasy, isn't it, rather than necessarily full wet. It's not streaming wet now.
We've seen how tricky it is. A number of cars have not been on the road throughout. Now, James Keevil, after pitting, is back out, isn't he? He's a couple or 3 laps behind, but is about the 6th fastest person in the race. So he may gain positions from 18th before the end. Now, Doug Carter versus Charles Graham down in towards the Robert Chicane. You can see there the Class A car of Carter, more powerful, stays ahead in a straight line compared to the Daytona Motorsport backed SR3.
Gets good exit out of the chicane. Does Graham? Is he going to be able to make a challenge to Redcliffe? No, I don't think he is. Doug Carter, long-time racer with the 750 Motor Club in bike sports. Before that, in what was then RGB, he's now Sports 1000 as well. A drive from up in Cumbria, so does a lot of commuting for his racing with the 750 Motor Club. He's running in 9th place at the moment. This is the fight for 9th and 10th position, heading down through the Craner curves. By the way, it is number 89, Shane Stoney, that still leads as these two get side by side into the old hairpin. Can Graham go all the way around the outside there? I think he has, you know. Yep, good move. So Charles Graham up into 9th place, Doug Carter down to 10th. It is, as I was saying, Shane Stoney, number 89, leading by 10 seconds from number 77, Charles Hall. And number 1, Leon Morel, is 3rd, but he's not catching the top 2.
And there is Shane Stoney. He's just lapping this battle that we've been watching, which is the battle for 9th position. That is how quick Shane Stoney is going. He's consistently lapping in the 1:14s. That'd be the other reason. Perhaps the lap times aren't as quick. They have more fuel for this longer race, of course. And talking to Scott Mattel at the Sefton pre-season track day a few weeks ago, he was slightly concerned if the fuel tank in the Mattel would last 25 minutes. So the wet race might help that.
Yeah.
Because not using so much fuel in these conditions and lapping about 10 seconds or so off a dry time. But on the previous lap, Charles Hall did do a personal best, a 1 minute 15.0. That was still slower than Stoney did on the same lap. And we look at Shane Stoney Now then, the 29-year-old from Yorkshire, who was also a Burkitt Relay winner. There's lots of them on the grid. He won in 2020, but he was the Radical SR1 champion back in 2019. He's twice been a Mini Challenge champion, and back in 2011 he won the Saxmax Championship.
Yeah, so 13 years ago then that he won that. He'd been 16 at the time, I guess. When Saxmax, the Citroen Saxo-based tin top category race for junior drivers between 14 and 17 years of age. It was quite a shock to see Shane Stoney with wrinkles when you were interviewing him just there. Anyway, we've got 16 and 55 doing battle here. So this is Carter and Daniel Headlam now who's caught her. So Carter's not been able to do anything about Philip Brown, and if anything now she's having to focus on defence here, because Daniel Headlam is challenging. He was about 0.3 of a second faster on the last lap, and in terms of best laps, it's actually been nearly 2 seconds a lap faster, so possibly only a matter of time before Headlam finds his way up into the top 5 in a podium position for Class B as well.
And the aim shot fastest lap goes to Shane Stoney. He's done it. He's into the 1 minute 13. It's a 1 minute 13.774. But incident there, which Alana Carter's got it caught up with, I think, the slower car of Andrew Hurst, who puts his arms up in the air. So I'm not sure he's terribly impressed about what happened. Not really sure what happened there.
I think he went off on his own. I think Alana Carter kind of went off in sympathy.
Now, how's she going to get this going with another car almost right in front of her?
Yeah, that's the problem, isn't it? She would want to be heading there.
The Road to Racing, you see on the side of the car, I believe it's a Canadian company that supports her. But I don't think she's going to be getting out the gravel particularly rapidly. It's
very unfortunate that they've ended up in that particular position, both of those drivers. I think that probably is going to spell effectively the end of their races. So they're off in the gravel trap up at McLean's. We've got 11.5 minutes of the race left to go. Charles Hall, you've just seen going through the back of picture in second place. He's currently 14 seconds or so behind the race leader. There's Andrew Fido. He's up to 7th now after that spin on the first lap, which caused all kinds of chaos at Redgate. Peter Tyler had an incident of his own as well. So they're both recovering after early drama, and they are battling now over what will be 6th and 7th after the demise of Alana Carter.
Albeit a lap down, I think, because Shane Stoney ahead of them on the road. I don't think he's going to lap everybody, but if we don't need an interruption, he may lap most. Well, he has lapped most, I guess.
Lapped up to 4th, I should think.
Dan Headlam now, he's cleared Alana Carter. She's in the gravel. He's not that far behind Philip Brown, 1.7 seconds. So that is a battle to look out for. Dan Headlam, the 31-year-old from Bedfordshire. Our hard-working Donington Park Marshals are trying to sort the situation out up there at McLean's. And we are going to get a safety car, I think, because this is going to take a lot longer than what would like to happen under local wave yellows. But a big thank you to all of the marshals here this weekend. I'm sure there's a number who are here on Friday and Saturday at another meeting.
Yes, absolutely.
And it's not, as we said earlier, not been the nicest morning. It's better now. Now the rain has stopped, but we wouldn't be able to go racing without the marshals. They are a vital part of not just this race meeting, but every race meeting this weekend and throughout the country on every weekend of the year, on what is a busy season that we are looking forward to in 2024.
And 750 Motor Club are now renewing efforts to encourage marshals to take part in marshal at 750 Motor Club events. I think the raffle has returned. That was always a popular part of the 750 Motor Club meeting. It was paused during COVID and is now returning. But there are other sort of marshal perks as well. We do try to look after the marshals at 750 Motor Club because as Josh says, they're absolutely vital, and there's probably a diminishing number of them as well, and certainly more and more events for them to cover. So we're under caution here at Donington Park for the first time this season in the Radical Bike Sports Championship. The leader, I can tell you, is number 89, Shane Stoney, in the yellow and black Radical PR6. Second is number 77, Charles Hall. So there's back markers directly behind the leader. 77, Charles Hall, is in second place in the Mattel MC41R, number 77. Third is number 1, that's Leon Morel, the Class B leading car in the Radical SR3 RSX. Fourth is number 11, a similar car for number 11, Philip Brown. Fifth now is number 55, Daniel Headlam, another RSX. And running out the top 6 is number 12, Andrew Fido, in the Radical SR3 RS. 7th is number 80, Peter Tyler. 8th is number 21, Charles Graham. 9th is number 5, Doug Carter. And it's Stephen Larkham, number 93, rounding out the top 10. The snatch vehicle is now on the scene up at Coppice. The ADR, by the looks of it, is down to into the pit lane, so that's the car of Daniel Wrigglesworth. It's prematurely pulling out of the race, I'm afraid to say, but it's nice to see that car out there, something a bit different. Hopefully he'll be back out for race 2. As Marshall just trying to give Alana Carter some directions away from the circuit to explain to her what's going to go on. And hopefully once that car is moved, it won't be quite such a drama to move the other car down there of Andrew Hurst. But we've only got 7 3/4 minutes of this race to go. We're going to get at least one more lap after this underneath the safety car.
It's been a very impressive drive by Shane Stoney, hasn't it? Pulling clear of Charles Hall, who won almost all of the races last year. He won 9 of the 12, and I think in a couple of them he didn't finish when he didn't win, and the other he was on slicks in a wet race. So Shane Stoney's doing a great job here, and to have someone like Richard Webb say, wow, that was an impressive qualifying session, someone who we've been impressed by many a times, how quick he can drive these types of car, and for someone who's experienced like Shane Stoney but not driven this car very much, even more impressive. And so many people say how difficult the PR6s are to drive in these type of conditions. Shane said they're a lot more twitchy than the SR3. I think our colleague Marcus Pye always describes the PR6 as being more slippery through the air but don't have as much downforce as the SR3. So in these conditions, surely you'd think it might be it would suit the other cars. But Shane has impressed in that car.
Yep, certainly has. Meanwhile, Alana Carter's car had been pulled out of harm's way, and she's actually managed to get it back out onto the circuit. So it's now spinning gravel around the track, but she's back out on circuit at least.
I'm not overly convinced that's what their marshals were expecting, how they were watching on.
No.
But it is a quick way of getting rid of the car, isn't it? So we haven't got to pick that up later.
Absolutely. So it's Andrew Hurst's car now out of the way as well. We'll find out in a moment. It's about to be out of the way.
So we are going to get a few laps then, aren't we, of racing? I think.
Yeah. We should certainly get some more racing action before the end. The sun is almost coming out as well, Josh, which is nice.
It's only brightened up during the course of our pit walkabout at lunchtime, which is good because it did start a little bit drizzly, but that didn't last too long, thankfully. So when may the circuit dry out during the course of the afternoon? That's what a lot of teams will be looking for, particularly in the bike sports and the 750 Formula, where there's a choice of slick or wet tyres. I would imagine in the remaining categories which run on list 1 tyres, so treaded tyres, they'll be going to their drier tyre throughout the rest of the day, unless it rains again, of course.
Yeah, safety car lights still on at the moment. We'll see if they do manage to get them out and get this race underway at the end of this lap. We're working lap 14 of the race. We've got 5 minutes almost exactly left to go. And if they do get going this time, they'll probably get 3 laps, maybe 4.
I think the snatch vehicle's got to go back up to Coppice. So.
Yeah, that's the thing that might delay us. There's Alana Carter still circulating, so she didn't just head to the pits. I think we're going to get one more lap behind the safety car, but it should now be a slightly quicker lap behind the safety car now that they know that the incident is essentially clear.
It's interesting though, the back straight looks pretty dry. Then turn into the chicane, there are puddles still around, so you certainly wouldn't want to be on slicks yet. Whether anyone will risk that in 750 Formula, unlikely I'd imagine, but we shall see.
So 4 minutes 18 safety car laps have been taking 10.5 minutes. I think we can get a little bit of time off that, so I reckon we'll get probably 2 more laps of racing, I would think, at the end of this.
Yeah, at least, I would think.
Depending on how quick this lap is, we might get a 3rd lap.
We mentioned the other cars got going as well, hasn't it? Perhaps that is what the drivers were told, so continue. We mentioned how Daniel Wrigglesworth is making his racing debut here today. So is Ross Board, number 2, and he's having a better race. He's in 13th position, the 34-year-old from Devon, in another actually of the SR3 XXRs, the latest model of Radical. He's one of the drivers with RJ Motorsport, Josh Smith's outfit, that are running so many of the cars here this weekend. He posted about loading up on Saturday, I think, before testing yesterday. And again, Josh Smith, somebody else that's been a part of 750 Motor Club Racing for some years now.
A long time. He started as a teenager as well in RGB as a 16-year-old, remember, racing alongside his father in that particular championship. But as I say, in recent times he has been more focused on the preparation and running the team. We have seen him out on occasion, both with 750 Motor Club and at Castle Combe as well.
He did a full season, didn't he, a few years ago, and was a championship contender.
Yeah.
In bike sports.
So it's certainly a noticeably quicker lap up behind the safety car this time. So I think we're all happy to see that the safety car is now going to sprint away with its lights off. Shane Stoney then effectively controlling the pace. How many cars are there between himself and Charles Hall? I think there's three cars. Yeah, Charles Hall just hiding behind the timing tower for those of you watching the live stream. So Shane Stoney can try and make the best of this rolling restart. He's got Andrew Fido behind him. He's already gone, has Shane Stoney, so he's going to put a lot of daylight between himself and the rest. So the green flags wave with 2 minutes 14 to go. So yes, 2 laps it will be remaining in this Radical Bike Sports Championship.
Now where the battle's going to come from, the battle before the safety car between Charles Graham and Doug Carter for 8th. They turn their way together into Redgate. There's Leo Morel, so yeah, there's a decent gap between the top three. Philip Brown versus Daniel Headlam could be interesting, I think, because Headlam had been catching Brown for that position before the safety car period. Headlam, the 31-year-old from Bedfordshire, started off in Formula Ford 1600, but also raced in the what was known as BRDC Formula 4, which has basically become the GB3 Championship. Nowadays, he may have raced against George Russell around that period. I think he was in the championship. So can Dan Headlam get himself up into 4th position? We work through the spray because they're going to have plenty of cars to get through. Some of them who are braking later than others.
That's James Keeville, who was a bit leery through McLean's, to say the least, but he's kept it on the tarmac. So we're going to be starting the last lap next time through because we've got less than a lap time remaining in this race. There's Charles Hall, you can see, so he's our second place man. He's worked his way ahead of Andrew Fido, who's a lap down in 6th position. And Shane Stoney's done another fastest lap of the race, a 1:13.485 on that first fly lap. So conditions continuing to improve here at Donington Park. Last lap of the race then.
Yeah, car lightning as well as the fuel load comes down, and a clear track, which is probably the most important of those three things, I suspect.
Yes.
With how busy it was at times. This is the battle for 6th between Andy Fido and Peter Tyler. They're about to be lapped by Leon Morel. And we look back to the battle for 4th position at the back of this group. That is Philip Brown versus Daniel Headlam, also the 2nd in Class B. And Headlam looks to the inside. There's just about a Radical SR3 gap there, and Headlam goes through to take the position.
Yeah, so he goes 4th overall, as Josh says, 2nd in Class B as well. Quite a long way behind Leon Morel. He's not going to make that up in the remaining half a lap. We're almost down to 0 on the clock now. There's Philip Brown with the 19 car behind him of James Keeville, who is 2 laps behind them. Of course, he had that early pit stop. But here comes Shane Stoney through. He's going to take the checkered flag this time to win the Radical Bike Sports Championship season opener. And it's been a dominant performance from him. Charles Hall was just about to cross the line to take 2nd place. He's done so 6.6 seconds behind. And then Leon Morel is in 3rd place. There he goes across the line to win Class B from, in 2nd place in that class, number 55, Daniel Headlam, and number 11, Philip Brown, who complete the top 5.
And it was another aim shot fastest lap of the race for Shane Stoney on that last lap. 1:13.123, but Charles Hall was only 4/10 off. He got into the 13s at the end as well, as he found a bit of clear road to play with. A few more cars still to take the checkered flag, but a dominant performance there from Shane Stoney to win by 6.6 seconds in a shortened, restarted race after the safety car period. And if we get dry conditions later, I wonder what type of lap times they can do.
Be very interesting to see. The lap record we said earlier, 1:05.86 is kind of what we're aiming for these. Don't forget, in the latest race we've got pit stops. Got pit stop penalties for the top 5 in this race, who were first, number 89, Shane Stoney. He completed 17 laps in that 25-minute race, and he was 6.684 seconds clear of number 77, Charles Hall, who took 2nd place. In 3rd position, it was number 1, that was Leon Morel. and he won Class B in his Radical SR3 RS6 behind the Mattel MC41R of Charles Hall. 4th and 2nd in Class B was number 55 Daniel Headlam. 5th and 3rd in Class B was number 11 Philip Brown. 6th and 3rd in Class A was number 12 Andrew Fido. 7th was number 80 Peter Tyler. 8th was 21 Charles Graham. 9th was 93 Stephen Larkham, and running out the top 10 was number 5 Doug Carter, ahead of Samuel Shaw, Mark Grayson, Ross Board, and a couple of laps down, James Keevil. And moving on to the next page, we can see that Ian Charles was 15th, and then having had that moment into the gravel at McLean's, Alana Carter was 16th, ahead of Andrew Hurst, with Daniel Ricklesworth and Miles Drew, the 2 retirements from that Radical Bike Sports Championship race, and we'll see them out again later on at around about 5:10 this afternoon. So we look forward to that, and we already see down in the pit lane the drivers from that race, so we'll be hearing from them very shortly, I would think, with Yusuf. Next race that we're going to have coming up, though, is motorsports racing correction, actually, but something a little bit different. The Race Part 750 Formula Championship, that's going to come up next, and then we've got the Carmel Porsche Trophy, the 40-minute race, will be coming up soon as well. So we're waiting to hand down to Yusuf. He'll be there in just a moment with our successful drivers. I think we'll hear from Shane Stoney and Charles Hall and Leon Morel, our Class B winner, at the end of that race. And the marshals there just checking the circuit, picking up any debris, but we'll leave them to it and head down to Yusuf in pit lane.
Well, I'm here with the race winner, Shane Stoney. Now, there was a bit of drama at the end of the race. Do you want to tell everyone what happened when you came into the pits?
Yeah, I went to stop, put it in neutral, and I've got no clutch. So my clutch pedal's just going to the floor and not doing the right lot. So that's going to be fun to move in a minute. But
how long do you have until the next race?
I think we're about 5:05, is it? Something like that. So yeah, that's we've got a bit of something to do. So we'll sort it. It'll be fine.
I'll try not to take up too much of your time then, because it might be every minute counts. When I spoke to you during the pit walk, you said you've not had a lot of running in the car.
Yep.
How does it feel out there? Because you looked absolutely rapid.
Yeah, it felt good. The car did feel good. We made a few changes. I don't actually think we went far enough with the changes that we made, so we still had the same issue we had in qualifying. Although the track is now getting to that sort of greasy, snotty stage where it gets slippier before it gets dry. So yeah, the car felt good. I mean, that was the longest run I've actually done in the car at this point. So yeah, we've had no end of issues and silly problems and all this kind of thing in testing. So yeah, to actually get out there, get pole and get a win, yeah, really pleased.
Absolutely fantastic stuff, and best of luck getting the clutch issue fixed in time for next race.
Yeah, we'll sort it. It'll be something or nothing, hopefully. But anyway, thank you very much. Cheers.
Well, that was our race winner, and I have found second place, which is, if I can just get my bearings, Mr. Charles Hall. Charles, how's it going? Looked fun out there.
Yeah, it should be fun, and it wasn't fun. So the car was mega yesterday, and the lads have just pulled it out of the bag because we got 2 laps in qualifying, and the engine's just dropped a valve, a new engine. So we were like, oh, no way. So I went, how fast, Scott, can you change an engine? And he went, we'll find out. So it's got a new engine, it's wrong ECU for the engine, and the car wasn't tweaked right, so we were going out there, visor steaming up, so I sort of like had a lonely race, but a very eventful one.
Yeah, we saw you guys fixing that up, and you managed to get it done in time for the race. With that late safety car, was there a little thought playing in the back of your head, maybe you have a chance?
I did, and then I got balked on the. I got balked with the back markers between me and Shane, and to be honest, I was just wanting to get it home, and I'm happy with second. So it's a long. The championship's long. We always seem to be a bogey track here. Absolutely love it, but yeah, it's worked well. Car, bit of a tweak, and hopefully we'll give him a run on the race 2.
Best of luck for race 2.
Thank you.
Right, and our final driver then, and as well our winner in Class B, Leon Morel. Leon, how did you find the conditions out there?
Lovely. Perfect. Simply lovely. Yes.
I think most drivers have a slightly different definition of lovely.
Yeah, smooth operation, that one. So yeah, enjoyed it. No, solid. Car was mega, to be fair, absolutely mega. Boys didn't change a thing from qualifying, same everything, and it was just perfect the whole race. Could have gone a bit quicker if I wanted. Second I saw the safety car board, I just thought I better not throw this away, because I knew that was going to bunch the entire field up behind me. I'd got like 20 seconds over a class position. I just thought if I drop this on the last lap and come 5th, I'm going to be heartbroken. So just bring it home. There's a lot of gravel at the top end of the track. A little bit loose, but yeah, no solid drive, and yeah, can't wish for much more. Really good start to the season.
Well, fantastic stuff with the Class B win, and best of luck for your next race.
No worries. Can I just wish my mechanic get well wishes? He's actually in the hospital. He had some problem yesterday and got rushed from here to there. So if you're watching, Lee, that one's for you, buddy. Get well soon.
Thank you very much, and lovely words to wrap up the interview. With that, we're going to head to a quick ad break because we have our next race starting very shortly.
So cars onto the grid then for the opening race of the season for the Race Part 750 Formula Championship. So we're staying with sports racing, but something a little bit different. 750 Formula marking its 85th anniversary, 75th anniversary this year, as we are watching for the grid. It's going to be, I think, 17 cars that we have on the grid. Pole position has gone the way of number 17, David Bartholomew, in the PRS 1B, and besides him is another fellow former champion, Dave Hodkin, in the HRD Mark II. Second row of the grid, another champion, Peter Bove, in number 1. He's the reigning champion, and 77, Bill Cowley. Yep, he's won a title as well. Row 3 on the inside is number 31, James Jeffrey. Next to him is number 7, Steve Boother. On row 4 of the grid, it's Matthew Unwin in number 39, and then it is Simon Bolter in number 6. On to row 5 of the grid, and that's where we find Jake Doherty, last year's Class B champion, in number 5, and Hugh Davis in number 21 as the green flag lap gets underway. Row 6 is number 16, James Affleck, and number 69, Mark Windley. Row 7 is 70, Martin Depper, and 8, William Smith. Then on row 8, it's 46, Dan Welsh, and 41, Alex Bagnall. And then Richard Dixon, number 8, the last driver in qualifying. Not sure whether he's made it out or not, though. I didn't see him out of the window, Josh, as they went past us. But yet, 750 Formula, another nominally slick-shod category, taken to the track. These cars powered by 1108 Fiat Fire engines, but as you can see, a great variety of design and engineering has gone into these.
Yeah, that's right. Majority of cars are unique. There's a few race kit Falcons out there. I guess the Darvies are similar, aren't they? A few of the different derivatives, but a lot are self-designed cars, and therefore there's only one of them. Therefore, they are unique, including, you can see that on the screen now, number 8, William Smith's SZT, one of those, and 41, another, Alex Bagnall in the BGN Scholar, which is a car which hasn't raced before, despite it being, I think, designed back in 2008, so it's taken 16 years to get here. It's gone through a few different owners, but Alex Bagnall, the 43-year-old from Bedford, fairly experienced driver, is making its debut in that car, and it is a car without a rear wing. It is a formula, as you can see with the rest of the cars, where you can have that type of aerodynamics, but they've decided with that car to go another way. The car originally built for Nigel Terry, but it was never raced back in 2008, so it's had some new modifications since then, and it's making its racing debut, which is good to see new cars out there, Ian.
That's right. It's always good to see, and a relatively rare opportunity for the drivers in the 750 Formula Championship to take to the Donington Park circuit. So we've got Peter Bove, really the man to beat in 750 Formula, because he's won the last 4 championships in a row. He's won 8 championships altogether. He's, 67 years old now, but I think he's probably got an eye on breaking Mick Harris's record of having won 10 championships in 754. So he could probably do with getting on with it, really, and winning another couple in a row, maybe, to try and at least match Mick Harris's record. Peter Bove starting on the second row of the grid in his Derby 88P, the car built by Dick Hervey for Ernie Frost originally. Last couple of rows coming into position, including that BGN Scholar for Alex Bagnall. That's the number 41 car. So there's no Richard Dixon on the back, giving a debut to his Shepherd. The lights go out, and away we go. Great start by Bill Cowley from the second row of the grid. He's moved into the lead straight away. David Bartholomew, though, from pole position, has not got away at all well. He's got about half the field ahead of him now as they head into the first corner. It's going to be Bill Cowley leading. It's going to be Dave Hodkin, I think, in second in the yellow HRD, and then Peter Bove in third place. But David Bartholomew here is going to have a lot of work to do in the PRS.
I don't think we've seen any good pole position starts yet today. There was a small dry patch on the start line, I saw, so the track is drying out, but it is wetter on other sections, including the old hairpin, where Peter Bove is there in third position, ahead of Steve Boover, who came second in the championship last year behind Bove. There's the 16 car of James Affleck, sometime mini racer. But there is Bartholomew then in the 17 car, the 2015 champion, the lap record holder. Lap record holding car around this circuit, I think in the hands of Ed Piver. And Bartholomew is back up to something like fifth position, and Steve Boover's made a mistake and got into the gravel.
Yes, that's at Coppice Corner. He's gone more or less straight on there. I imagine he just got onto a wetter part of the circuit. He couldn't get the car braked and turned in, and off he's gone skating into the gravel. Let's hope he comes out of the other side of that. Meanwhile, for the lead, you've got Bill Cowley, number 77 here, and Dave Hodkin, number 63, the 2013 champion, Dave Hodkin, in the HRD Mark 1. This now the HRD Mark 2, as Bill Cowley is driving the car, originally built and raced by his grandfather, Bill Cowley, as well. Nigel Cowley, his father, has been competing in the intervening period. And a spin for Dan Welsh there, number 46, I'm afraid. Just coming out of the chicane. Looks like he's going to get going again right at the back, but here are the leaders, Josh. They're pulling away from the rest.
Yeah, someone going really well is James Jeffrey. He's amongst all these champions in fourth position in the Race Kits Falcon, which is great to see for the driver from Lincolnshire in the ex-Oliver Collett car that has been a winning machine in the past. It's got a new livery on it now, and James Jeffrey driving it really well, keeping up with the 8-time champion Peter Bove. There they are, third, fourth and fifth, because David Bartholomew has caught them. But these five are a long way ahead of the rest. It's very competitive, top five.
Certainly is. David Bartholomew with these two now. About 2 seconds between the first pair and then the next three cars at the moment.
James Jeffrey is in danger of losing his Class B status this weekend, I think, if you are in Class B, if you haven't finished on the podium before, and he's very close to being in a podium spot.
Yes, and last year's champion in Class B was Jake Doherty, who took his first ever podium in the final round of the championship. Second place it was at Alton Park with perfect timing, having already wrapped up the Class B championship in the first race. But yeah, James Jeffrey is going to be in two minds, isn't he? Isn't he going to go for third place or not? At the moment he's got David Bartholomew to try and contend with, so that might not be a problem after all.
He has got a novice cross on the back, but I don't think that's for him. That's for his partner, David Reed, his racing partner, who will share that car during the course of the season. He's James Jeffrey, a bit more experienced. And Bartholomew has gone through on the inside at Redgate, but I don't think James Jeffrey's going to give that up. I think he's raced BMWs and things like that in the past, but he can't quite draw up back alongside Bartholomew, and that PRS, a very quick car. It's won so many 750 Formula races. Hasn't won so many championships, though, because it's a car that tends to be shared during the course of the season. Bartholomew made a small mistake there. Up over the curve, which has given James Jeffrey a chance to get back alongside.
It does. Let's see if he can make anything of it as they come through Schwantz Curve. No, I don't think he can. Yeah, the PRS is the Pither Rothery special. Ed Pither and Richard Rothery have done most of the driving in recent seasons. David Bartholomew with just more occasional outings. He did have that championship title 9 years ago. Before that, he was a champion in low cost as well. So he's another long-time competitor on and off with the 750 Motor Club. Bill Cowley, also a long-time competitor. He was the 2017 champion.
And he's under pressure here because Dave Hodkin's drawn up alongside and breaks later into the Robert chicane to take the lead. We haven't seen huge amounts of Dave Hodkin over the last few seasons, but he's normally quick when he's out, and now he's taken the lead, but Cowley's going to fight back on the Exeter corner. Of course, it was in wet conditions, wetter than this, when Bill Cowley took his first ever victory in that remarkable race at Cadwell Park over a decade ago now.
Yes.
But it's certainly not that wet today. But he has lost the lead to Dave Hodkin, who sets the aim shot fastest lap at 1 minute 30.1.
Yeah, Dave Hodkin then, who's only been on track occasionally. He's had this car built for probably 2 or 3 years now, but he's only been able to make occasional appearances with it. And when he has done, he's usually been quick. Occasionally it's been a little bit fragile as well, so let's hope it's just tending towards the former on this occasion. He's got Bill Cowley behind him, and useless trivia about Bill Cowley: he was the last champion in 750 Formula not to have the 3 consecutive letters OVE in his surname, because Peter Bove and Mark Glover have wrapped up 6 titles between them since then.
Now Hodkin's ahead, he's starting to pull clear. The change to third, David Bartholomew's ahead of Peter Bove. So this championship defence is looking for the 9th title. Isn't going particularly well for Bove in round 1. I think he only finished off the podium once last season. He doesn't really want to start the season that way, but that may be the case, because he's down to 4th and falling away from Bartholomew, who is going after the top 2. Dave Hodkin, I wonder, he realises that Bartholomew's going to be quick, so he's trying to get away early before Bartholomew catches Cowley.
9 minutes to go. Talking about Peter Bove, though, the strength of his particular last few seasons has been his consistency. He's sort of tended to do all of the races and usually finish them well up the order, if not win them, whereas others had dramas. Talking of dramas, that's another one for Dan Welsh, number 46, who's this time found the grass at, really probably coming out of Hollywood, right before he really got down the Craner curves. And it's probably not going to be easy to get that back onto the circuit, given how treacherous the conditions are off track here at Donington Park today, but he's going to give it a go.
That's a car that's been raced very rarely. Another unique car, the WR1, the Welsh Racing one. It's had an outing at Mallory Park, I think, a couple of times, but hasn't raced much more than that. Welsh was very quick, wasn't he, in the race kits a number of seasons ago. I think he was a Class B champion in 15, but this new car has been a bit of a struggle to get out, but it is out this weekend. Shame it's been off a couple of times. Top 3 together.
They are now, aren't they? Bartholomew has narrowed the gap. He was 1.6 seconds behind Bill Cowley at the beginning of the lap. It's probably maybe 3 or 4 tenths of a second now as they head through Compass Corner. By the end of the lap, they are going to be together. Bartholomew, I remind you, was on pole position. It was 0.154 seconds faster than anybody else in practice, but the top 4 were covered by only 8 tenths. Those 4 current and former champions.
Bartholomew's gone 3 seconds quicker than qualifying, a 1 minute 28.6 on the previous lap. He takes second from Cowley into the Robert chicane. Cowley's quicker through here though, when Bartholomew gets a bit of a wiggle on, but I think he's going to be able to hang on ahead of Cowley. It's a very slippery aerodynamic car, the Piva Rovery Special, and despite the weaker exit, he's able to pull clear of Cowley by the time they get to Redgate. He's 1.4 seconds behind Hodkin, and their fastest laps, Bartholomew is 8 tenths quicker, so with pretty much half the race still to go, he has got time to catch the leader.
Yeah, absolutely right. So down to the old hairpin they come for the 6th time in this race, and is it three strikes and you're out? I don't know. That's another spin, I'm afraid, for Daniel Welsh in the 46 car. He's 16th and last at the moment because Alex Backnell has got the BGN Scholar ahead of Welsh. Perhaps not too surprising given Welsh's various travails. Now, are we going to see David Bartholomew catch Dave Hodkin for the lead? There was just under a second and a half between the beginning of the lap. Bartholomew has certainly put a few car lengths between himself and Bill Cowley, but it's still looking like a reasonably healthy advantage for Hodkin up at Coppice.
Yeah, Hodkin going quickly here. Now, because it's drying out, I wonder if looking after tyres is going to be a thing here. It's a short race, only 15 minutes, but these wet racing tyres may go off in these dry conditions. There's no spray around much of the circuit now. There are dry patches in places. Apart from the chicane, that's wet still, strangely. And Bartholomew perhaps makes a small mistake. I wonder how quick this lap from Hodkin... Yeah, he makes another mistake. How quick this lap from Hodkin's going to be. Yeah, he's on the fastest lap, a 1 minute 28.574. And that mistake for Bartholomew gives Cowley another chance. But the car's so quick in a straight line, the PRS, and Cowley has to slot in behind again.
Yeah, the twisty bits generally favour Bill Cowley a little bit more, and on a long straight like the Wheatcroft Straight, he couldn't find a way through. Track limits might start to become an issue as the circuit dries out. Of course, the drivers can use the curbs. They can't necessarily use the green bits behind the curbs. The rules changed on track limits part way through last season. You quite remember the first few races today. It's not really been an issue, but it might start to become one as the day goes on.
And different to European rules, FIA rules, as one driver found out at Oulton Park on Saturday and made their British racing debut by having all their lap times deleted in qualifying. So some drivers, not necessarily today, but racers that come to race in Britain on Motorsport UK regulations need to be aware of that. So if there's anyone watching at home that wonders why the ruling is different, well, that's just because the governing body, Motorsport UK, run British motorsport races rather than the FIA, who run international races.
I thought someone might have mentioned it to him before we went out on circuit. Anyway, back here at Donington Park, we've still got Dave Hodkin leading. We've got David Bartholomew second and Bill Cowley third. That was just about 3 seconds between Hodkin and Bartholomew at the end of the previous lap, which was lap 6. Lap 7 now being completed. Hodkin has gone through, Bartholomew's gone through, and the gap is almost exactly the same as it was before. Another new fastest lap for Hodkin, a 1:28 for 5:15, but personal bests for Bartholomew and Cowley as well, and also for Bove and Jeffrey for that matter.
So they're all within 0.8 of a second, just like they were in qualifying. And Jeffrey is really on terms with Peter Bove here. This is an excellent performance. I think Jeffrey did do a few races last year, but he certainly didn't run this high up the order.
Did half of the season's races with David Reed, and he did get a couple of sort of 6th or 7th place finishes along the way.
But this is probably it's unusual to have 4 former champions on the grid, I think, all in the same race. So it's a very competitive grid. They've got lap Dan Welsh, who is still going. I'm not sure if the car has actually finished a race before, so despite his off-track excursions, perhaps he can achieve that today. But there is James Jeffrey then, the mechanical engineer from Lincolnshire, and still on terms with Peter Bove, the driver from Hertfordshire.
I suspect Welsh were using his engineering skill to try to get sort of the handling out on that car. I suspect that's been something that's been a bit of a problem for him. So Peter Bove here catching Bill Cowley down towards the Robert Chicane. This is for 3rd place, and you've got James Jeffrey there in the ex-Ollie Collett car. So it's been a race-winning car. And that is the number 6 car retiring. That's Simon Bolter in the Derby 92J out of the race, the man from Welton.
No one improves on their lap times in that top 5 this time, but they're again all separated by very little. The quickest of them is Bartholomew, but he's only a couple of attempts quicker than Hodkin. As they turn their way now onto Hollywood and then down the Craner curves for what is the 9th lap of the race. And Bolter's the first retirement, everybody else still going, which is good to see. Shame for Simon Bolter in one of the Derbies. And there's Alex Bagnall going a lap down in that car making its debut. It's, I think, got some work to do, that machine. It's a long way off the pace. Alex Bagnall has been a podium finisher, I think, in 750 Formula before.
He has, but trying to make that car work was part of the excitement of 750 Formula. I say 75th anniversary. It's actually also the 75th championship, because the first championship wasn't until 1950 when Charles Bulmer took the title. And it's been going every year since then. It's a phenomenon in British motorsport, key part of British motorsport history, and the formula in which 750 Motor Club was built in terms of its racing exploits. Now, James Jeffrey is having a go at Peter Bove, who has lost ground to Bill Cowley and he's gone through. So James Jeffrey up to 4th place. Has Peter Bove got a problem, I wonder?
Or has Jeffrey just got a bit more pace, because he has been behind him for a long time. We saw Cowley looking for the wet patches. Hodkin did the best lap at 1:28.3, but immediately Bartholomew bettered it at 1:27.6, so the lead gap's down to 2.2 seconds.
Yeah, it was a slow lap from Peter Bove, a 1:31.4, so about nearly 3 seconds off his best, so he may have an issue. He may have made a slight mistake.
They crossed the line with 1 minute and 28 seconds to go, and they are doing 1:28, so this will probably be the last lap of the race.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that then. Dave Hodkin, number 63 in the HRD. Don't think we saw him at all last season, did we? Dave Hodkin, or did we?
I think one meeting, maybe.
Yeah.
He did get 2 second places, actually,
on that
occasion.
I remember now. He did pick up a couple of second places. So Hodkin looking for a winning start to 2024. Got 2 seconds in hand over David Bartholomew at the moment. He's got 3.5 seconds over Bill Cowley. There's Bartholomew now just going through shot. There's Cowley. And here comes Dave Hodkin in this sort of lemon yellow HRD in the sunshine now at Donington Park. Heading into the Robert chicane for the final time. Well, is it the final time? We'll see if the checker flag is waved or not. It's going to be very touch and go. Out of the final corner he comes. Does he get the flag? Yes, he does. Checkered flag, he waves then, and Dave Hodkin wins round 1 of the Race Part 750 Formula Championship. David Bartholomew is second. Bill Cowley is going to be in third place. Who's going to be fourth? James Jeffrey has gone across the line now in fourth. Peter Bove has survived in fifth. Another slow lap from him, though, so I think he probably has been troubled a little bit towards the end, but he was still well clear of Matthew Unwin, who I think is only just heading down the back straight now. So a bit of a scare for Peter Bove towards the end, perhaps.
Yeah, I wonder if it was tyres related or something more terminal that he'll have to sort out before the second race of the afternoon. There's Matthew Unwin, 6th position for the 2022 Class B champion. So he's in the overall division nowadays and takes 6th. And then Steve Boover, who was the runner-up in the championship last year, takes 7th. And then Jake Doherty, he's a bit further back, isn't he? He is there in 8th position in the car that is prepared by Bob Simpson. It's the 4th generation of car the Simpson family have built. Jake, the grandson of Bob Simpson, long time 750 Formula driver, and Jake probably hasn't done that much racing in the rain because there wasn't that many wet races last year from my memory.
No, I think you're probably right there. So he takes 8th place. James Affleck's going to be 9th, and Hugh Davis there. They're going to complete the top 10 in that opening race of the season for the Race Parts 750 Formula Championship. Entertaining it was too. Let's have a look, if we can, in a moment at the results. There we go. Dave Hodkin, number 63, who went at 10 laps completed in that 15-minute race. And he did that in the HRD Mark II, 3.649 seconds faster than second, number 17, David Bartholomew, in the PRS 1B. Third was number 77, Bill Cowley, in the Cowley Mark IV. Then fourth was our Class B winner, number 31, James Jeffrey, in the Race Kits Falcon. Fifth was number 1, the reigning champion, Peter Bove. Sixth was 39, Matthew Unwin. Seventh was number 7, Steve Boother. Eighth was number 5, Jake Doherty. Ninth was 16, James Affleck, and rounding out the top 10 and completing the Class B podium was number 21, Hugh Davis. Then it was Will Smith, Mark Windley, Martin Depper, and the much spinning Dan Welsh in 14th. And I think just a couple more cars. Simon Bolter was a retirement, and I think Alex Bagnall also pitted towards the end of that race as well. More Race Part 750 Formula Championship action at the end of the day. They're back out at around about 5:50 this evening for their second race. Reminder that coming up next, it's the Calm All Porsche Trophy. Also, a quick reminder, you can go to 750mc.co.uk. You can find the digital race programme there to supplement your enjoyment of the day's racing, whether you're at the circuit or watching the live stream. That's also where you'll find the links to live timing, the calendar page as well, and of course the live stream. Talking of which, the next live stream after this is the next 750 Motor Club event, and that's at Croft in 3 weeks' time. So do join us for the racing from North Yorkshire, where we'll have a completely different cast of championships and series for your enjoyment then. But we're waiting for the drivers to get themselves out of their cars down in the pit lane at the end of that Race Part 750 Formula Championship race. We'll get the circuit cleared as well. Good to see a few spectators now in the grandstand, having seen the sun come out. They've discarded their umbrellas and started to slap on the sun hats and the factor 50, no doubt, such is the changing British weather hour by hour. And they will look forward to the Carmel Porsche Trophy, which will come onto the circuit very shortly indeed for their 40-minute race with mandatory pit stops as well. But we're just waiting for the drivers from the 750 Formula Championship to get out of their cars, as I say. Yusuf will be down there trying to shepherd them all into position. And then we'll grab a word with our top three. Bill Cowley, David Bartholomew and Dave Hodkin, all being well. And let's head down to Yusuf now. He is in the pit lane.
Hello everyone. It would appear that our race winner has done a runner or maybe a driver. So we're going to jump on over to our second place driver, David Bartholomew. Pretty good result out there.
It was okay, yeah. The lights changed to red and it dropped out of first gear. So I had 2 goes to put it back into first gear. It wouldn't go in. So it was a second gear start, which messed things up a little bit from there. But it was a good race after that. We had a good race with Bill. I don't think I was going to catch Dave in the lead. So second was probably the best result today.
Well, if it's any consolation, you got fastest lap on the penultimate lap, so you certainly had the pace.
Yeah, it always seemed just slightly too far away, and we kept meeting traffic. But yeah, it was getting harder towards the end. It was getting a bit slippier, so I didn't want to push it too hard.
I was about to ask about the track conditions because it looked like it was drying up and getting quicker.
It was drying up, but the wets weren't working very well on the dry bits, and it wasn't wet enough on the wet bits, so it was a bit compromised. But it was good fun. It was good fun.
Will it be slicks then for the next race?
I think if it carries on like this, it'd be good to get the slicks on, wouldn't it? It'd be a good race. So hopefully, fingers crossed.
Well, thank you very much, David, and catch you in the next one. Right, and with that, we'll move on to Bill Cowley in the number 77. Bill, how did you find it out there?
Yeah, it was greasy. Yeah, I had a good run at the beginning. I wasn't expecting to be leading, to be honest. Dave and Dave, both of them held a lot quicker on the straights. I'm quite surprised Dave Hodkin didn't crash into me actually, because he's got a bit of a thing about doing that. But no, well done to him. Well done to Dave Bartholomew as well. I rate Dave B as a good driver, so don't mind finishing second to him.
Well, going on to what you're talking about, straight line speed, do you think with the track drying up it's just going to get a little bit more difficult for you as a race as the day goes on?
No, not really. I think my race really is with Peter Bove and your man in the black race kit. So yeah, so to be leading for a few laps was half decent, so I wasn't expecting that. We had a bit of a nightmare of a morning, had bloody gearboxes out and all that jazz, so and I was nursing a rear brake problem as well, which brakes are sticking on, so it is what it is, but yeah, happy with third.
Well, you get to take off leading a race and a podium then to start off your season. Good job and catch you in the next one.
Cheers, mate, thank you.
Well, with that, we have our next race already gridding up. They do have a green flag lap, so we're going to throw to a quick ad break, and we'll be back shortly.
Cars off onto the green flag lap then for the Calm All Porsche Trophy, which is a 40-minute race with pit stops and in some cases 2 drivers as well. Pole position has gone the way of number 165 Warren Allen, and besides him is number 8, which is AD Juice. On the second row it's 136, which is William Kurtler, and the 987 car, which is being started by Gary Stanford. Row 3 is the number 4 car of James Gunn Carter. Besides him is number 19 Robert Holloman. Onto row 4 of the grid, that is the 27 car being started by Barrington Darcy. Besides him is 15 Brian Richardson. Row 5 is 25 Jamie McHugh and 177 Edward Harvey. Row 6 is 3 Gary Martin, although that car's actually going to be started by Fernando Gattino, I can tell you, and 199, which is Stephen Cunniff. Then on row 7 it's 35, which is Daniel Crago, and 30 Clayton Sampson. Row 8 is the 60 car started by Mark Callahan and 20 Rich Gravestock. Row 9 is 40 James Harvey and the 28 car of Andy Baker. Row 10 is 50 Richard Neal and 11 Dominic McGee. Row 11, 56 Tom McHugh and 23 Stuart Ings. Row 12 is number 1 Paul Hicks and 903 Ken Van Haren. On the 13th row it's 21 Andy Whiting and 68, the car being started there by Scott Gardner. On row 14 it's the 986 car of Anthony Sahota and 72 Mike Kurtler. Row 15 is 36 Hugh Pert and 62, which is James Charal-Ambides. On the 16th row it's 42 Darren Constant and the 26 car, which is being started by Stephen Potts. So a big grid of cars, 32 of them, and it's going to be a rolling start for this one, Josh.
Yeah, and a great mix of Porsches. About half the grid are Boxsters. We've got Caymans, 944s, 968s, and a 924s, and a couple of 911s too. Great to have Robert Hollyman, for example, joining us this weekend in his 1960s 911. He's there on the third row of the grid, so great to have this great mix of Porsches. Almost any production Porsche you can think of is in your shot now as the race is about to get underway.
Yeah, on pole position then, it is the Cayman, though, of Warren Allen as they come up to the line. The red lights are on. The red lights go out, and we're underway at Donington Park, and it's a good start there by the pole position car, the 165 car of Warren Allen, the Porsche Cayman. He moves immediately into the lead of the race. They're not hampered, of course, with it not being a standing start. Oh, and a spin there for the car that you were just picking up, which is Robert Holloman. That beautiful 911 is into the gravel trap straight away at Redgate Corner. That is such a shame right at the start of the 40-minute race. But it means a bigger lead, if anything, for Warren Allen. The rest of the pack trying to make their way down through the Craner curves towards the old hairpin for the first time. Lots of Boxsters, as you were saying, but also some of the front-engine portions just behind as well. And the Marshals very quick to get on the scene to try and get that 911 of the Norfolk driver Robert Holloman back onto the circuit.
Yeah, real shame to see that car spin into the gravel, a car that raced in the United States back when it was new. It's only been in the UK for a few years, and Robert Hollyman's debut in this series hasn't started particularly well after a good start, but a little bit too late on the brakes. It was a bit more slippery than he was expecting, and that is going to cause a safety car to come out to cover the Marshals. That may get the car out of the gravel. It may be a short safety car period, but we take a breather. In qualifying, Warren Allen was cut 2.5 seconds quicker than anybody else, so he's going to be difficult to beat. He took some victories at Snetterton last year in this car. The driver from Oxford, who's been a race winner in road sports in the past as well. In this 2010 Porsche Cayman 3.4 litre car that's been converted into a race car by Warren with some help from Kennington Autos, but he is going to be difficult to beat. Although with these drying conditions, Ian, that could mix things up a little bit as the race goes on.
It could. There'll have been questions about setup and sort of tyre selection and all of that kind of thing as well. So we are behind the safety car here. I think the only issue is that Rob Holloman car that's off at Redgate Corner, the only one that needs sorting out. The regulations for this, we've mentioned mandatory pit stops. Those will take place between 15 and 25 minutes into the race, and there's the 911 that's now out of the gravel trap. I'm pleased to say. So is he going to be able to go back into the race? I think he might be able to, albeit he'll be exactly a lap down. But yes, 15-25 minutes. That's when the pit stops can take place. There were 4 different classes as well, SP1 down to SP4. SP1 are the cars with blue stickers, SP2 with red, SP3s have yellow, SP4s have orange, and it's all about power to weight ratio. So 230 brake horsepower per ton maximum for SP1, with limits at 180, 160 and 130 for SP2, 3 and 4.
Yeah, generally in Class 4 is where we find the 924s, and Class 2 is where you find the standard Boxster S cars, and then Class 3 is generally for front engine cars. Then Class 1 has a mix of perhaps more modified machines and the Caymans. So we're going to go back to racing this time. The safety car is in on the end of this lap. So that was a quick recovery up there at Redgate, and Rob Hollyman is going to be able to continue in that 1968 Porsche 911 with a 2-litre twin-plug EFI engine. So I wonder how much progress he can make, because obviously qualified inside the top 6 this morning. And it's a long race.
Yeah, I would certainly think he might make some places back. He was lapping perhaps 10 seconds a lap faster than some of the other cars out there, so it's more than plausible that he'll make his way back onto the leading lap before the end of the race. So we're going to get back underway here. To start lap 3 of the race. Warren Allen it is that's leading the field round there in this Porsche Cayman as the race gets back underway. I think he has got a transponder issue with that car, so I'll have to keep an eye on that, see if that does catch us out at any point in the race. It's 80 Juice there that's in second place in number 8, and James Gunn Carter, number 4, is in third position, both of those in Boxster S's.
Down the crane of curves. They go single file restart, of course. One car that's come into the pits is the Callahan family Boxster, so that's had a drama seemingly. But we look at the pack coming through, including number 25, which is the car of Jamie McHugh, who looks like he's back out in his Boxster. He was hoping to be in his 944 Turbo. There's the Callahan car, I think. It was started by Father Mark. Sam does have his own car normally, but I think that broke a week or so ago. And the car is going back out into the race with a bit of luck.
Yeah, Sam's just crouching down, isn't he? Just have a look to see if there's something dragging underneath the car, maybe.
And he looks a bit frustrated. So
he does.
There is obviously a further issue.
Not exactly positive body language.
Making progress, 177. It says Ed Harvey on the timing screen, but I think it's also been shared by Ross Morris, and he started it.
Yeah.
The Callahan car's got back into the race, and Ross Morris, a pretty quick driver. He's won races in his class in the club championship in the past, and he's progressing through the order, and he's going to get another place on the exit of the chicane here, Ian.
And it's also an SP2 class car rather than SP1, as in the programmes, for those of you who are noting these things.
Yeah, so he started in 10th, and he's up to 4th, so it's been a very good 1.5 racing laps they've had so far.
And it's just ahead of William Kirtley now, isn't he, for 4th position, and then setting off in pursuit of, well, a few seconds up the road, James Guncarter. That's the Mark Callahan car that was going slow towards the front of pitch down at the old hairpin there, as he was possibly trying to get back up to speed again.
I think Warren Allen's gone quicker than he went in qualifying already, a 1 minute 27.5 in these drier conditions. Oh, and is that Callahan? He had a moment at the old hairpin, so something is not right with that car, I'm afraid. So we're on to lap 4. We see the battle between William Kirtler and Brian Richardson. Richardson, who's fairly new to racing, gains the position, so 15 goes through. He started racing a couple of years ago with the assistance of Colin Tester, but he's a solo driver now. He's up into 5th position ahead of William Kirtler, both Boxster S machines.
Yeah, quite a lot of cars from that class, aren't there? And of that type, the Boxster S is numerically dominant on this grid. And that was the problem. That was the problem for Mark Callahan, because there's now only 3 wheels on that car. It's the left rear. I imagine probably what somebody did come in thinking, I've got a bit of a vibration here. They've sent him back out again, and what that vibration was something fairly terminal, because the left rear wheel has parted company with the car, and that will need a little bit of assistance to recover it, I shouldn't wonder.
Yes.
So that's stopped to put McLean's. There's the wheel and the tyre.
And a wheel nut that the marshal just picked up.
Yeah, okay. Well, if he's quick, he can go and reattach that potentially if he's got a wheel gun there.
Safety cars coming out.
Yeah, no great surprise there. That probably explains why he had a moment at the old hairpin as well, Mark Callahan.
This race isn't going terribly to plan, really, is it?
2 safety cars within the first 8 minutes. Not ideal.
Now, the pit window opens after 15 minutes.
It's open between 15 and 25, so it's another 7 minutes away yet before that is open.
Not sure what's happening there, to be quite honest.
No, just on the screen there's one car going slowly and one car not going quite so slowly past it, which obviously shouldn't be happening under safety car conditions. Just trying to see where the safety car is. Has the safety car itself made itself out on circuit yet? No, it's not. There it is, and it is going to be put on. It's going to pick up that back marker first, which is the 42 car of Darren Constant, his Porsche 924. Of course, like the Boxster S, the Porsche 924 had its own standalone championship in the past, in the sort of 80s and 90s, which was very successful.
Had a few quick drivers come through that into GT racing.
Absolutely right. But yeah, 924s, a handful of them do compete in the SP4 class at the rear of the field here.
Yeah, leading that class in the early stages, Andy Whiting, who's actually in the 924S. He's in 23rd position overall.
There is the race leader, Wazza Allen, as he prefers to be known. And he is going to make his way, hopefully, onto the back of the safety car at some point, but he's not going at a particularly rapid pace at the moment, nor should he be behind the safety car, but taking it nice and easy.
Now, Warren Allen, the 49-year-old landlord from Oxford, started racing back in 2016. We mentioned he was a winner in road sports. He also raced in with the Classic Sports Car Club, but last year joined the Calm Porsche series. I think enjoyed himself, so he's back again. The ex-Club 100 carter in this Porsche Cayman that he converted from a road car to a race car, as I suspect the majority of cars on this grid have been. Good to see the front engine cars out there too. There are other Porsche championships in the UK, but I think the Calm series is the only place where we see front engine cars race, and there's lots of them on the grid here, which is great to see. And leading Class 3, which features a number of them, is the 35 car, which is Dan Crago today in his family 968 Club Sport.
Yeah. This series, a great and very friendly place to come and race your Porsche, and we do have the great variety of cars as well. And of course, it also races for a good cause. CALM, that stands for the Campaign Against Living Miserably, which is a charity that works in the sphere of men's mental health, and a charity therefore very important. Male suicide, very big killer amongst men in this country, and CALM do great work to sort of support in that area, and sort of any profits made by the championship are ploughed back into charity, which is very good indeed. And it's great as well that we have so many cars on the grid as well. More than 30 we had today. We've sadly lost a couple already through various issues, but a great variety of machines, and hopefully when we get these cars cleared from the circuit we'll see some very good racing again. 28 3/4 minutes gone. It looks like the Mark Callahan car is going to be clear of the circuit fairly quickly. Then it'll just be a question of getting the snatch vehicle back into a position of safety. There's an interesting car. That's the 903 car, which is the invitation class 911 of Ken Van Houten.
Yeah, that's a slightly later 911 than Rob Hollyman's. It's a 1973 car, but like Rob Hollyman's, the car that raced in America. So somewhat unusually, you had two cars on this grid, both 911s that have raced in the States. These cars are 3.2 litre supercharged Carrera engine, an 80s engine car in a 1970s chassis, and it was imported to the UK a few seasons ago. Previously raced in NS8, NASA N8SA and Porsche Club of America in the States. Phil Bruff, I think, has prepared it for British racing, and I think he made his debut at Anglesey last year, Ken Van Houten, and he's getting slightly quicker in the car. He's further up the order than he was last year, so he'll be pleased with that, and with the tricky conditions too. And so hopefully dry races as the season goes on, I'm sure we'll see Ken work his way through the order again. It's just a great car to have out there. So we've had a couple of classic 911s today. It'd be good to see some more out there in the future.
Not sure all of that wing is particularly classic, but it certainly looks aggressive, doesn't it? It looks the part anyway. So yellow light panel still flashing all around the circuit. 27 minutes left on the clock. The pit window opens in about 2 minutes time, just under 2 minutes time now, and we'll see if that is going to be sort of have one more passage past the pit lane and one more lap, and then the pit lane window will open. It'll be interesting to see if people do go for an early stop, given the dramas that we've had.
Could we go green this time?
I would think the snatch vehicle is pretty clear. So yeah, we're going to. Safety car lights are out. Warren Allen is hanging back from the safety car, and he's already done one safety car restart in this race. He's about to do another, and he is going to be leading as we go on to lap 8 of this race, although I think we're in about the 3rd or 4th actual racing lap. Away they go.
Here the flat 6 Porsche engine there, accelerating out of the Robert chicane. There's one car that has gone for the pit lane, was there? Looked like something was peeling into the pits behind the
William
safety
Kurtler
car.
is into the pit lane, who was up there.
So has he misjudged when the pit window opens, I wonder? Anyway, there's Jamie McHugh, who's battling away with Ferdinand Gattino. And Gattino's going to go through, I think, into 10th position in his Boxster. There's the first of the Boxers, the first of the Class 2 cars, Andrew Juice. He turns his way towards McLean's, the 44-year-old from Berkshire. Only started racing last year, so this is good to see how well he's going. Did the Burkitt last year, one of the races he competed in this 2005 Porsche 987 Boxster, which was previously raced by Charles Clark, who's been successful in Porsche Carrera Cup, among other things.
If you're wondering about the dog on the side of AD Andrew Juice's car, it's called Fearless, and it was his great-grandfather's or great-great-grandfather's pedigree Alsatian that was shown at Crufts in the early 1900s. So there we go, and supported by Fentimann's long-standing family business. Anyway, back to the racing. Little battle going on here for the lead amongst the SP3 class. Pit window now open. And that is going to be immediately taken advantage of by the number 35 car, Daniel Krieger. He drives straight into the pit lane, thereby handing the race lead as far as the SP3 class is concerned to Edward Sampson in number 30.
That's right, yeah, so that was a battle that we were looking forward to. Maybe we have to wait a little bit longer for that. Rob Hollyman's race in the Charles Ivy Racing prepared car has come to a halt briefly. He's on his way again, as in the pits, as Ian mentioned there, is Dan Craigo in the number 35 Porsche 968 Club Sport.
And driving solo today, not sometimes I think it's a shared car, that one, but driving solo on this occasion.
987 we see there, started by Gary Stanford, who's in his first ever car race. He's done karting, he's done sprinting and track days before, but good to see him making his racing debut today. And he works within the NHS as one of the many people we thank for their service to the country.
Big moment for number 11, which is Dominic McGee in the Boxster S, and he travels his way through the gravel trap of McLean's and comes out the other side, but that would have been a heart-in-the-mouth moment for the driver from Rugby. And he has got back onto the circuit, thankfully, without any major dramas.
Yeah, Dom in his second, I think, full season in this car. But that, as you say, was quite a big moment there, but he saved it. There's 56, which is Tom McHugh, the 63-year-old director from Surrey. Started racing back in 1995 in the Porsche Club Championship, and he races this 3-litre 968, which is prepared by Charles Ivy specialist cars. Of course, Charles Ivy Racing run cars at Le Mans, including Group C cars in the 1980s.
So we are 22 minutes left in this race now. The pit window's been open for a couple of minutes or so. It's going to be open until 15 minutes to go, if I remember rightly.
Warren Allen did one quick lap at 1 minute 25.534, but isn't pulling that far clear of Andrew Juice, just 2.4 seconds between the Cayman and the Boxster.
McGee is into the pit, so is the Ken Van Houten car that we saw during the safety car period, which caught our eye.
So McGee's handing over, isn't he, to Stuart Warner, he shares that car with.
Yeah, that moment at McLean's was enough for him in that race.
Juice into the pit lane from second place now. So this race could be won in the pit lane, because there wasn't a huge amount between them. Juice had pulled quite a long way clear of Ross Morris, who's in third position now. He's got himself ahead of James Gunn Carter, who's in a Class 1 Boxster, modified Boxster. Running up the order. Rob Hollyman's still going, isn't he, after his second moment of the race. Accelerating out of Coppis in that 2-litre car. Despite having a smaller engine than the Boxsters, I think it's probably much more modified than the standard Boxsters, so quick in a straight line. And he's trying to unlap himself against the cars around him. His best lap was so far has been a 1 minute 34. And on that lap, there's a 1 minute 32, which would put him within the top 10 had it not been for that lap 1 incident.
Yeah, very frustrating for him that he had that off at Redgate right at the beginning of the race, but now trying to enjoy the remaining 20 minutes or so of this race and get back into a respectable position, try and get back onto the lead lap.
Warren Allen's gone a bit quicker. He's done a 1 minute 25.392 with his closest rival in the pit lane, serving the pit stop. Another car in the pits is the Cola liveried 68.
Yeah, Scott Gardner to hand over to Martin Mason. Two drivers from south of England.
Gardner, I think he's just getting out of the car, 33-year-old from Dorset, in his first ever race. Another driver making their racing debut. It's great to see so many drivers today coming racing drivers for the first time.
That's absolutely right, and 750 Most Club and this All Porsche Trophy, both excellent places to make your first steps into motor racing. So there's Deuce, who is now classified 9th after his pit stop.
We just had a look at the Alsatian, isn't it, on the side of the car, the Crufts eligible dog from a number of years ago now.
A century or so ago. Fearless, which hopefully sums up Andrew's approach, or AD's approach to racing as well. So that's the 68 car. That's short to go back out again into the race.
Of course, the Coca-Cola livery, I guess that is inspired from his car that raced at Petit Le Mans a few years ago. That I think Nick Tandy was part of, Laurence Vanthoor as well, the 911 RSR.
Yeah, and there's a great history of Boxsters racing with tribute liveries on, isn't there? Of various cars that have achieved great things. Porsches in particular have achieved great things in Le Mans and other international sports car racing.
Yeah, that car actually was built by Porsche Centre Swindon for, I think, that One Make series that was for a season or so, which was basically for tribute livery cars.
Yeah. It was a great looking grid, that one. I remember seeing it on an occasion or two. So we've got still Was It Allen leading the way. He's done a new fastest lap of the race last time, 125.152 to complete his 12th lap.
And he's just behind possibly his main rival in this race on the road, but what is it, a lap between them, or the best part, a lap minus a car length, because Andrew Deuce is ahead of Warren Allen.
He's now showing 12th actually, now that the sort of Thomas feeling's shaking itself out properly.
So
Deuce.
How much quicker is the Cayman in a straight line? Not huge amounts,
no,
actually.
It's not noticeable. He's not able to get past, is he, on the run down into this? But I wonder if Was It Allen is now thinking, I need to take my pit stop soon, because he's only got another 2.5 minutes, and he's going to dive into the pit lane this time, which is probably why he didn't really push to try and get past the car.
Cars wherever you look around this circuit. A couple of front engine cars and a couple of Boxsters here, turning through Coppice Corner, including the 30 machine that's also yet to pit, the Ed Sampson driven car. He's yet to hand over to Clayton Sampson, so I'm sure he'll do that soon. And in that, another of the Club Sports out there. Club Sport, a spinner.
And that's a dramatic moment for number 21, which is Andy Whiting in the Porsche 924S, because the glass boot lid has flipped upon that. Looks like there's a part that's failed, maybe. And no doubt that the sudden change in the passage of the air over the car has pitched him into a spin there. So it's fortunate that it didn't end in something more serious than that. But yellow flag's now waving on the exit of Hollywood, with that car now at the bottom of Craner Curves, where there is a dry line, but if you get off it, you're still in trouble, I think.
And of course, that is a boot on that 924, unlike most Porsches, where you find the engine. You won't find that on the 924. You can use that as your luggage compartment. There's the dry line that Ian just mentioned, and possibly that moment happened where he just got off of that line and it's rotated the car. Now, here comes Warren Allen. Has he come out ahead of Andrew Deuce? Deuce is across the line now, I think. So I don't think there's that much between these two cars.
I don't think there is at all between them. So
it'll all shake its way out at the end of the lap.
Yeah, so very close indeed. We've got just over 15 minutes of the race. There's the Whiting car that will need to be, or will it need to be collected?
Safety car.
Safety car is out, yes. That's just popped up on our timing screens. We've unfortunately lost our timing tower at the moment from the live stream, but yep, that's appeared on the live stream, and the safety car for the third time in this race is about to head out onto the track. There's the number 3 car, Fernando Coutinho, is now headed over to Gary Martin.
And one car hasn't made its pit stop yet, which is James Harvey in 40, and he's got about 10 seconds to do so. And here he comes in now, so that was cut pretty fine. But could this be an advantage for James Harvey with everybody running slower?
Yeah, exactly, because the safety car is not yet on circuit because they're waiting to pick up the leader, which is
that was actually William Cutler that came in. Apologies, because remember he pitted fraction too early at the start of the. Now Harvey has come in as well, and whether that was in time or not, unsure. But he's into the pits, as is number 36 Hugh Pert, also into the pit lane late on in this period.
Everyone has made a stop now, whether it was within 50 minutes or not, we can't be certain. But at least we can see that everyone has made a stop. So safety car is back out on circuit for the third time in this race.
There's 8 temps between Warren Allen and Andrew Juice, so I presume they are together on the circuit.
Yeah, I think they are. We'll pick them up. There they are. Yes, they've just gone through the 2 cars together. Marshall on the scene of the drama for Andy Whiting, the Daventry man, in his 2.5 litre 924S.
Yeah, so it's a bit bigger engine with the S, isn't it?
Yes, it's a slightly more powerful car, but nevertheless still eligible for the SP4 class.
Andy is an ex-motorbike racer, so I imagine that moment didn't scare him too much because it's rather better to do that in a car. He's only started car racing last year after doing track days and bike racing before that.
There's the snatch vehicle. It's ready on the opposite side of the circuit, just waiting for a gap in the traffic now for it to be called onto the circuit and to move the Andy Whiting car.
So, just say come through, although a long way back, in third place is the car that Ross Morris has handed over to Ed Harvey. So that's in what would be third position. And in fourth position, perhaps made use of that pit stop and then the safety car came out, is Edward handing over to Clayton Sampson, because they're up into fourth position, I believe, in their Class 3 968.
Yeah. So safety car is just crawling its way up to McLean's, trying to keep as many racing laps in this race as possible. But I think it's probably going to be at least one more safety car lap after this by the time that Andy Whiting car has been recovered.
The pit window closed graphic has come up on my timing screen and suggests it was a minute and a half after James Harvey came in. So if that's accurate, that's all good for James and everybody else. So we'll be able to get a true look at the order when we go back racing. But it's a real shame that this race has been interrupted like it has on so many different occasions.
3 different occasions now, yeah. So there's Wazza Allen and there's AD, Andrew Juice, just behind him.
There's 177, that's third, Ed Harvey. So there's not that many cars between him and the ahead, and then behind him on the road is the Sampson car, then the Gunn Carter car. There's James Harvey, so he's jumped a number of positions, I think, with that late pit stop that seems to have worked into his advantage.
Yeah, timing screen will sort of sort itself out, I think, momentarily, won't it? Because it will have then Alan going back ahead on our timing screen of Harvey, which is the opposite to what we have at the moment. There you can see the snatch vehicle down at the old hairpin. It's been connected up. Marshall gives the thumbs up, and the snatch vehicle there now try and tow Andy Whiting's car away. Safety car, going at a very reduced pace, but at least one more lap will be required. I've not picked up the leader, of course. Oh dear. For those of you that aren't watching the live stream, the snatch vehicle is now wheel spinning. Search is the muddy morass that we have down there at the old hairpin.
I think they're going to have to pull from the front, aren't they?
Yeah, they're going to have to try something else. They're not going to be able to go backwards.
Downhill's all right, it's going uphill.
Yeah.
And you can see in the background, I'm not sure when that happened, but the turf has taken quite a pounding, as I think it may do now, because there is still wheel spinning going on from our snatch vehicle.
Yeah, it's not great. We've had the wettest 6 months on record, I think, and it's no surprise that all of the circuits will be suffering. I know there's been some issues at Alton Park today.
I hope the circuit manager's not watching, because this might be a bit of a terrifying moment for what he's going to come in for tomorrow morning.
Thank goodness they're not protective of the grass around here. Anyway, we are working lap 16 now of the race. So the order with 10 minutes to go was around number 165 leads. AD Juice, as the snatch vehicle has now managed to make a move. AD Juice 8 is in second place. Third is 177, which is the car of Edward Harvey now. Fourth is the number 30 car, shared by the Sampsons, Clayton now at the wheel. Fifth is number 4, which is the James Gunn Carter car. Sixth is number 40, that's James Harvey. Seventh is number 35, which is our SP3 class leader, Daniel Crago. SP2, by the way, being led by Juice. Eighth, number 199, which is the car of Stephen Cunniff. Ninth is number 20, which is the car of Rich Gravestock. Rounding out the top 10 is number 15, which is the car of Brian Richardson.
Okay. It's happened again, but in a different place.
Oh dear, it's not going well, this recovery. It's really horribly muddy down there. SP4, by the way, is being led by James Chalambides in the number 62 car. He's 21st overall in the Porsche 924, but I think the place that Andy Whiting has come to a halt is just about the muddiest part of this.
Britain.
Britain, I was going to say Donington Park, but you may be right. So it's a very slow progress in trying to recover this car to a position of safety, I'm afraid. There's one marshal gamely trying to help the efforts by pushing the car along, but yeah, the conditions really not great down there, and that is the problem that we're going to have a few more weeks of this season at least, I think, if drivers do go off track. It's the recovery that's going to take a lot of time. Another marshal has now arrived to lend his weight to support matters.
The weather forecast isn't good for the following week either.
It's not.
For those of you who are watching at home, not in the UK, basically the whole of the winter season here has rained, if not every day, every other day. And here in the UK, and it's been, I think you were saying earlier, the wettest winter on record, which is unsurprising. Discussion on the 750 Motor Club YouTube page is going to what other Porsches we would like to see in this series. There's been some offers of 356s and 550s, which might be a little bit extravagant, but 914, I think that's perhaps more of a possibility.
Yes.
There's a few 914s that raced out there, and it's very much in the ethos for the 911s that we've got on the grid today. So more classic Porsches would be welcomed, I'm sure. But if they don't fit into the power to weight ratio, like Ken Van Howen's 911, at the discretion of the organiser, they can be allowed into the invitation class as well. So not unless you've got a GT3 car or something, I suspect the organiser would be pretty happy to have a look at what you've got to allow it into the series. As Ian said earlier, it's a very welcoming place, the Calm paddock, as is the 750 Motor Club paddock in general. There's already lots of people saying about how there's been lots of camaraderie to get people out and running. As you can see, the grids today have been pretty good all the way through. No weaker than we'd sort of expect any other time, in some cases stronger. We've got a big grid of Porsches here. We've got the biggest ever Mazda 7 grid, despite the British economy being not in the best of places.
I think there's been worry across sort of Club Motorsport, National Motorsport, that numbers might start to dip, and every year we've kind of thought that might be the case, before or since COVID, really, and it's not really happened yet. I mean, it's early on in the season yet. I think this meeting is doing well in terms of the numbers that it has produced. I think other clubs have had slightly mixed starts to their season. Some championships performing better than others. I'm sure it was the case with the 750 Motor Club as well, but I don't think there's anything that's really fallen off the edge of a cliff too much yet in Club Motorsport more generally. and let's hope it stays that way, because it's the sport that we love, isn't it? And we turn out to commentate on and marshal at and officiate at and spectate at. And 750 Motor Club meetings in particular are always ones that are eagerly anticipated by anyone who knows anything about them, basically. Anyway, where are we in this race? We are on lap 17 of this race now. That last lap behind the safety car took 4.5 or 4 3/4 minutes. So it's a very pedestrian lap by the safety car. 5 minutes of this race left to go.
So it's got to come in this lap if we're going to get any more racing.
I think it has, and then it will probably only be one lap that we would get. I'm not quite sure what the latest is on the recovery mission. Yeah, it seems to have stalled, I'm afraid. Down there, we've still got yellow flags waving. And the safety car still circulating, but at the moment the Andy Whiting Porsche is not in a, and it's not able to be recovered, basically.
Is it in a worse place than it was before? 'Cause it was kind of close to the tarmac before.
Yeah, I think it might be, and it's not Andy's fault particularly. It's nobody's fault. It's just the conditions that we're faced with at the moment. So we'll see if we do get any more racing laps in this Carmel Porsche Trophy race. It'd be a great shame if we don't. Because some beautiful cars, it would have been nice to have seen them pushed a little bit harder, driven in anger a little bit more than they have been. But yeah, a bit of a shame that conditions have dictated that a relatively minor off in the scheme of things has taken a long time to deal with. But yeah, it's nobody's fault. I'm not sure what anybody could do about it, to be quite honest with you. Anyway. 4 minutes of the race left to go in this Carmel Porsche Trophy race with blue skies now all over Donington Park. A few clouds, but quite a nice afternoon after the dismal start to the day that we had.
We have penalties here,
well,
including for the car that was running in second position. So I think this has been added to our timing screen. So number 8, Andrew Juice. Presume this is for a 1.8 second short pit stop.
Yeah.
He's going to get there for plus 30 seconds on top of 1.8, and it's not the only car. It's car 28, Andy Baker, was 1.3 seconds short, and I think this is now due to our new timing partner, TSL Timing, that have the ability to time pit in to pit out, then can add the stationary time to a pit in to pit out time, and therefore we get these penalties a lot quicker this year, and therefore that is going to affect the result and affect the Class 2 win.
Yep, so we are going to get the checkered flag, are we, as they go, yes, across the line this time, which is not a particular surprise because of the issue in recovering the Andy Whiting car. So a great shame that the Carmel Porsche Trophy race ends as early as it did. It is was it Alan then that's going to win? We're going to have to wait for the all the cars to come through and the penalties to sort of wash through. I'll give you the rest of the order in a minute, but certainly was Alan has won, but we had a relatively small number of actual racing laps in that race, which is a great shame for all of the competitors that came out in such great numbers for the Carmel Porsche Trophy race. And I feel a little bit sorry for all of the band organisers because there's nothing that they could have done about it. So it was Alan it was that took the win from Edward Harvey in second.
And Ross Morris.
And Ross Morris indeed. And then the Sampsons in third place. Edward followed by Clayton. Those were the top three, Josh.
And all class winners. Then the fourth class winner was James Carolambes, who finished in 20th position overall, and you can see the results on your screen.
Yeah, let's have a look then. 1651 Alan took the win in the Porsche Cayman after 17 laps of racing and safety car. 177 Edward Harvey sharing the car with Ross Morris in second, 10 seconds behind the winner in their Porsche Boxster S. And third, and completing the top three and three different class winners, Edward and Clayton Sampson in their Porsche 968 Sport. Fourth was number 4 James Gunn Carter in the Boxster. Fifth, number 40 James Harvey in a Boxster. And sixth was number 35 Daniel Crago in the Porsche 968 Club Sport. Seventh was 199 Stephen Cunniff. Eighth, number 20 Rich Gravestock. Ninth was number 15 Brian Richardson. And 10th was number 27, the car of Barrington, Darcy and Nick Wallace. There's Gary Martin and Andrew Deuce after his penalty, Tom McHugh, and then the 987 car of Gary Stanford and Grant Jackson. Over the page, in 15th position, we have the car of the newcomer, which was number 11, Dominic McGee and Stuart Warner. Also drawing attention to James Charalambides in 20th position overall in car 62. He won the SP4 class from Darren Constant, number 42, in second, and the 26 car in third of Stephen and Edward Potts. So I think 27 cars, maybe 28 cars made it to the finish, but we lost Andy Whiting and we lost the Callahans. They lost a wheel up there at McLean's, which brought about the second of our 3 safety car periods.
It wasn't really an attritional race considering how the race went. It was just very unfortunate things, I think.
Absolutely right. And in particular, the latter issue with the recovery of the car, just not a lot that could be done about that. And hopefully we will get that car moved and the snatch vehicle moved before the next race. Well, we'll have to get it moved before the next race. There is no choice in that matter.
It I'm not sure how much driving Ed Harvey got to do, because Ross Morris did a lot of the start, but he's very pleased and he's got a fan club to go with it.
Absolutely. Well, the fan club certainly have enjoyed the action down there in the grandstand, haven't they? Just adjacent to the pit garages.
And a Martini Racing Porsche overalls. That's not much cooler than that.
Now, the Andy Whiting car has been recovered on a very long piece of rope from a rescue truck in the next county, a recovery truck in the next county. The next task will be to try and move the snatch vehicle as well, but it does look like...
I hope that should be able to go downhill on its own steam, I hope.
Hopefully. But yes, recovery work ongoing. Meanwhile, the top 3 drivers and teams from the last race, they're going to sort themselves out after they've finished hugging one another and taking the adulation of their fans. And we'll hear from them in just a moment. 5 more races to come here at Donington Park this afternoon, but we'll head down to Yusuf bin Sahel now, who's in the pit lane.
We're here with, well, I'd say our top 3, but once again, first stunner runner. I say we promote you to first, but unfortunately, it's not my decision. Talk us through the race, because there were a lot of safety cars, so I'm guessing there was a lot of thoughts going on regarding strategy and whatnot.
It was all about just making the most of the restarts, making sure that the tyres and brakes were all up to temperature, so that when the safety car came in, I was able to gain places rather than lose places.
My other question is, track's drying up massively. I could see from about a few minutes in that there was already a dry line going into turn 1. Was that the same around the rest of the circuit?
No, it wasn't. Out into Cops, it was very, very slippy on the outside, and yes, was losing it a few times, but yeah, mega race. Huge thanks to Team Parker Racing and Ross, who stuck with me for a few years now. He's brought me on, so huge thanks to Ross. Thank you.
So is this your first podium then as a duo?
Yeah, and first class win. So yeah, very, very, very happy.
Absolutely fantastic stuff, and good luck at the next round.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Right, we will go and grab our 3rd place team, which is father and son duo. I'm going to assume.
Clayton Sampson and Ed Sampson.
Sorry, we'll get you both into the camera shot. Talk us through the race. It looked quite difficult.
Good. No, actually, it wasn't too bad. So we started P2. Out of 5 in class. I managed to hold that position throughout the race until the pit stop in the middle, where I got out and he got in, and then he spent the rest of the safety car time driving in for for third overall somehow.
So how do we make up for the fact that he got all of the racing time and you didn't?
Well, there's always the next race. Yeah, I got one fast lap in at least, so that was good. But yeah, it was a bit frustrating that I didn't really get to go, but we've got a good result, so we can't complain.
Yeah, and we've got to thank the team over here as well for doing a fantastic job all weekend, and the fans here today and out in Dubai as well. So thanks very much.
I heard a lot of cheering. Fantastic job, guys, and good luck at the next round.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So with that, we're going to throw to a quick break because we have our sport specials coming up soon.
Race 2 of the Freaky Park Sports Specials Championship will be coming up very shortly. First, though, we're completing the recovery operation at the end of the Calm All Porsche Trophy race, where Andy Whiting's Porsche 924S is now being loaded onto the MS3 recovery flatbed truck, and will hopefully get back to the paddock safely. It looks like the snatch vehicle has already made its way back to the correct side of the circuit. Also needing to recover via McAvery, the Boxster of Mark Callahan. This is the car that shed a wheel up at McLean's. Looks like maybe the wheel nut hadn't been fitted properly because Marshall found the wheel and the wheel nut to go with it in the gravel trap up there. So unfortunately Sam Callahan didn't get out in the car today. So that's just about to be lifted onto the back of the truck, Josh.
Yeah, looking forward to this next race for the sports specials. Might have a very different feel to the earlier race when it was wet.
Yeah.
Now it's kind of dry. Can the eclipses of Paul Collingwood and Martin Gambling returning prove to have anything for Andy Hiley? And Anton Landon went so well. That's the best I think we've seen him go for a couple of years. He hasn't won a sports specials race for a few seasons. So can he do that too in the drier conditions? The only thing at the moment, obviously, we just got this really single track line, haven't we? Which could trick a few, but I think it's actually it's Landon on pole, isn't it? In the second best lap from qualifying, he was quicker than Hiley. But is pole where you want to be? Where's that drier part of the circuit?
Well, you can see there, it's more or less over the second grid box, isn't it? And the first grid box is on the wet side of the track, so that might not do Anton Landon any favours, really. Andy Hiley will have that mostly dry grid box. I'm sure he'll try and get his car as close to the right-hand side of his grid box as he can.
There, can't you?
Yeah, a good view. And of course, because the racing line isn't sort of parallel to the straight, it's further back on the grid. The right-hand side probably is the place to be. Yeah. But not so right at the front of the grid.
Yeah, is it more like fourth position on the grid is actually the place to be, which is Paul Collingwood, who has won races in the past. He's finished third in the overall championship in 2020 in his Eclipse. Good to see Martin Gambling back out though. Didn't race in sports specials last year. He's been a long time 750 Motor Club Race, so I think he's got a Lotus that's being prepared by Matt Sherrington for road sports later in the season. Possibly a Club Enduro round. Matt Sherrington was telling me earlier today for Martin in that as well, and possibly I think Matt would quite like to be the co-driver should he need one. But yeah, good to see Martin Gambling back out in his Eclipse. I think we're going to see Clive Hudson and Paul Boyd later in the season in their cars too.
Yeah, they're always up at the shop and usually manage to get a win or two between them. Hiley, though, has been the man to beat, hasn't he, for a lot of the past few seasons in Class A, and I'm sure he will prove to be again today, starting from the outside of the front row this time. Did win the first race by 41.3 seconds in his Kronos HR1S in an 11-lap race. Paul Collingwood it was that finished second in car number 11. Anton Landon it was that was third in car number 64 in the Sienna Mark II. And then Neil Turner, of course, last year's champion from Class B. Well, he's returned to Class B in his Caterham 7, and he got off to a winning start there. Second within that class was Andrew Hayward in the Silver Clubman, who finished third in the Class B Championship last year, just a point behind Stuart Thompson, who in actual fact was a non-starter in that first race. And Marcus Roskill, long-time Sports Specials campaigner as well, in the Silver Phoenix, he completed the top 3. And then within the third class, which is for the MEV Exocets, Mickey Scott it was that beat Gerard O'Donoghue and Warren Vesey after dramas for Stuart Much, who ended the race in the gravel trap, the perennial favourite in that particular class of the championship. The top 2 classes based on power to weight ratio. Class A is for cars with around 330 to 350 brake horsepower per tonne. Class B, sort of 270 to 280 is the particular window that you're looking at there per tonne. And it's a free choice of tyre from the Motorsport UK list 1A, B or C.
That's right, yeah, and the higher power band in Class A for the front engine cars, which I think we've only got the one today. But I think later in the season, Stephen Ward is going to return to Sports Special with a Westfield. And of course, Westfield did win the championship a couple of years ago in the hands of Lewis Ward.
Yes, that's right.
But yeah, Stephen Ward, I think I'm related, raced a number of seasons ago in the championship and returning this season. I think in a newly acquired Westfield for this season. Caterham's very much eligible as well. We've got Neil Turner out there. Of course, he won Class B there in his 1995 model that raced in the 750 Motor Club Caterham Championship when that was a thing all those years ago. But we very much do encourage any Caterham owners, if they want to race against other types of car, this is the place to do it. I think the 310R, the most popular Caterham in the country, that would fit nice into Class B. We've seen plenty of 310Rs over the years win races in that class, and then I guess if you've got a more modified car, as long as it fits the regulations, that would fit into Class A as well. Also encouraging any Ginetta owners, Ginetta G40 owners this season to join the championship, because they've not got a home anymore. So if you want to do sprint racing in those cars, this is a great place to do it. They fit into Class B. We've seen a couple over the years. I think we've got quite a few doing Club Enduro and Road Sports in a few weeks at Croft, so that's for the longer races. But if you want to do a sprint races, Sports Specials, the place to do that. So there's a number of those cars that must be in the country that are not being used.
Yeah, absolutely. Ex-manufacturer backed championship cars without a current home to race, so be good to see some more of them joining the grid. Lots of different types of cars eligible as well. There's more Westfields that could come out. There used to be a dedicated Westfield Championship many years ago. I suspect many of those were sort of converted back to track day cars and things like that. But no shortage of Caterhams, is there?
That's for sure.
It'd be good to see some more of those back out in the future. It's a nice calendar this season. Obviously starting at Donington, we go to Thruxton, Snetterton, Cadwell Park, Silverstone and Mallory. So a nice variety of circuits there.
And you mentioned Thruxton there. That's of course an exciting return this season for the first time in 7 years. A lot of the things that are here will also be at Thruxton. Sports Specials are there. Mazda 7s will be there. The Porsches are there.
BMW Club Race are there as well.
And 750 Formula. So it's just actually the bike sports are not there that are here today. And I think the MX5s are joining us at Thruxton too in what will be 4.5 weeks' time.
Yeah, it's the May bank holiday weekend, isn't it? It's the Saturday of that weekend.
We have cars.
We do have cars, and let's see then if we can give you a grid for this race. The grid for this one is based on the second fastest times from qualifying earlier on. So on pole position is number 64, Anton Landon. Besides him is number 53, Andy Hiley. Second row is Neil Turner, number 1 on the inside, and Paul Collingwood, number 11 on the outside. Third row is Martin Gambling, number 99, and Stuart Murch in number 7. Row 4 will be Andrew Hayward in number 27, and Marcus Roskill, 44. Warren Vesey, 78, and Colin Benham, 18 on row 5. Gerard O'Donoghue, 69, and Stuart Thompson, number 30 on row 6. Row 7 is going to be Martin Hayward, 65, and Marcus Crook, 24. Neil Webb, number 9, and Alan Robinson, number 26 on the 8th row. The 9th row is 10, Nigel Brown, and 58, Mickey Scott. And rounding out the grid, 49, Simon Dodd, and 21, Paul Barker. Green flag is waved at the back of the grid then. It's going to be a 15-minute race for the Freaky Part Sports Specials Championship, round 2 of 12 that we will have this season in the sunshine on a drying circuit at Donington Park. But be warned, it is still damp and greasy offline, ready to catch out the unwary. Who's going to make the best start? Possibly Andy Hiley. He's in a good spot there on the outside of the front row with the slightly drier piece of tarmac that he is occupying compared to the pole position driver Anton Landon. So we're seeing hearing the revs start to rise now. We can see the first sort of 3 or 4 rows of cars there. There's an aeroplane swoops overhead, as they so often do here at Donington Park next to East Midlands Airport. Very shortly we'll be seeing the lights go on. Just waiting.
Not sure if the countdown has begun or not.
No, I was just wondering the same thing myself. We did see a green flag once at the back of the grid for certain.
Yeah, but they're not.
But maybe there's been another delay. Possibly there's still a recovery being completed elsewhere around the circuit, although the grid was complete.
No, there's not a green flag lap
The
for this
circuit
if you're new to 750 Motor Club Racing. Welcome along if you are. And now the countdown has begun, I can hear. So we will be very shortly getting the second round of the Freaky Part Sports Specials Championship underway, a 15-minute race.
It is. So the revs start to rise even more now. And we are going to enjoy this. I think it's very interesting to see how things pan out here. As the red lights go on, out they go. And who makes the best of the starts? Is it Hiley from pole position or from the outside of the front row? Yes, it is. Paul Collingwood from 4th follows him through. Anton Landon from pole is going to slot into 3rd. Martin Gambling, I think, is going to go 4th, although he's on the damper part of the circuit, so he's going to lose out, in fact, to Neil Turner. Nearly loses out to Andrew Hayward as well. But they head through Redgate Corner for the first time, and it is Andy Hiley leading, Paul Collingwood 2nd, and the driver from pole position, Anton Landon, as we predicted, down to 3rd place. Then a gap back to Neil Turner.
And top 3 getting away, possibly the first time these drivers have driven in anything like dry conditions this weekend, unless they were testing yesterday. And Gambling, big twitch in the second of the eclipses, coming out of the old hairpin. There's Mickey Scott progressing from the back of the grid, just like he did in race 1. And Neil Turner under threat for the Class B lead, because Andrew Hayward is all over the back of him in that 1988 Silver Clubman. The car behind, the 2 cars behind him are not in their class, but the Class B lead battle is very much on with Neil Turner, who dominated race 1 under pressure from Andrew Hayward, but Martin Gambling splits them as they turn through Coppice.
Yeah, and it looks like Hayward is going to try and get back past him as well. Just behind them, you've got Stuart Much, a spin for, I think that was Alan Robinson in the number 26 car for the man from Pershore in Worcestershire, the Silver Phoenix. But here's this battle, which has got Martin Gambling now at the front of it. Hayward has lost out to Stuart Much as well in that Class C leading car. Top 3 have already gone through. They are about, well, they're 9 seconds clear of Martin Gambling at the end of lap 1. Hiley 53, Collingwood 11, Landon 64, the 3 leaders. Then it's a gap back to Martin Gambling in 4th place. And then we get into the Class B cars. Neil Turner is there, for example, in 5th, and Stuart Much is 6th.
How about newcomer Marcus Crook, who's going after them in the 3rd place of the Class B cars, a Fisher Fury. So great to see him going so well now the conditions are dry. And Turner and Hayward they were side by side coming through the old hairpin, but they've got Marcus Crook closing them in, the garage owner from Suffolk, in this 1994 Fisher Fury with a Ford ST engine, the car that was previously raced by Marcus Roscoe and Warren Vesey in this championship.
Alan Robinson is going to be for the pits, I think.
Martin Hayward, Andrew's father's going with them too. So we've got 4 cars, not separated by very much in Class B.
No, so good race going on here. Looks as if there was a little bit of oversteer, if anything, on the turn into Coppice that time for Neil Turner.
You wonder if how the setup has gone on Neil's car. That car prepared by Martin Ward, a 750 Motor Club champion and long-time racer. But Neil Turner very much under threat, which we didn't see that often last season. But the older cars of Hayward, and they're not far behind Crook as well, very much putting him under pressure. But it's for 6th overall, but importantly for them for class honours. And Mickey Scott, who's working his way through the order, the driver who started from the back, is into the top 10.
Yeah, he had dramas in qualifying this morning, so that set back his qualifying aspirations. And of course, with the Good for H2, set by second fastest times. He was even further back. So here is the battle for the Class B lead. Is Andrew Hayward, number 27, chasing after number 1, Neil Turner, and is almost into the back of Turner there on the exit of the old hairpin. Hayward is really pushing hard here. Neil Turner's not necessarily had a huge number of tough workouts in Class B over the last 12 months, but he's certainly got a good battle on his hands here. He's run wide there, and again, that time possibly if anything there was understicks. He's got off the circuit on the other side, and that occasion possibly in these conditions not quite was set up as well as it might be. He's lost it out now to Andrew Hayward, so I'm not sure that car's handling brilliantly either, to be absolutely honest with you. They're side by side again as they come down the back straight.
The lead gap overall is down to half a second because Paul Collingwood has just set the fastest lap. Which is now going to Martin Gamblin, at 1 minute 15.5, as Neil Turner reclaims Class B lead. He has a big slide down in the middle of the Robert chicane, so he loses it immediately to Andrew Hayward, who is back ahead.
Yeah, so it'll all change in Class B. So it's Hayward now ahead of Gambling, and then you've got the Class C leader Stuart Much, not Gambling, I beg your pardon, Turner. Then you've got the Class C leader Stuart Much behind. I wonder what's going on with the leads then, because as Josh said, it was half a second between them. Here they are, and they're together now at Schwantz Curve. It's Andy Hiley in the blue and white Chronos. It's the grey and orange and blue Eclipse, Honda engined Eclipse of Collingwood just in behind. Stuart Much now got himself ahead of Neil Turner.
That's Mickey Scott.
Yes, Mickey Scott has got himself ahead. Rather, I should say, ahead of Neil Turner.
So Gambling is a second quicker than the top two on the last lap. Hiley was in the 18s. I think he's got the hurry up now that Paul Collingwood caught him. They're trying to work out where the grip is and if they've got the right setup on, and then not to run out of the lines. It might not just be that people got the wrong setup on. It might be they're just running off the dry bit and finding a slippery bit of track. And again, not quicker laps from Hiley, Collingwood and Landon. So but Gambling is 3 seconds quicker than them in 4th position. So 1 minute 14.421.
It's only 2/10 off the lap record. So that's a great effort. Andy Hiley with that lap record from 3 years ago, a 1:14.42. So he might start to come back into the equation. Was he 9 seconds behind the leader at the end of the first lap? 4 laps have gone now, and he's only 6 seconds behind. So he's cutting that gap. 7/10 between the leaders. Meanwhile, Andrew Hayward is going to lose out to Mickey Scott as well. So that's both of the Mevs now ahead of the Class B battle. Stuart Much leading that class from Mickey Scott, and Hayward and Turner back together on track once again. A few car lengths between them as things stand as they come down the crater curves on lap 5.
Yeah, they've got a slightly larger gap over Marcus Crook now, but he's still going really well in this first weekend for him out in that Fisher Fury. So you'd imagine Mickey Scott might be able to pull clear of Andrew Hayward. Hayward is fighting back potentially up through Schwantz Curve into McLean's. And for this third and fourth position, it's side by side. Anton Landon's locked up on potentially the more slippery side of the road. So it's a mistake in both races now, I'm afraid, for Anton Landon. So he's going to rejoin, but in 4th position.
Yeah, so that was easier than it might have been for Martin Gambling to get through. He's done a 1:14.323. He's not quite got the lap record because the lap record is a 1:14.32, when we're only timing to hundredths of a second rather than thousandths as we are now. Anyway, still very close between the leaders. The gap didn't really change much that time. Still about 7/10 of a second between Hiley and Collingwood.
On that last lap, Gambling was about 1.5 seconds quicker, so not quite as big of a difference, but still enough to catch them before the race is finished.
Yeah, they both did personal best lap times, didn't they? Warren Vesey in the orange with the purple roll cage Mev. He goes through. We've had a spin for number 44, which is Marcus Roskill in the Silver Phoenix, so he's going to have lost time and possibly a position. Maybe not.
Big moment there for Martin Hayward. He saved it, thankfully. The dentist from Northamptonshire, who started racing in this type of racing 15 years ago. And he's brought his son along now, Andrew, who leads the class. But Martin Hayward, again, going really well. So good to see that. And he's got Warren Vesey, who used to be in Class B, just behind. Leaders up across the line, and it's a new lap record for Martin Gambling. It's the aim shot fastest lap of the race, a 1 minute 14.075.
And he's only 1.4 seconds now behind Collingwood in 2nd place, isn't he? There he is. He's in shot now, very much in shot with the 2 leaders. Meanwhile, Collingwood all of a sudden has lost quite a bit of time to the race leader, Andy Hiley. But certainly, I would say, Martin Gambling has his car more well prepared for these conditions than the two cars ahead of him.
Gambling got his own little aero tweaks on that Eclipse SM1 now since when we last saw him out. Collingwood we knew had already, but Gambling has got so much more grip. He just slices up the inside and he's up into second position.
It was 1.35 seconds behind at the start of the lap, halfway round, that he's through into second place. And now only about a second behind the race leader, Andy Hiley, as well.
Hiley's on wet. Look, he's moving over to the wet side of the circuit, so that's quite a surprising tyre choice. Maybe they weren't watching the Alpha Live pictures from the previous race to know how much drier the track had got.
There's a moral in that story, isn't it? Always tune in to Alpha Live to see what tyres should be on. But yeah, Hiley is definitely looking for the wetter parts of the circuit to try and protect his tyres, which will be, becoming more and more useless as this race goes on. His lap times, he still did the personal best lap time through 1:15.121, but Gambling did a second successive 1:14.0 something, and now is within a second of the race leader.
Down the Craner curve, so much more speed able to be carried this afternoon with these conditions, and when you've got the right tyres and setup on, as Martin Gambling seems to have, new lap record holder. About to lap Nigel Brown. He's not had a good day at Donington, has he? Struggled in the wet, and it's not gone so much better in these drier conditions either. But good to have Nigel out there. I know Stanton Landon said his aim is to compete in as many racing seasons as Nigel Brown has, but he's got a little way to go yet, I think. And while Nigel Brown still racks more up, it makes his life even more harder to achieve that.
Absolutely right. Meanwhile, just a quick note on what's going on elsewhere. It is still in Class B. Andrew Hayward, number 27, ahead of Neil Turner, number 1 in Class B. About 5 seconds between them. But the gap coming down in Class C between Stuart Merchant and Mickey Scott. We'll see if that continues on this 8th lap of the race. But the gap had been coming down. It was still around about 4 seconds, though. The gap between the two leaders...
Gambling's transponder stopped.
Gambling's transponder stopped working, so we'll have to do this by eye. And he's been slotted back in by the timekeepers with another lap record, a 1:13.862. The gap down to 8/10.
Mickey Scott's going really well, isn't he? To match and actually now be quicker than Stuart Much. I don't think we've really seen that before. He's won class race before, but that's more, I think, when Much has had an issue. So great to see Mickey Scott having improved over the last 6 months. Here come the leaders then. How long is it going to take Gambling to get through? He goes up the inside immediately. Hiley tried to turn in, but already Gambling was there, and he takes the lead then. As Ian mentioned, it's into the 1:13s now, and he is the race leader. Who would have thought that on the first lap of the race?
And I think Hiley would have known that probably it was futile trying to keep Gambling at bay. I mean, the only thing that could save Hiley now is a sudden cloudburst, and I don't think we're going to get one because it's blue skies overhead at Donington Park now. Sun is shining brightly, and Hiley, well, he's going to try and hope he can stay in second place here. He's got about 5 seconds in hand over Paul Collingwood at the moment. He's trying to go with Gambling, and he's going to pull to the left-hand side of the circuit. But even the places he was looking to for the damp circuit now, they're drying up as well.
Yeah, that's right. He's going to give this a go, it seems, because he's only 0.3 of a second behind the race leader, Martin Gambling, the new race leader, as they lap Marcus Roskill as they head downhill. Hiley's a bit wide there. Now, we know that is a problematic line, but he's managed to gather the car back together, but he's lost time because of it. In Class B, you mentioned Andrew Hayward and Neil Turner still the top two, but Martin Hayward's got himself up ahead of Marcus Crook.
Change of lead. Kronos back through with Andy Hiley back ahead of Martin Gambling, so the tyres might be cooked, but he's still having a good go. Meanwhile, he's just made him out of the gravel trap there. That's Marcus Crook in the number 24 ex-Warren Vesey car. Had the wheels hooked over the edge of the curb.
What's happened to Gambling here?
He's slowed, hasn't he?
Yeah.
He has slowed, so he must have a problem. That is, well, from his point of view, a great shame. Andy Hiley will be having a quiet smile to himself in the cockpit about that, I should think. But yeah, Gambling has dropped a long way back, so he has got a mechanical issue there. You can see in the background, which looks like he's fumbling for a gear or something down there, but yeah. I said the only thing that could save Andy Hiley was a cloudburst. That was the only other thing, a mechanical issue for Martin Gambling, but I didn't think I'd mention that.
No, so not quite a commentator's curse, I don't think.
No. So Hiley's now got this 6-second lead over Paul Collingwood, and it'll be Anton Landon back into the podium positions, won't it?
Yep.
So what's happening within the class as well? Andrew Hayward's continuing to get further away from Neil Turner in Class B, and Stuart Mush is continuing to get further away from Mickey Scott in Class B. So I think everything's probably been sorted out, unless there's more dramas of the kind that have afflicted Martin Gambling.
It was a good race, wasn't it? A really good chase by Gambling. Remember, this car hasn't raced for over a year.
Just interesting, Hiley's last lap was at 4 seconds off his best, so he now is driving within himself, I think, doing what he needs to do. Honestly, preserving the tyres. I'm not sure it'll be worth preserving after this, but yeah, doing his best in the circumstances.
There's Marcus Crook after that spin. He had a good first half of the race. The second half hasn't gone so well. He's just been passed there by Gerard O'Donoghue. The airline pilot has got past the garage owner, Marcus Crook. There's Stuart Much. We haven't seen huge amounts of him in this race. He's been leading Class C throughout, the 7-time consecutive Class C champion, and the owner of the MEV, the MEV kit cars. I think they had a new car out which was on display at the Autosport show at the beginning of the year. I'm not sure if that's a car that we may see in this championship for too much longer.
I'm going to question your statistic there. I don't think it was a 7-time successive, because I think Sylvia won it.
Oh, right.
One of those years. Sylvia Much, the other, his better half. Anyway.
6-time champion.
Yeah, and 5 in a row, to be fair to him. So there's Stuart Much going on to what will be his last lap of the race, I think.
That's what happens when you just search surnames, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. And you forget that there's a husband and wife combination there. So he'd gone to his final lap of the race. The clock's counted down to 0. Andy Hiley started this lap 8.4 seconds clear of everybody else, and presumably he's actually almost at the checkered. So it might not be the final lap, actually. He might still have another lap.
Then we've got 0 on the
go.
clock.
Yeah, 0 on the clock. So it will be the final lap. There is Andy Hiley just taking the checkered flag with a 121.5 off on that last lap, 7 seconds off his best. So he has really eased off. Paul Collingwood takes second place, number 11. He was in the 19s, to be fair, so he wasn't pushing on either. I think they're probably both on similar issues. And then Anton Landon should be third. We've had some of the slower cars come through to complete their races.
We've seen Neil Turner, but 11 seconds up the road now is Andrew Hayward, who's going to win Class B in the Silver Club.
And the danger here is he might lose out to Martin Hayward for third place, or for second place in that class.
I think Andrew has won Class B races before, but
Yes,
not last year. So it'd be good for him to have beaten Neil Turner. Meanwhile, Stuart Much has come through to win Class C ahead of Mickey Scott.
Yeah, indeed, and also crossing the line there is number 18, Colin Benham.
There's Andrew Hayward. He was sideways out of the chicane, but he does win Class B in pretty dominant fashion in the end. He was one of the oldest cars on the grid.
Yeah, it was a very good race in the first sort of 3 or 4 laps, wasn't it? But dominant performance after that. And there is the second place car in Class B going through. That is number 1, reigning champion Neil Turner, and just behind him, number 65, Martin Hayward, only about 0.7 of a second behind. And we also saw Warren Vesey go through, didn't we, to complete his race as well. So I think everybody who's going to come through has done so. So let's have a look at the results. At the end of 12 laps that time, we got an extra lap in with the improved conditions. 53, Andy Hiley, the winner in the Kronos HR1S. Second was number 11, Paul Collingwood in the Eclipse SM1. The gap between them, 6.309 seconds. And third was number 64, Anton Landon in the Sienna Mark II. He was nearly half a minute behind. Then in Class B, the winner and fourth overall was, Class C, it was number 7, Stuart Much, in the MEV Exet. Fifth was number 58, Mickey Scott. And sixth, the winner in Class B was number 27, Andrew Hayward, in the Silver Clubman. Third of the MEVs was number 78, Warren Vesey, in 7th, completing the Class B podium, number 1, Neil Turner, and number 65, Martin Hayward, and rounding out the top 10 was 69, which was Gerard O'Donoghue. That was Marcus Crook after his moment, Nigel Brown, Marcus Roskill and Colin Benham, all of them 1 lap down. Neil Webb, a further lap adrift, and we lost Martin Gambling and Alan Robinson along the way. Freaky Park Sports Specials Championship, that's going to continue in just about a month's time at Thruxton. A return to the Hampshire circuit next month for the 750 Motor Club, and we'll look forward to that. There's Andy Hiley. He's already made his way into pit lane, so we'll hopefully be grabbing a word with him shortly. And some different winners in the other classes this time, in the form of Andrew Hayward and Stuart Much. Neither of them made it in first place in race 1, so keeps things wide open. I think one thing that will be a stymie for Andy High is the number of starters within Class A today. That will limit his points haul potentially from today's Freaky Park Sports Specials Championship races. We're hoping to get the likes of Paul Boyd and Clive Hudson out for future races, to increase the numbers within Class A and allow him to pick up maximum points in future rounds, because points are scored within classes and you need to have a certain number of starters in each class to max out on the potential points that you can score. So Freaky Park Sports Specials next out at Thruxton. We have 4 more races to come for you today. Next up, it's going to be the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. Then we're going to have Mazda 7s and the Radical Bike Sports Championship and the Race Part 750 Formula Championship to round out the day at what is currently a rather sunny Donington Park. But more of those in a moment. We're just waiting for our drivers to get ready down in the pit lane to speak to Yusuf bin Sahel, who's down there. Yusuf, with recent track day experience of Donington Park, is ready and waiting to talk to us. Let's go down to him now.
Well, it's our first second race of the day and our first double winner of the day. Andy, not exactly the same way as last time, not the 40-second domination, but you look quite good out there.
We chose the wets and we chose the wrong tyre actually, which really surprised me. But yeah, I think Martin chose the right tyre because he didn't have as difficult a choice to make because his wets weren't good. But he was definitely on the right tyre. And if it hadn't gone wrong, it was his race. So yeah, I'm lucky.
Well, considering you're on the wets, you were only 2/10 off your previous lap record here.
Right, okay, well there we go, yeah. They're not bad tyres, are they?
Clearly not, but you got the win, 2 wins, perfect way to start off the championship.
Yes, absolutely, yes. Happy with that.
Next round, Brands Hatch?
Thruxton.
Oh, Thruxton, good. How do you reckon the car fares at Thruxton?
I think the car will work pretty well at Thruxton. It's a very fast circuit, so downforce works there. It's got a bit of downforce on it, so yeah, should be good.
Well, congrats on the double win and see you at Thruxton.
Thanks very much, see you there.
Right, we will move on to our Class B winner, Andrew. Oh, I looked at Class C, sorry. Andrew, good job with the win.
Yes, it was very surprising actually. Don't get many of these. It's been a while since I've had one of these, so yeah, very nice. Yeah, it was good. Yeah.
Well, good to see you back on the top step of the Class B podium. What were the conditions like for you out there? Because they looked pretty much bone dry.
Yeah, it was difficult. Obviously, if you did want to go for an overtake, it was as kind of a single dry line. It was kind of developing a little bit, but yeah, if you want to go for a big overtake, it was certainly a wet line, but it wasn't too bad. Yeah, not too bad.
Well, good way to start the season with 1 win out of the 2 races. Yeah. Thoughts for Thruxton?
I've never been, so it's a complete unknown. So yeah, I don't know what's going to happen. It might go as well as it's gone here, or it might go horribly, but fingers crossed it'll go well.
Well, best of luck for
Excellent. It. Thank you.
And we'll move on to our Class C winner, Stuart. Good to see you back on the top step of the podium.
Yes, yeah, it was a little bit interesting this morning. All my own fault, put myself in the gravel and ruined the race. But yeah, better race today, better race this afternoon.
Well, you had to work your way up through the field, so you made it a bit more exciting for yourself.
Yes, yeah, it was, I mean, the Class B cars are quick off the line, and the guys were swamping me. I got a wheel spin off the line, but made the most of it, settled down and sort of got into a rhythm. Trying to nurse the engine back because it's on its last legs, so I'm glad it survived the race. But yeah, good finish.
Is there a new engine coming on, or is it drive it until it dies?
New engine before the next round, I think. Yeah, this one won't last.
Fair enough. Well, glad that there's a new engine coming in, and probably fairly good for Thruxton considering it's a bit of a power circuit.
Yes, yeah, this one wouldn't survive Thruxton. No, it's done. BS Motorsport have built me another good engine, so we're going to put that in over the next couple of weeks and hopefully be further up the grid.
Well, we've got the siren. Congratulations again on the win, Stuart, and we're going to throw to an ad break, and we'll be back shortly with our next race of the day.
On to race 8 of the weekend. It's the BMW Car Club Racing Championship, second race of the weekend for these cars. And what a cracker the first one was when it was won by Paul Cook from Stuart Pywell and Wayne Lewis, the three of them battling it out throughout the full 20 minutes of the opening race. The cars off onto their green flag lap for the second race now, so let's see if we can run you through the grid for this one. I can tell you that on pole position it's Paul Cook in the BMW E46 M3, and besides him is going to be the number 76 car of Stuart Pywell, a similar car. Second row is number 7 Wayne Lewis, and besides him number 43 Stephen Schweikart, the champion from last year from Class 6, and he's still in Class 6. Row 3 on the inside is number 16, one of the stars of Race 1, Aidan Villeneuve, on his race debut in the E46 3 Series, and 66 Mark Coleman next to him. Row 4 is 17 Andrew Pywell, and number 4 William Lake, who was a star in the Cup class in the early race, winning that by a country mile. Row 5 is 67 Adrian Williams and 77 Paul Travers. Row 6 is 96 David Morris and 31 Paul Laramie. On to the 7th row, that's where you find number 68 Gareth Thomas in another of the Cup class cars. Besides Class 6's number 60 Carl McMillan. Row 8 is 47 Stuart Delph and number 9 Jason Rees. Row 9 is 42 Paul Neville and 50 Stephen Kay. On the 10th row is 8 Ross Murphy and 6 Sam Walton. Row 11, 3 Kaz Singh and Chris Blakey, number 27. The 12th row, Sean Foley and 71 and Colin Whitmore, 35. Then row 13, 30 Matthew Smith and 48 Mike Nash. And on the 14th and final row, 88 Andrew Phillips and 23 Tom Singleton. We did have a few retirements from the first race, so Blakey, Foley, Whitmore, Smith, Nash and Phillips were non-finishers. Tom Singleton was a non-starter, so I'm not quite sure if all of those are there, but whatever. We're in for a good race, Josh.
Yeah, this is going to have that different feel to it with the conditions, so there may be some cars a bit further back on the grid that will move forwards, and then like Steve Schweikart and William Lake, you'd think would be passed by the more powerful cars in the other classes. So it might be a busy couple of laps to get everybody into some sort of pace order. If race 1 is anything to go by, those 3 M3s at the front should put on quite the show.
Yeah, they should do. We've got this dry line around the circuit now, but as drivers were saying after the Sports Special race, it's still wet offline if you want to go for an overtake. So that in a way can make things more challenging.
Of course, we're going to get lap traffic in the second half of this.
Absolutely as well. So you will need to go offline at some point to get past back markers. That could liven things up somewhat. Green flag waved at the back. 20 minutes of racing for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship about to get underway. Revs are rising, lights are about to go out, which they do now, and away they go. It's a decent start from pole position from Paul Cook, but not such a good start as that made by Stuart Pywell from the outside of the front row of the grid, but they're going to go wheel to wheel, more or less into Redgate corner for the first time. In fact, Paul Cook slots into the lead, Pywell second, Wayne Lewis is third. Looks like Schweikart is in fourth position, and does everyone make it safely through Redgate corner for the first time? It looks as if they're going to, Josh. So out of Redgate, down Hollywood they go, and Paul Cook has amassed a huge lead already over Stuart Pywell.
Yeah, that's right. He's got some confidence, more experienced in that car, helping him out perhaps. Everybody else has shot down the corner curves, and there's some contact at the old hairpin, I'm afraid. Number 60, Cole McMillan, goes around with car number 3, Kaz Singh, who was one of those drivers trying to progress on lap 1, but I'm afraid he's got tangled up in the incident with Cole McMillan's Class 6 car.
He'd made up quite enough ground, I think, to have that accident, unfortunately, because Kaz was back on row 11 of the grid. McMillan was on row 7 of the grid. So up at Coppice they are for the first time in this race. And be a very different feel to this race than the first one. We've got a challenge on for second place here. Wayne Lewis up the inside of Stuart Pywell, has gone very, very deep into the Robert chicane there. And he's going to lose out if he's not careful to the Class 6 car of Schweikart. I think the thing that will keep him in that position is the power of that car. But Paul Travers is someone who's coming through, and he's now got the class lead away from Schweikart as well. So that's a change for the class lead. Schweikart has been passing. There's a bit more chaos a bit further back involving Colin Whitmore, who's gone for a spin in number 35. And there's a lot of camber on that left rear. I think that's possibly been a bit of contact with Number 60.
Oh dear.
For the first time he's been involved in an incident, Carl McMillan.
I don't know if that damage to Colin Whitmore was the cause of the incident or the effect.
Yeah. But we've still got Kaz Singh stranded at the side of the circuit at the old hairpin, and we've got the safety car coming out as well.
Hopefully Colin Whitmore goes into the pit lane and that wheel doesn't depart the car. Hopefully the camber's due to broken suspension.
Yeah, and yes, he's heading down the pit lane, so that's a great shame for him. Meanwhile, the safety car, the Renault Megane, waits patiently at the end of the pit lane.
Paul Travers, by the way, and you said about how he's progressed. He started 10th up to 4th, so that was a really good opening lap. Another person who progressed, one of those non-finishers, Mike Nash. Good to see him out there. Could end up in the tyre ball in race 1. He come from 6th on the grid, and he was 13th by the end of lap 1. So he passed half of the cars on the opening lap.
Yeah, so that was a good first lap for him. But we're going to have a period of this race behind the safety car now. It's just going to be while that Kaz Singh car is recovered. Now, fortunately, it's not as far onto the grass as the Porsche 924 was earlier on, so I don't think it's going to involve the snatch vehicle getting onto the grass and the mud, which was the
Colin Whitmore was driven right through the pit lane.
I hope someone's going to say, that's not a good idea, Colin, because you've got a wheel hanging off. And certainly there's someone running down there to hold him because of the damage to his car.
Stop! Don't go out.
Yes,
I think it's a general.
I think that's a very good message indeed. And one of the other drivers there just saying, "Look, your wheel's hanging off. You don't want to be going back out onto the circuit with that."
Oh, we have got the snatch vehicle in.
We've got the snatch vehicle on the grass. We've got the car on the tarmac.
But it is a flatter part of the kind of serve sequence, so this is where you can get forward momentum.
Yeah.
The M3 is quite a heavy car, so they don't really want to be dragging it too far, I wouldn't think.
No, not if they can help it. So we've got Kaz Singh's car being recovered. The marshals signalling to the drivers to keep well to the left-hand side of the circuit to avoid any incident, and they're all paying good heed to that. And obviously, they're driving at very much reduced speed. They're doing 25 miles an hour past there at the moment. And hopefully, we'll get racing back underway very shortly. Still 15.5 minutes on the clock, so plenty of racing laps to be had here, I think.
I think Paul Cook led by about 4 seconds, didn't he, at the end of the first lap? But that's come to nothing now. The difference in race 1, he was on dry tyres, he said, didn't he, where the others were on wets?
Yeah.
Which means perhaps he has got more pace to be found.
Yeah, the best lap of the race was the first flying lap, which was 1:21.081, which was 8 seconds better than the fastest lap in the first race for Stuart Pywell. So even from a standing start, the Paul Cook lap time was much faster than anyone managed in the first race. Lap record for these cars, we're looking at 1:14.05 for Niall Bradley in Class M1. So we'll see if anyone can get close to that today. Probably be a bit of an ask, I would suspect. So still with the lights on the safety car, I think we're going to probably have one more lap behind the Megane before racing gets back underway here at Donington Park. You're watching the live stream supported by aimshop.com of this 750 Motor Club Race meeting. Good to have their support this season. One of the things that they're backing is a moment of the year. And that's something that will be adjudicated at the end of the season for the most exciting moment, whether that's an overtake, a save, or whatever it might be, a decisive moment in the championship, for a particular championship. Perhaps that is going to be awarded for the most exciting moment captured on the live stream all season. Aim Shop will be sponsoring that. So, yeah, we'll have to try and think at each meeting, Josh, what our most exciting moment of each meeting was to recommend them to be put forward.
Since we aren't both at all.
No.
So have to have the advantage, of course, having a live stream with this type of thing is you can watch back.
Exactly.
To find what you missed when we are elsewhere.
That's right. You'll be able to watch this live stream back later on if you've if you're here at the circuit today and you want to see what really happened at the parts of the circuit that you couldn't see.
If you haven't already, make sure you subscribe to the 750 Motor Club TV, the YouTube page, because that will notify you when we are live again, which is for the next meeting, because the Croft 2-day event in 3 weeks' time is live streamed, as will be the following weekend's action at Brands Hatch, and all the 750 Motor Club live streamed action brought to you by Alpha Live, with a long ongoing partnership now with Alpha Live, dating back 5 or so seasons.
Yes. No, it's been a great addition. The number of live stream meetings has increased year on year, and many of the events this season are being live streamed, so hopefully you can enjoy them wherever you may be. Talking of partnerships with the 750 Motor Club, we've got an official lubricant partner of the 750 Motor Club now in the form of Ravenol. So Ravenol supporting the club with some sponsorship and providing lubricant products to competitors across the various different categories. Many thanks to them for their support. Right, safety car's going to go in this time, so we're going to have about probably 11.5 minutes of racing to go once the cars cross the line this time. So that's still potentially maybe 8 laps, something like that, 9 laps of racing. So they're starting to accelerate now as the safety car has pulled in. Green flags wave, and we're back racing again here at Donington Park. Paul Cook leading the way then, but now by 0.6 of a second from Wayne Lewis in second place, as Stuart Pywell is in third place. Mark Coleman is fourth, so it's M1 cars, first, second, third and fourth. But then it's Paul Travers that's leading the champion, Steve Strykart, in Class 6.
Yeah, so that's all big moment there for 96, I think it was.
Yeah, David Morris that had the moment there at Redgate Corner.
So, yeah, that's one of the additional entries too in the last week or so. But he managed to save it, so all is good. There's the Class 6 battle then between Paul Travers and Stephen Strykart.
Yeah, that's just about to come into shot. There's Travers, there's Swack just behind him.
Yeah, Travers and Strykart are both BMW technicians. Travers for Sytner BMW in Stevenage in Hertfordshire, and for Strykart in Pinchbeck in Lincolnshire. So a battle of the technicians in Class 6.
Certainly know how to prepare a car, I'm sure, and seemingly know mad about driving them as well as they head down towards the chicane, Robert chicane once again. Fastest up of the race for Lewis there, 1:16.392, about a tenth or so faster than Paul Cook that time through. Gap between them now down to half a second. There is Travers, there is Strykart, then it's Andrew Pywell up next.
There was somebody off at the chicane, Ian.
Oh, and it's Mike Nash.
There was another in the top or towards the tyre wall.
Okay, well Nash is there and he seems to have smoke pouring out of his from underneath the bonnet, which just has been a whack up the front. Yeah, it's been.
That's worse than race 1, isn't it?
Yes, I'm afraid it is. So Mike Nash, it's not been his day really, has it, here at Donington Park? He's going to head into the pit lane.
William Lake also for the pit lane, so he may have been involved.
Yes, so William Lake, the winner of the Cup Class in race 1. Neil MacDonald, the BMW Club Racing Championship coordinator, opening the door there to have a word with him.
Battle for the lead. Wayne Lewis set the fastest lap on the previous lap and is right there with Paul Cook. Down into the Robert chicane they come. They've pulled well clear of Stuart Pywell, who hasn't got. And Cook's massively sideways. But he saved it, Ian. Is that the aim shot moment of the year?
An early stake being claimed for that one. Early claim being staked for that, even. Anyway, side by side for the lead because he's managed to hold on to it. And not having held on to it is number 71, which is Sean Foley in the M3 GTR, but the two leaders right together. I'm surprised that Wayne Lewis couldn't capitalise on that. I could only think that he must have backed off a little bit, seeing what was happening to Paul Cook ahead of him, because it was, okay, which way is he going to go? And I want to be going the right side of him.
I think it was last weekend where somebody did that in front of Paul Cook, and Paul Cook ended up clattering into them, so I think he probably had flashbacks there. Unfortunately, Mike Nash is the one that's been involved today. He's had a pretty awful day. He was in the tyre wall in race 1, but he's got a lot more damage this time.
Coolant or something cascading from underneath the car, but a nasty smash for Ash. Meanwhile, the 2 leaders are continuing to put on a great fight here. 8 minutes of the race left to go. Paul Cook and Wayne Lewis. Lewis with the best lap of the race, 1:16.392. They're now really battling with one another. Well clear of Stuart Highwell this time, who in these conditions seemingly not able to stick with him. He had that moment, didn't he, at the S's, of course, at the chicane, of course, before the safety car.
Now we saw that coolant, didn't we, Ian? And where did Mike Nash come to grief? Well, that was at the chicane, and now the slippery surface flags are out. And just wonder if that what's caused Paul Cook to have that moment a lap ago.
Yeah, and the circuit not looking in great condition there. So drivers will be wary of that. Certainly it's caught the attention of the marshals, which is good to see, and Yusuf's just alerted me to that fact as well. So everyone's seen it. Let's hope the drivers have clocked it as well. So Paul Cook and Wayne Lewis heading up the hill towards McLean's for the 8th time in this race now. With just under 7 minutes to go. These two know each other pretty well. Raced together for a long time. So they'll know each other's foibles, I'm sure. Paul Cook with a bit more experience than Wayne Lewis and more success, I would say, over the years.
They're not far away from that traffic, Ian, so that's going to be a factor in the final quarter of the race.
It is, and of course that safety car pit was sort of delayed the impacts of the lap traffic a bit, and I suppose it could be the difference between lapping cars once and lapping them twice in this race.
Yeah, that's for sure, and as many as well, of course. Back into the 1:16 for Paul Cook, so pace improving. And there is the traffic. There's a whole group of cars that they will have to lap before too much longer, which includes the Z3 of Matt Smith. Also, it includes Jason Rees, who's making his racing debut today. He's racing his BMW Compact, the Cup Class car, to get signatures on his licence before he brings out an E92 M3 later in the season.
Okay.
So another shape of M3 we'll have before the year's out.
It'd be good to see that, but the lead is now almost in amongst this traffic, so this could be the decisive moment of the race. Paul Neville, that is, in the number 42 car, keeping well out of the way. That car that he built himself, I think now in his 2nd season of racing.
Yeah, finished 3rd in the Cup Class Championship last year.
And I think he was 3rd in the earlier race as well, wasn't he? He was 4th in the earlier race within the Cup Class. So leaders making a bit more headway through the traffic down the straight. So that's where they want to get the traffic, really. And they've cleared... Oh, now there's a car between them. The Z3 is between the two leaders there. The Foley GTR is about to pull off as well into the pit lane, I think. So that's caused a bit more confusion. But that's worked into the hands of Paul Cook there, because Wayne Lewis has been a bit delayed, although he has now cleared the last of that gaggle.
Yeah, Cook was sideways between two cars for a moment, but not sideways enough for it to cause too much of an issue. So the gap up to 1.3 seconds between he and Wayne Lewis. But yeah, that traffic could have been a bigger issue, but particularly for Paul Cook, it went pretty well in a long straight period. Here's a couple of the Cup Class cars, I think, working their way down towards the old hairpin. Sam Walton is the 2nd of them, so therefore whom is the other? It may be car number 50, which is Stephen Kay, who's another driver making his debut today. Now what's happening in Class 6? Well, Paul Travers is pulling clear, 3 seconds ahead of Steve Schreikart.
And the gap between Schreikart and Andrew Pywell is down to about half a second now, so we'll see if we can pick up that in a moment. There's the class leader, Paul Travers, in that beautifully turned out sort of gunmetal grey 330. But we'll see if we can pick up on the battle behind him in a minute. It's about sort of 3 seconds behind him now. Schreikart and Andrew Pywell. Just got a glimpse of them there in the rear of shot. So we'll see if we can pick them up in a moment. Just letting that car run through. Here they are then. Andrew Pywell. He's upgraded his car to fit into Class 6 for this season from Class 4. And, well, he's going pretty well here because he's right on the boot lid of last year's champion, Steve Schreikart, as they head now down the back straight in towards the Robert chicane. 3 minutes of this race to go. Can Pywell get a 2nd place out of this? What he did in the first race as well behind Schreikart, with Travers fourth in the earlier race, but Travers has managed to turn his fortunes around. Can Pywell do it? And I think he might be able to, because he pulls alongside now as they cross the line, almost side by side as they cross the line that time. Type was saying there's 12 thousandths between them, but there's not any more, because through into second place within Class 6 has gone Andrew Pywell.
Yeah, good effort that. In the replica livery car from the 90s. Schweikart fighting back though, but the E36 is ahead. Pywell's car, which is fairly soft suspension by the looks of the car leading there through the crane curves, but it's good enough for him to get up ahead of Steve Schweikart.
Just worth mentioning, in the Cup class, it's Gareth Thomas that leads that in car 68 by about 10 seconds from number 9, which is Jason Rees, the debutant from Pontypool that you mentioned a little bit earlier on. But of course William Lake out of the race. He was the winner in race 1 within that class. Meanwhile, Andrew Pywell just starting to ease away a little bit from Schweikart now.
And it's 5 seconds behind Paul Travers, so you'd think there Travers is looking good ahead of them in the E46.
And the change, a problem there all of a sudden for Pywell down the straight. Schweikart was able to sort of wrestle his way past. I wonder if there was an issue with a missed gear or something. It seemed like a very strange place to have that, though, halfway down the straight. And Pywell's back on the speed again. Oh, and that's the 50 car that's having a big moment. Stephen Kay, the driver from Ellesmere Port, in his 325 Ti. It was the tail end of an incident that he was having, but he's back out into the race now.
Which is good news for another newcomer. As we mentioned earlier, the biggest Cup class we've had, if not for a while, ever. There's 7 of the cars out there, which bodes well. There's Paul Cook, who's about to start the final lap of round 2 of the BMW Car Club Racing Championship for 2024 as the leader. He is now 2.9 seconds ahead of Wayne Lewis.
There is the 69 car, that's Aidan Vilku. He's leading Class M2. Of course, he was the class winner in that class earlier, but it's not quite as far up the overall order this time, but still a very creditable performance from the driver from Willenhall in the West Midlands in his first time racing in the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. Did a great effort in the wet earlier on, and he's done a pretty good job in the dry as well. But in these conditions, I think more of the M1 cars are ahead of him, but also actually some of the Class 6 cars have gone pretty well in these conditions too.
Yeah, that's right. Another retro livery on that car. Car older than the driver there. Vicu, the 24-year-old. The car, though, 30 years old, a 1994 car.
That car's 30 years old. That's ridiculous. It still looks fresh, doesn't it, though, that particular era of BMW.
They were side by side ahead of him between Schweikart and Pywell there into Redgate. But I think they're looking for Paul Cook, because he is making his way towards the line now through the chicane, I think, to take the victory. There he is.
Yeah, checker flag goes out. Paul Cook it is that wins again. So 2 wins today for Paul Cook in the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. Wayne Lewis crosses the line 4.3 seconds behind him in second place, and it's going to be a bit of a gap back to Stuart Pywell, I think, who has taken third position. And there is our Cup class. I think that's our Cup class leader, is
Gareth
it not?
Thomas.
Yeah, Gareth Thomas. He's making his way through. The driver from Swindon.
Twice a champion in this category.
Yeah, and he's taking the checker flag in the 325 Ti to win the Cup class for the first time this season. Here's Pywell about to come through. We're just picking up, there he goes, across the line, just picking up what's going on a bit further back. There's Paul Travers in Class 6, so he's going to be our Class 6 winner on this occasion. He's just gone past the Z3 of Matthew Smith, but he takes the checkered flag, so Paul Travers it is that wins Class 6, a different winner in Class 6 this time.
And Schweikart and Pywell are almost overlapping as they come across the line, 1900ths of a second apart.
Yeah, but Schweikart just ahead, getting back ahead. Well, he got back ahead of Andrew Pywell, hadn't he already? But just fending him off by about 0.2 of a second. So some good racing all the way down the order in that BMW Car Club Racing Championship event. Paul Cook having it a little bit easier than he did in the first race to win by a little under 4.5 seconds. So number 26, Paul Cook, the winner. He completed 13 laps in that 20-minute race, and he was 4.353 seconds ahead of number 7, Wayne Lewis, at the end. Both of them in E46 M3s, as was, for the record, number 76, Stuart Pywell, in 3rd place. In 4th place was number 66, Mark Colmar. 5th and winning Class 6 was number 77, Paul Travers, in his BMW 330 Ci. 6th and 2nd in that class was 43, Swak Schweikart. And 7th was number 17, Andrew Pywell. 8th and winning Class M2 was number 69, Aidan Vilku, in his E36. 9th was number 31, Paul Laramie, in his compact. And rounding out the top 10, number 96, David Morris, in the 325 Ti. Then it was Adrian Williams, Stuart Delph, Chris Blake and Andrew Phillips. Further back, we'll see that our Cup class winner was in 15th place, Gareth Thomas, beating Jason Rees by around about 9.5 seconds in the end. And 3rd within the Cup class today was number 6, Sam Walton, in 18th position overall. And a few retirements there a little bit further down screen. The likes of Sean Foley, William Lake, Mike Nash, Carl McMillan and Colin Whitmore with that wheel damage in the early stages of the race. Well, that's an end to the BMW Car Club Racing action for today. It will be returned at Thruxton on the 4th of May. It'll be interesting to see the BMWs around a real power circuit like Thruxton in a month's time. A reminder that there's 3 more races still to come this afternoon. The Aimshot Mazda 7s up next. They should be a thrilling race, I would think, on a drawing circuit. More of that and on, but let's head down to Yusuf.
Well, in the M1 class, it's 2 out of 2 for Paul Cook. Must be feeling pretty happy with that one.
That was pretty good. We started on pole, but on the right side of the grid is still wet, so I wasn't expecting a good start. I got an even start with Stuart, but I managed to sort of get around the first corner in P1, and I seemed to just get a massive lead. I don't know if the guys behind me were battling against each other, I don't know. But unfortunately, safety car came out and brought us back into line again. But yeah, it's just another good race, enjoyable.
Didn't have to worry about wets versus slicks for this race. The track was definitely dry. After the safety car, they were all kind of bunched up. You managed to just pull a little gap and held it.
After the safety car, Wayne Lewis is behind me, and he didn't give me any sort of time to breathe, really. But yeah, got the victory in the end. And it's only... Guys only here because he got beaten up last weekend. Thanks to Jason Harleyhead for fixing the car and getting me out.
Well, fantastic stuff, and congratulations again on the double win.
Thank you. Cheers.
Right, we'll go and speak to our Cup class winner, Gareth Thomas. Gareth, you look pretty happy.
Yeah, I'm buzzing with that one. I'm absolutely buzzing because I had a tough wet race to begin with. Wheel was just disappearing into the distance. But yeah, the dry is where I'm happy. That's my happy place, to be fair.
Weirdly, it looked like there was more carnage in the dry race than there was in the wet race.
Yeah, no, that's the first thing that went through my head. We sort of had the safety car. We had the wet qualifying, wet first race. Nothing happened, and then all of a sudden, come dry, everyone's just hell for leather. That's what it is, yeah. But yeah, happy.
Well, you've had a win. I forget where you finished in the first race. Was it a second?
Second in the first race. As I say, it was the first time I'd ever used wet tyres as well, so it was new experience for me, so I was happy with second, but back in the dry, and that's good. I'm happy with this.
Well, leading the Cup Championship, so pretty good start to the season for you.
Yeah, absolutely, and long may it continue. Yeah.
Well, fantastic stuff, and best of luck for the next round.
Thank you very much. Right.
We'll go and I think we'll have a chat with our M2 class winner, Aidan Vilku, first. Aidan, hello again.
Hello again. It's surprising, if I'm honest. First time out, first win, 2 wins. Yeah, it's a lot warmer though with the sun out, I'll tell you that much. It's a lot warmer.
Yeah, you were quite surprised with your win earlier on today, and again, you looked really good today.
Yeah, I couldn't believe it, especially when I thought I was dry now. I thought, okay, it's going to be all new to me, but no, it's went my way again. So yeah, I'm really happy with it. Over the moon. My stepdad built a really good car, E30 Centre. Done a good one.
Well, looks like you're going to be well and truly in the championship fight this season. Long season ahead though, but I'm sure it's going to start playing on your mind.
Hopefully, but touch wood, don't want to jinx it. It's only the first race. So, yeah.
I don't think your forehead's made out of wood.
Well, no, that's true, but there's nothing else put around here to touch.
Yeah, I was gonna.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, there you go. Quick, have a run to a tree. But congratulations on the double win, and we'll see you for the next round.
Yeah, you shall. I'll see you next time. Thank you very much.
Right, we'll go and have a chat with our final competitor, our final winner. Sorry, Paul Travers.
Hello.
I think I've got that right. Yes, Paul.
Yeah.
Pretty good job?
Yeah, amazing. I'm trying to get the helmet in shot because my new helmet, and that's the first outing, so hopefully...
Go on, hold it. Talk us through the design.
Oh, it's a Bell RS7 helmet, but they put this lovely livery on it for this, or last year I think it is, but it's nice. It's just a nice new helmet. My other one ran out of dates because it was over 10 years old, so unfortunately I had to splash out a new one. But
I've got to say, why is it matte and not shiny?
Oh, the last one was shiny, so we went matte this time. Yeah, so it's good.
Fair enough. But overall, car feeling good and everything?
We're probably one of very few on dry tyres, so that was just surviving. I was up for second, third place, and it all went wrong on the last lap, so we thought, right, it's dry now, sun's come out, let's give it a go. We know we're really good at starts. Got a launch off the start, made up quite a few places off the start, and then I just thought I'd just stick behind the M2 guys and just keep it on the track. And yeah, it was loads of grip out there on the second race, so brilliant. So I'm well chuffed about this. Yeah.
Well, glad you had fun, and congrats again on the race win.
Thanks. Cheers.
So with that, we only have 3 more races left today. We're going to be heading into a short break, and we will be back shortly with our Aim Shop Mazda 7 Championship.
Yeah, the Aim Shop Mazda 7 Championship heading to the circuit now for its second race of the day. Marshall's waiting to greet the cars as they come on to the grid. A reminder that earlier on today, if I find my results, here we go, the win went the way of Ben Powney. David Hitchin was second and Craig Land third. That was after an amendment to the result because podium finisher Eddie Moyer was disqualified from the race for an eligibility issue, unfortunately, which means that he's going to have to start the second race from the back of the grid as well, and he was very much contending for victory in the earlier race. But we'll look forward to this. It's going to be another 15-minute race, and on a dry track it should be a real cracking race. No green flag lap, of course, for the Mazda 7s. So we will have them going on to the grid very shortly and then straight off into their 15-minute race. The grid for this one set by the second fastest lap times from qualifying this morning, with the exception of the fact that Eddie Moyer will start at the back of the grid with that 10-second penalty. But it will be the number 37 car of Ben Powney that will therefore line up on pole position. And besides him is going to be number 54, which is David Hitchin. There's him with the 2 drivers on the front of the grid.
A message for people who are here at the circuit. If you own a Seat Ibiza with the registration MH21RYT, could you please move it so a trailer and a team can get out? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Josh. So we will have the cars now heading on to the grid, as you can see, for this Aim Shop Mazda 7 race. We'll have a run through the grid for this one, if we can then. Ben Powney, as we were saying, on pole position, the winner of race number 1, a slightly shortened race number 1. So he's going to be on pole position in number 37, and alongside him is going to be number 54, which is David Hitchin. On the second row of the grid, we'll have number 94, Martin West, and besides him will be number 87, Craig Land. Row 3 will be the 56 car of Daniel Sibbons, and 66, which is Lucas Batt. On the fourth row, Matt Groh will be there in number 15. Besides him will be Anthony Ridd in number 13. Row 5 will be David Winter in 35 and David Martin, car number 4. Row 6, 97, Lewis Ridd, and 21, Sam McKee. Row 7 will be David Jones in 50 and Martin Shelton in number 99 as the grid graphic now comes on. So we'll just let that scroll through a couple of pages and catch up with us, because we've got as far as row 7, which was David Jones and Martin Shelton. And then row 8 was number 25, David Bowen and Robert Guyman, number 83. Row 9 was number 3, Callum Barnes and number 69, Lee Rogers. Row 10, Ayrton Rogers, number 79 and 88, Michael Jacobs. Row 11 is number 9, Thomas Parker and 55, Mark Crawford. Trial throw, Ian Wiles in 5 and Ben Dade in 17. Todd Boucher 20, Colin Marshall 2 on row 13. Row 14 is Simon Walker 73 and 47, Lewis Penstone Smith. And then a 10-second delay, and at the fall of the Union flag, Eddie Moyer will go on his own at the back after that eligibility issue a little bit earlier on. Josh.
Yeah, that's a pretty disastrous race ready to start his championship, because that'd be a score he has to carry throughout the season. So, and then this race is partly ruined because of that as well. So that is a drama. Other driver that didn't do too many races last season, but very different track conditions to race 1. So it's potentially a different type of race that we may get. And there's a little bit of confusion where everyone is lining up, potentially because of this amended grid. So we had a little bit more time than we thought we did before this will get underway. There are no green flag laps. If you're new to 750 Motor Club Racing, all races have a green flag lap. People asking on the 750 Motor Club TV stream chat about these cars. As the question suggests, these are 7 type cars there. Low costs, built on the Ron Champion, but rather than having the Ford Crossflow engine that the regular low costs have, these have the Mazda MX-5 Mark II engine and gearbox, 1.8 litre engine and gearbox, which are very affordable, and that has helped to grow this grid over the last few seasons. It's a pretty new championship, but this is the biggest grid we've had in Mazda 7s. So they are, or the running gear is Mazda based, and then the chassis is the 7S Lotus low cost cars. And nowadays, really, the 750 Club are becoming home of 7S type racing, because we have the low costs, which is a great entry level, affordable way into motorsport, the Mazda 7s, with quicker lap times. And then the Cup 200 cars that race within the Sports 1000 Championship, which are sort of the ultimate 7S cars. They've at the Burkitt Relay last year was the best non-radical team, and it's great to have this sort of free tier of speed way of going racing with this type of chassis.
Yeah, that's right. The run on the Toyo 888 tyres. The lap times around Donington about 6 seconds slower than the low cost, based on the lap records. Faster, I should say. 1:20.52, Danny Andrews' lap record. The low cost lap record, Matt Charrington from 12 years ago, in the 1:26s. So about 6 seconds a lap faster than the low cost. So that's quite an appreciable performance difference.
I think with Mazda parts being pretty easily available, it does mean the affordability of this, as well as low cost, is pretty good, and that's why both grids are pretty big. You'll see low cost in a few weeks at Croft, but for now it's Mazda 7s. It's round 2 of the Aim Shot Mazda 7 Championship. Yeah,
green flag wave. So just going into the very brief countdown procedure before this race gets underway here at Donington Park. 30-second board shown. That'll be turned around and then be shown as the 5-second board. Oh no, in fact that was the 5-second board. Red light's going to go on, and out they go, and we're underway for 15 minutes of racing. And from the outside of the front row, it's David Hitchin, who's made a good start. And it's, that looks like Eddie Moyer, who's gone not from a 10-second delay as we were expecting, but from about row 4 of the grid, trying to go around the outside then. So maybe either there was another amendment, or the amended grid wasn't given to the start line marshals. But anyway, race is underway, and it's David Hitchin, I think, that leads. Ben Powney second.
Lots of twitching. The conditions on cold tyres are pretty tricky, but everybody's, I think, saved their moments, which is good to see. And as you say, David Hitchin from the outside of the front row leads. It's side by side with second. Eddie Moyer going for second. Hopefully there's not a question mark over this race for him. But he's up ahead of Ben Powney. Martin West is fourth. There was a sideways car, I think, of Craig Land, who was behind there in fifth position. But the speed difference from race one is pretty appreciable immediately on this pretty dry circuit now. And those Toyo tyres are coming up to temperature, with David Hitchin then leading the way. The Clio in low-cost race up the toe is pretty effective, and that has drawn the three cars behind right back with the leader at the conclusion of the first lap, and it's very busy behind with everybody else seemingly coming through the chicane together.
Yeah, so along the Recall straight, there's one car that's gone straight on more or less at the chicane there. So that was the 88 car of Michael Jacobs, who's rejoined the circuit
possibly
now.
Damage to the front left corner.
Well, is that Moyer that's got into the lead of the race? Yes, it has in the 77 car. So he's got ahead of David Hitchin. Ben Powney there in third. Martin West is fourth, trying to become third. And there's a little bit of a gap back to Craig Land, who was in the end on the podium in race one. Look at the cars sliding around as they head through the old hairpin. Really good racing this, as we thought we might get from the Mazda 7s once we'd got a completely dry track.
It's Craig Land closing in on the cars in front as they're battling. Yeah, it's pretty much five for the lead now, so the double low-cost champion joins the top four to make it a five-way battle. We could get Daniel Sibbons into this before the end. Through Coppice Corner then, Eddie Moyer leading the way. The driver finished third in the championship 2 years ago. He's being chased by David Hitchin. Ben Powney pulls out of the toe. Martin West does the same, and all four of them are going to arrive at the Robert Chicane pretty much together, with David Hitchin on the inside line of Eddie Moyer to claim the lead back. West and Powney go through the Robert Chicane side by side, which is going to give Craig Land a good run out of the corner. Up towards Redgate they go for the third time of asking. Eddie Moyer's doing what he did a lap ago and challenging. There's another car off, that's Tom Parker, just like race one. He's out of it, but for the lead, Moyer on the outside for Redgate can't go through. So David Hitchin leads this time out of Redgate. We've got six for the lead because Daniel Stibbons has joined in. So we had four, then five, now six. It might take a little while before we get any more.
It's great racing as ever from the Mazda 7 Championship. So we've got these five in this shot, six now joining. A bit of a gap back to Anthony Ridd. He's about 2.5 seconds behind this leading sextet of cars, headed by Hitchin at the moment, who was second in the earlier race. Moyer behind him. And Powney is towards the back of this group at the moment in fifth position, but he's raced in Mazda 7s for a long time, and he knows that just because he's fifth now is not necessarily going to prevent him from winning this race later on. That's Lucas Batt, who's got that bodywork fouling the tyre there. He had problems in race one, didn't he, as well? So not a great day for him. Nearly three abreast for second place down into the Robert Chicane, and it's Martin West that's gone through into second place ahead of Eddie Moyer there. Craig Land is fourth, Ben Powney fifth, Daniel Sibbons sixth, but it's still, at the end of lap 3, David Hitchin leading.
And we've got another car off. 17, is that possibly? Not sure. But the lead has come down towards Redgate. The fastest lap has just been set by the car in 10th position, which is Martin Shelton, and it's a new lap record, 1 minute 20.04 for Martin Shelton. Battles in the mid-pack involving Sam McKee and David Martin as well. But their clarification of the aim shot fastest lap going to Martin Shelton. That car that was off at McLean's has got going. Good news. So he can carry on this race, which David Hitchin led by 9/10 of a second, remarkably, at the end of 3 laps. You just have to wonder if he can maintain that lead or not.
Oh, and that's off for Simon Walker, the driver from Newcastle in number 73 at McLean's.
Mistake from Craig Land, who's been passed by Ben Powney, and now he'll be passed by Daniel Sibbons as he run wide at McLean's corner. So it's Hitchin from West, Moyer and Powney, then a gap back to Sibbons and Land, slightly more spread out than it's been.
I'm just going to say, it's a bit spread out by Mazda 7 standards, isn't it? Sibbons there is going to lose a place, I think, to...
saying that.
Craig Land. Yeah, it's all of a sudden gone, and he just went to the left-hand side of the tyres there, did Martin West. Didn't miss them by very much, but he's lost a couple of places, probably going to lose 3 places because of that as he struggles to regain momentum. So now side by side for the lead of the race between number 54 David Hitchin and 77 Eddie Moyer, who's on the outside line for Redgate corner. Can he sweep around the outside? No, he cannot. Powney back to third. Martin West, after the off at the Robert Chicane, has gone to 4th place. And it's Craig Land 5th, and 6th is Daniel Sippens at the moment. Moyer's got the fastest lap, 1:19.958.
He's round the outside of the corner curves, Ian, trying to get past David Hitchin, and he's made it work, but it was pretty dicey on that line. So Moyer leads. He runs wide though, so Hitchin comes back through. Then West and Powney. So I don't really know how Martin West was challenging for the lead at the end of the previous lap, but he went off the road. And they turned their way through sideways. Moyer with the fastest lap on the lap record now into the 1:19. The defensive driving started to happen here from David Hitchin, but West has took the lead. He was fourth a few moments ago.
Yeah, absolutely.
And now it's going to be 6 cars across the circuit almost. Well, the Donington Park isn't quite wide enough for that, so they're trying to work out who's in what order. Martin West has got the lead. A big lock-up, huge lock-up from Eddie Moyer. Ooh. And he has, at the moment of all moments, into the chicane. He's off the road.
Nearly took out Ben Powney, didn't he? But I think just narrowly avoided contact. That's probably cooked his goose as far as this race is concerned. It now means we've sort of had the cars pairing off, and it's Hitchin going back up the inside of Martin West for the lead of the race into Redgate Corner. And he's done it. Number 54 goes through, but he's sideways. They're both a little bit sideways. And now has West got the lead back? He's on the inside line through the Craners. Yes, he has. So 94 Martin West retakes the lead. 54 David Hitchin is second. Third and fourth, I think now we've got Craig Land and Daniel Sippens. Eddie Moyer's headed to the pits by the looks of things. So yes, Sippens and Land third and fourth. There's Moyer in the pits, even with the team boss. They're giving him some words of advice as we're now watching the battle between Sippens, who's off into the gravel at McLean's.
Has the track got really slippery because everyone is sliding all over the place on the last lap or so?
Yeah, I wonder if there's something that's gone down onto the circuit that we've not particularly spotted, but yeah, the car's moving around a lot more. The lap times have dropped away. There's not much green on the timing screen now.
Eddie Moore's headed back out, by the way.
Yeah, but he's lost half a lap, hasn't he? Probably, if not more than that.
You can hear the tyres squealing as they try to slow their cars down. Battle here involving Martin Shelton, who had the fastest lap at one point, and David Winter. Well, Martin West has just done a personal best lap, so perhaps they're just going fast, and that's why they're sliding around.
Lucas, that smoke is continuing to pour off the car. West did the fastest lap, or personal best, but he's been passed by Hitchin into the corner at Redgate and Hollywood. So Hitchin now back ahead of West. We've got a car that's stopped there. It's another TSR car out on circuit. Couldn't see who that was. I mean, is he going to get to the end of this race? No, he's not. Hand is in the air. He's realising that, very sadly, his race has come to a premature end for the second time today.
Out of the lead, heading uphill. We've only had half the race, or just a little bit more, but a lot has happened over the last 6 laps. And it's David Hitchin versus Martin West, and Hitchin runs very wide there, possibly too wide, and that hasn't really helped him because Martin West is all over the back of him, but he's now massively sideways as they turn their way through Coppice Corner. And there's another car off, that's Callum Barnes, I think. So this race has taken a turn, really, from where we were in the first half, but for the lead, Hitchin can't quite get the better of Martin West down into the Robert chicane.
Oh, and Moyer's gone off, and he's not happy, to say the very least, with that. I'm not sure what went on, whether he skated off on his own, but he's stomping away.
I've never seen someone so frustrated with going off while they were going off.
No.
In such a visible fashion.
He didn't even wait for the incident to finish. Anyway, poor Eddie, out of the race. It's not been his day.
Craig Land just set the fastest lap, so he's going after the 2 leaders, 1.3 seconds behind, and West is now ahead of Hitchin with a third of the race to go, down into the old hairpin. Craig Land pushing on. So you got 2 of the low-cost converts in their first weekend in the top 3.
Yeah, going really well, these two. Martin West, David Hitchin, Craig Land, all recently switching across from low cost.
Yeah, West did some races last year. So, like you say, yeah, these are more of the newcomers, particularly with the 2 behind West.
I guess it's always what we expected to happen, isn't it? That you'd have drivers moving across the top drivers, and unsurprising that they succeeding in the Mazda 7 category as well.
David Hitchen's the impressive one for me because generally he wasn't able to keep up with Craig Land in low cost, but he's beaten him all weekend in the wet and in the dry.
Well, it's probably taking them a little while, maybe some more than others, to get used to the new car. As we say, 6 seconds a lap difference around Donington. That's quite significant. So it'll feel quite a different car to drive than the Crossflow low cost, I would think.
And perhaps because David Hitchen has raced other things, the Clios, that's perhaps helped him adjust a little bit quicker than Craig Land is being able to. And of course, it might depend how much testing they've done during the off-season. But this race is far from done. Martin West was able to pull out a margin on that lap, but not a big enough margin to have broke the toe from David Hitchen. These guys definitely are sliding around a lot more than the low costs do with that, like I say, a large speed differential they get into the corners, but the chassis is basically the same, so through the corners you'd think they couldn't really go much faster.
So this is the battle for the lead with 3.5 minutes of the race to go. This aimshop.com Mazda 7 Championship race. Winner earlier on today was Ben Powney. Well, he's down in 4th place at the moment. He's 3 seconds behind the leaders. And those two leaders are just coming up to a back marker as well.
Simon Walker. We saw him in the gravel, didn't we? And this is going to cause a problem for Martin West, who braked. Well, I think Martin West caused his own problem because he braked too late for the corner. And that's given David Hitchen the run. There's possibly 3 laps to go in this yet, which will be good for Craig Land because he's trying to catch these in front. But it's a new fastest lap in a lap record for David Hitchen. Well, I think we're about a second now under the times from the last visit here to Donington Park.
Yes, more than a second indeed. Underneath. I think the problem there for Martin West was they did come across Simon Walker's car a little bit faster than they expected, so it's brought Craig Land very much into the equation as well.
West was he ahead there into the yellow at Redgate, and that's held Hitchen and Land back.
Yes, that's probably helped him somewhat, but certainly Land now right with Hitchen. So it's helped Land, if anything, hasn't it? And just looking to see if we can see Ben Powney in the back of shot. There he is, flash of orange in the back of shot, but still 2.5 seconds behind Land even, so I'm not sure he's going to be a factor in the last couple of laps of this race. I think it is going to be 2 laps to go at the end of this one. I'll put Coppice for the 10th time in this race. Martin West it is that's leading. He has benefited from having a small lead handed to him here. What's going to happen for second? Craig Land is going to have the inside line for Robert Chicane for this 10th time. Can he go through? Well, Hitchen turns in first and he stays ahead of Land.
This is going to let Martin West really get away, I think, with a couple of laps to go. Westy looking pretty comfortable up front.
And Powney's taken a chunk of time out of him. He's taken about a second out of Land that time and 2 seconds out of Hitchen.
Oh, Hitchen massively sideways again through Redgate.
It's the first round of the Mazda 7 Drift Championship, I think, that we've got.
I'm intrigued by why this is, because the lap times are good, obviously. We're a second quicker than these guys have ever gone around here before. It does not look easy to do those lap times. There's lots of sliding about. And we saw Daniel Simmons go off, didn't we? He's dropped a 13th. From that off, he had a couple of laps to go. Well, we've got our first track limit penalty of the weekend. Going to car number 5, Ian Wells, who's not in the top 10. Craig Land grabs second position away from David Hitchen and McLean, but slides wide. And back up the inside, then comes Hitchen. This is going to bring Ben Powney into the battle for second position.
Yeah, it certainly is. And we've got, I think, a lap to go at the end of this one. So I think it's going to be Martin West's race to throw away here, but any one of 3 drivers to take second place. Side by side, it's going to be 3 wide, I think, down to Robert Chicane. This time can Powney go around the outside of both of them. He's gone around the outside of one of them. He's got ahead of Craig Land there, but he's still behind David Hitchen as we go on to the last lap of the race with about 9 seconds of it left to go. So it's going to be a 12-lap race here. More than 3 seconds, nearly 4 seconds the advantage for Martin West. Now he's checked out, but who's going to be second?
Yeah, it's a GSR battle for second place too, I think. These 3 drivers, David Hitchen, Ben Powney and Craig Land. So turn their way onto Hollywood. Down the corner goes. There's Martin West, 3.8 seconds up the road, which has turned into an unexpectedly big lead. For second though, traffic to deal with. Up the inside of Colin Marshall, the trio go. Better run out of the corner for Craig Land, so he draws up alongside Ben Powney, who was masterful in the wet, but in the dry can't keep Craig Land at bay. So up into third he goes. Looks all David Hitchin ahead of the two of them, and then a long way clear Martin West, who's going to win another Mazda 7 race, it seems.
Yep, it looks like it. So out of Coppice, the battle for second goes. Already halfway down the straight, though, is Martin West, number 94. So he's been a low-cost champion, and he's looking like a contender for the Mazda 7 championship for this year. He was 5th in race 1. He wins the second round of the Aim Shop Mazda 7 championship for 2024. Second place goes the way of David Hitchin on the road. But he has he got a penalty now as well?
So must he,
yeah, I think he's got a penalty. So Ben Powney second, classified. Craig Land third. David Hitchin, I think, has got possibly a 5-second penalty for track limits. He's dropped down to 4th place. Martin Sheldon 5th. Then the 13 car, which is that of Anthony Ridd. Then David Winter, David Martin, David Bowen, and the 55 car. He had a good drive through the field, actually. Mark Crawford from row 11 of the grid. That's a good result for him.
In his first weekend race in the championship in the ex-Danny Andrew car, the driver from Northern Ireland, ex-Boss champion. So that's a good effort in his first Mazda 7 race. Good pace, therefore, obviously, to have gained positions. And perhaps in that race, important not to have gone off the road or had a big moment, as so many did.
Across the road goes Lewis Penstone Smith as well. He also made up some ground in that race, because he finished in 21st, having started the race 28th. So a good drive that from Lewis. We also saw the toothpaste car, the Leighton House colours of Ian Wells going through just ahead of him.
There's Tom Parker congratulating his colleagues that he's had a pretty terrible day with 2 DNFs, and so unlike his low-cost mates who were right at the front, he's must be wondering what could have been.
Absolutely right. So great race that, though, from the Mazda 7s. Let's have a look at the results of the Aim Shop race. Martin West, number 94, took the win at the end of 12 laps, ahead of number 37, Ben Powney. The gap between them, 4.756 seconds. Third place, number 87, was Craig Land. Fourth was 54, David Hitchin, ahead of number 99, Martin Sheldon in 5th, and number 13, Anthony Ridd in 6th. Then it was David Winter, David Martin and David Bowen, 7th, 8th and 9th. Mark Crawford completing the top 10. Daniel Sibbons in the end was 11th in the number 56 car, ahead of David Jones, Sam Mackie and Todd Boucher, who also made up quite a few places from 25th to 14th during the course of that race. A bit further back, Ayrton Rogers and Lee Rogers, the son and father duo, finishing about 2 seconds apart in 15th and 16th. Then Lewis Ridd, Callum Barnes in Wells and Michael Jacobs rounding out the top 20. We did have a few DNFs, though, I'm afraid, during the course of that Mazda 7 race. And the Mazda 7s, they are in action next at Thruxton on the 4th of May, as a few of the other categories are that we have seen during the course of the day. There are the drivers climbing out of their cars and congratulating one another down in pit lane. We'll be down there to hear from them very shortly indeed. 2 races still to come, though, this evening here at Donington Park. We've got the Radical Bike Sports Championship and the Race Part 750 Formula Championship to round out proceedings today. A reminder as well that the next 750 Motor Club meeting is also live streamed. That's at Croft in 3 weeks' time. And the next action here at Donington Park is two-wheeled. It's the British Superbike Test Day. 2 days, in fact, I think next weekend, the official test. And then 2 weeks' time, it's more bike racing with the No Limits track day. There's car racing to round out the month here at Donington Park with the GT Cup here with MSVR and the British Touring Car Championship. One of the big events of the season here to round out April. But we'll be heading down in a moment to hear from our top 3 in the Aim Shop Mazda 7 Championship before we look ahead to our 2 sports racing contests to round out a very good day's action here at Donington Park. Just waiting for the drivers to get ready. In fact, I think they are now, so let's head down to Yusuf.
I'm here with the Aim Shop Mazda race winner, Martin West. Martin, I think you had about 5 cars right on your bumper at one point, so was it a little bit stressful?
I think it was a bit of my own mistake, to be honest. I got a good start, then decided to go to 2nd to 5th, and then they all swallowed past me. So it was a case of, right, settle down, get your head back together. Went quite well in testing in the dry yesterday, so I knew I had a quick car under me, and it was a case of try and pick them off one by one. And then I got a little gap, and I had a hell of a good battle with Hitchin, I think it was. There was me and him together for a while. I don't know if he made a mistake or what happened, but one minute he was in my mirror and then he wasn't, and then all of a sudden there was nobody in my mirror. So I don't know if all the rest behind had a little ding dong or not, but no, so just try and keep doing qualifying laps and don't do anything stupid.
I think it was the back marker you overtook into turn 1 and there was a yellow flag, so he had to sit behind for a couple of corners, and after that you just checked out. But as you mentioned, the pace looks really good. Thruxton next, I believe, for you?
Possibly, yeah. Like I say, I'm not probably going to do all of the championship. I'm going to pick and choose between this and doing the low cost, because I've still got my low cost car, so I'm just going to pick the tracks that I like doing more so than, wilding myself to one sort of thing. So we'll see how it goes and go from there sort of thing.
Well, fantastic job and congrats on the race win.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Right, we'll move on to 2nd place, Ben Powney. Ben, good to see you on the top 3 again, but you definitely had to work for that at the end.
Yeah, definitely. It was a bit of a stroke of luck in the end, wasn't it? I think I was running 4-4 race and somehow managed to put a 2nd. So yeah, well happy with that. I wasn't expecting it either with the weather, so good.
I think there was one point that I remember where the top 6 were running side by side, going down the start-finish straight, 3-2 abreast, which, I mean, it must have put a bit of a smile on your face in that race.
Yeah, definitely. I think as well, we've been working so hard at this championship, with all the drivers, everyone loves it, but this was hopefully another good race for everyone, and it just shows the TV crowd kind of how good this is, and hopefully get more drivers for later on this year as well. So.
Well, it looked absolutely epic. Congrats on the 1st and the 2nd, leading the championship as well. Best of luck for the rest of the season.
Don't say that. Cheers, man. Appreciate it.
Bad luck for the rest of the season.
Yeah, thanks very much.
Right, we'll move on to 3rd, our final member of the top 3, Craig Land. Craig, how's that race for you? It looked pretty mental from up in the commentary box.
See, for a first dry race in the Mazda 7, it was definitely exciting. I had no idea where I was going to be going in today. Obviously, we got a testing and you try and match up with other people's times, but actually, when it comes down to it, you don't know where you're going to be. And I thought I'll just try and see where I am in the first couple of laps, just guide myself with the groups, take a step back, and then I tried to wheel them in, made a few mistakes myself, and obviously rewarded with 3rd, which I didn't expect. I thought I was going to come in 4th, but I mean 2 thirds in my first weekend. I think hopefully we can improve on this and keep growing.
Yeah, well, the pace definitely seems to be there for you, and I guess it's just a case now of just building on the positives for the rest of the season.
Yeah, exactly. Consistency is it at the minute. I think the first race I lost out not being consistent, and same in this one. I've just got to keep practicing, get that consistency up, and hopefully I'll be up with Ben and Westy next time.
Well, congrats on the podium and best of luck for the rest of the season.
Right, cheers. Thank you very much.
So, with that, we are going to be moving on to our penultimate race of the day, the Radical Bike Sports Championship. But first, a quick ad break.
Marshall's waiting on the grid to receive the drivers for round 2 of the Radical Bike Sports Championship. Some of the fastest racing. This will be the fastest race certainly that we have all day here at Donington Park. This grid set by the second fastest times from qualifying. I want to tell you about the grid in a moment. Remind you that the results of race 1, it was a win for number 89 Shane Stoney on his Bike Sports bow in the Radical PR6, the ex-Alistair Smart car. Ahead of number 77 Charles Hall, also in Class A. Leon Morel was 3rd overall, the champion from last year, and he won in Class B as well. Daniel Headlam was 4th and Philip Brown was 5th. Now the championship regulations are such that the top 5 drivers, based on their overall finishing position, will have a penalty to serve in race 2, and that is a penalty that they'll serve at their mandatory pit stops. That's a new introduction for bike sports this season. Josh is with me. Josh, so can you explain a little bit about how the pit stop situation is going to work?
I think the minimum pit stop time is 30 seconds for everybody, so everybody's got to make a pit stop. I must admit, I don't know what the pit window is.
It's between, I think, 5 and 20 minutes,
Oh, right, so
effectively.
it's most of the race, really.
So the first and last 5 minutes they can't take the stop, but the rest of it they can make their mandatory stop.
So they've all got to be stopped for 30 seconds, and TSL will be working out what the pit in to pit out time is to add to that to work out who may or may not have served their pit stop correctly.
Yeah, but of course, as we say, there are penalties to serve as well.
And I think you said earlier, is it 2 seconds for each position?
Yeah.
So fifth will get 32, 2 on top of 30, then. So that is, if I get my results
Philip
up,
Brown.
Philip Brown. So then Daniel Headlam 34, 36 for Liam Morrell, 38 for Charles Hall, and 40 seconds. So the maximum 10 seconds for Shane Stoney. But let's have a look at the grid.
Yeah, as I say, set by second fastest times in qualifying this morning. So pole position is number 89, Shane Stoney, who also won race number 1. Besides him is the reigning champion, number 1, Leon Morrell. So both classes represented on the front row of the grid. Daniel Headlam, number 55 on the inside of row 2, and number 11, Philip Brown, is alongside him. Third row is 19, James Keevil, and the 80 car of Peter Tyler. On to row 4 of the grid, that's where you find Andrew Fido, who had a spin at the start of race 1. Number 12, next to him is number 77, Charles Hall, who had the engine change after qualifying in the Mittel. Row 5, 16, Alana Carter, and 17, Miles Drew, was a DNF in race 1. Then on row 6, 21, Charles Graham, and 93, Stephen Larkham. Row 7 will be 30, Mark Grayson, and 18, Samuel Shaw, the youngest driver in this race, at 19 years of age. Doug Carter in 5, and 24, Ian Charles on row 8. Ross Board, a newcomer, is on the inside of row number 9 in car number 2. Next to him is 29, Andrew Hurst, and Daniel Wigglesworth with the ADR will complete the field. Number 4 on row 10 of the grid, George.
Now, you may remember after race 1 when Yusuf spoke to Shane Stoney, he said he had a clutch issue and he's not on the grid. He was pretty sure that they would be able to fix it. So whether this means Shane Stoney may be starting from the pit lane, maybe our pit lane camera team or the our Redgate camera operator might be able to see if there is a car in the pit lane ready to go, or if we are missing race 1 winner Shane Stoney.
It'd be a great shame if that was the case, because he's had a great start to his bike sports season. The green flag lap, of course, is a rolling lap, a rolling start gets underway, so that leaves a gap for Daniel Headlam to try and exploit when the rolling start gets underway. He's going to be he's in the 55 car. It's the Radical with the white and red livery and the rather large amount of black tape or something on the front of that car after some damage in an earlier session, presumably. And Leon Morrell is the other driver who will try to capitalise. There he is. Well, this is going to be interesting, isn't it? Shane Stoney is going to start from the pit lane, well, not from the pit lane, but from the back of the grid here by the looks of it. So that suggests that it may just take a bit longer than they thought to get the car ready.
Or did he not have a clutch, so he couldn't get out get it off the car, off of the grid for the green flag?
Confirmation that there is no.
Oh, we've had an off. And that is Philip Brown, is it, from the second row of the grid? It's now got about half of Donington Park in the side of the car. He's got that going, but that might need to come in the pit, so it'll overheat pretty quickly.
Yeah, and he's behind Stoney as well, isn't he? So, confirmation it is no clutch for Stoney from James Winstanley. Yes, there's rather a lot of grass now attached to Philip Brown's car. So, we've got this extra dimension, a new dimension for bike sports racing of these mandatory pit stops. We'll see how that works out. Should be interesting. It should shake things up, and we've obviously got the clutchless Shane Stoney. I wish I'd not started that now. Starting from the back of the grid, effectively, he will certainly be one to watch as he tries to pick through the order. So Philip Brown, I think, will either head to the pit lane or start from the back.
Everybody should be on slicks now, so we won't have that potential that we may have had earlier of pit stops with tyre changes.
Yeah, 1:13 was the best lap in race 1, which was underneath the qualifying time. Lap record for these cars was 1:05.86 for Scott Mittel, so we'll see if that mark is under threat. That was only 12 months ago that lap record was set by Scott on the national circuit. So safety car lights, pace car lights are out.
Got a few cars missing from the front 2 rows, although they are on the grid. So drivers will have to beware where they need to line up on this grid.
Yeah, you don't be pinged for an out of position start. It could easily happen, in particular for Daniel Headlam, or indeed for Peter Tyler, if they sort of creep a little bit too far forward. So it's single cars on the front 2 rows, then 2 by 2 thereafter. It looks like they're more or less managing to hold station as they come up to the line. So Morella's gone right across to the right-hand side of the circuit, which I'm not sure he should have done. Anyway, red lights have gone out. Race gets underway, and it's Morella that's got the lead of the race. But for how long? Because Charles Hall from row 4 of the grid sweeps into the lead of the race by Redgate Corner. Now, there was 2 cars missing ahead of him, but still from 6th to 1st into the first corner is a good effort and a spin and contact. Quite a bit of contact, I'm afraid. It's the 19 car that's been badly graunched. That's James Keyville, but there's 3 cars stationary there. Mark Grays in his one is Andrew Hurst, the other possibly in the 29 car. And there's another one damaged as well. Is that Miles Drew?
Not good, is it? So we've had 2 incidents at Redgate on lap 1, and possibly cold tyres that caught that first driver out and then come back across the circuit. So we're going to have a number of cars for the pit lane.
Red flag.
Now red flag.
Yes, there's several cars there that are going to need recovery. So a quick decision being taken by the officials to bring a halt to that race. It's not going to be the work of a moment to clear some of those cars up either.
Good to see
I'm afraid.
James Keyville out of his car because he's got hit at he had a bit of a whack there to his car.
I think it was him that started spinning initially, wasn't it?
This could be a problem for Shane Stoney.
Yes, well, he's going to have to presumably head down the pit lane again. He'll have to try and start from the pit lane again.
I think you're probably right.
But yes, it's not what he would have wanted with no clutch on his car, the Radical PR6.
I think there's a lot of damaged cars in that, wasn't there? Because it wasn't just one car that came into contact, I don't think.
No, we're getting a scenic shot here, and I don't think it's just to look at the view. I'm wondering if it is looking a bit cloudier again over sort of that Melbourne end of the circuit, and whether there might be some more rain coming in. It looks okay in that direction.
Perhaps we will get a tyre change.
Yeah. I wonder if we might see a shower of rain before the end of this day's racing is out. But it looks like the Andrew Hurst car managed to escape the scene in the end.
Okay, it's Mark Grayson who's also out of his car.
Yeah, and again, quite a bit of damage to the front of that. Not as heavy, I don't think, as it was to James Keyville.
I think we might be able to have a look at a replay of the incident. Now we know both drivers out of their car. So Keyville's on the inside of Headlam in the white car, and looped around, didn't it? That wasn't the problem. It was that it came, then snapped back across the circuit, and hit a number of cars.
Yeah, I mean, there was initial contact before the heavier contact with Grays, and you saw Miles Drew in the orange car going right off onto the gravel trap on the outside. A couple of other cars also having to take evasive action, including Shane Stoney. He had to go through the gravel trap as well, didn't he? Because, of course, he was right at the back of the field. But it looks like, both drivers are okay. They'll have a trip in the medical car back to the medical centre, and they'll be checked over as they are with any kind of contact injury. There's a large clod of turf. Well, it's not a brush you need for that. Crikey, you need a wheelbarrow.
Is that what came out of Philip Brown's car?
It might have.
From the green flag.
Might well have done, yeah. Anyway, Marshall doing his best to do some guarding down there and clear the track of grass and other debris that's been left on the circuit. But yeah, those 2 drivers, they'll get checked out in the medical centre. Visually they looked okay, but they'll be checked to make sure there's nothing more serious today. And it was one of those things. Neither of those drivers was particularly at fault. It was a moment for Keyville. He lost it on his own by the looks of it, and Grayson was an innocent passenger really.
There's lots of comments on the live stream, including asking why there's so much motor racing going on Monday in the UK, and that's because it's Easter Monday here, which is a public bank holiday, and traditionally for so many years there's been a day of motor racing. And traditionally you probably had even more racing going back to the 1970s, where you'd have quite a lot of championship racing somewhere, generally Snetterton on Friday, and then going to Brands Hatch or something like that on Monday, or Alton Park as well.
You probably saw as well Andy Kitson's post about the Snetterton Good Friday meetings on Facebook the other day.
Yeah, with international sports car racing, something that Snetterton hasn't had for quite some time, it's fair to say, but that tradition continues with club racing. There's lots of racing on in Britain, and there's still more of that turf in Philip Brown's car. But tradition continues in the UK with lots of racing. The British GT Championship, obviously, at Alton Park today, which has been a long-standing date.
Yes.
And this, for 750 Motor Club, has been a long-standing Easter Monday meeting.
It's a bit of a
now.
modern tradition, yeah, that we'll have an Easter Monday meeting at Donington Park, the 750 Motor Club. So Philip Brown being pushed down the pit lane. I suspect he'll be charged by the circuit owners before he leaves with the amount of turf he's trying to take home with him, because he could go quite a long way in his garden with that, I would think.
Well, if we thought there were gaps before on this grid, there's even more now.
No, and the other thing is, will we get a reduced race distance? I think we were slightly ahead of time when we started that race.
You were.
So we're not doing terribly for time, but nevertheless, it's going to take a little while to clear that up. I think we had Brown turned his engine off. Hopefully, it hasn't overheated. Yeah, but it may have done. Yeah, a bit of work for the team to do to get that race ready again. I mean, hopefully, compared to some of the others who've had some serious damage in the race, they've hopefully got off lightly. Assuming there's no engine overheating there.
Did Shane Stoney come into the pit lane? Do we know? Whether we can get a shot of the pit lane on, thanks to our Alpha Live team. I'm sure we will do shortly to see if Shane Stoney is in the pits to do the same as he did before.
You would expect that's where he would end up. I mean, of course, he did have that trip through the gravel trap as well, so it might be that, notwithstanding that, they'd want to give the car a little bit of attention to get the gravel out of the car. I mean, Shane still is in the car, isn't he? So that bodes well. It's not as if he's got out thinking, that's game over.
Thanks to our camera operator up at Redgate and our Alpha Live production team just down the hallway for showing the pit lane. We've got 3 cars in there. It's that Miles Drew who's out of his car. Philip Brown's having all the grass and turf and goodness knows what else taken out. And then Shane Stoney's just there waiting, wishing he had a clutch to use.
I wonder if Miles Drew is going to be able to get back into his car and back out into the race. So it's a great show because he is a local driver and was a non-finisher in race 1. Had that moment where the car ended up against the wall on the exit of the Robert chicane. But I'd hope that he might be able to get back out again. Otherwise, we do have quite a decimated grid here.
It's very unusual to have an incident like this in bike sports. It's very unusual to have a safety car or anything like that. Usually very high driving standards. That's just an unfortunate incident that happened at Redgate Corner. It's not the warmest of days here at Donington Park. It's a cold circuit. It's been damp. It's just drying off. And at that moment, all it takes is the smallest of areas for one driver, and then it turns into a much bigger incident.
We kind of got away with it in the first race, didn't we, when Andrew Fido had that moment. That could easily have turned into something similar to that. It's just unfortunate there was more than one collision, but one major collision as a result of that. Radical Bike Sports Championship, backed by Radical Motorsport this year. It's great that they're seeing this as a home for their sort of non-current models. It's a 5-meeting championship, so a relatively short championship, 5 double headers. Silverstone on May the 19th, the National Circuit, or May the 18th, beg your pardon, is the venue for the next round of the championship. Then Anglesey on the 6th of July. Brands Indy on the 24th of August, and then back here at Donington Park on the Grand Prix circuit, fittingly the home of Radical these days.
And the 750 Motor Club.
And the 750 Motor Club for the final round of the season. That's on the Grand Prix circuit, as I say. So a different layout. Those clouds looked threatening, didn't they?
They do.
Didn't they, Josh? And feeling in a way that there is this association between Radical and the 750 Motor Club and the Bike Sports Championship again, because of course it was with the 750 Motor Club that Radical made their first tentative steps into racing in the Hyde and Abbott days. With the Radical Club Sports in the late 1990s being launched, and since then it's become a huge international manufacturer with hundreds and hundreds of chassis having been manufactured over the years, based in Cambridgeshire for a long time.
I think all the cars that were in the pit lane have made their way to the end to join the green flag lap when that can happen. So hopefully we'll get the majority of cars out onto the circuit for what could be an interesting race, which could just be a race that features tyre changes.
Yeah, I mean, we keep getting these shots of the sky, don't we? From our comment box at the moment, we can see blue sky mostly, but over to the left I can see some grey cloud edging in a slightly ominous fashion. So 2 cars at the end of the pit lane. Shane said he's not there yet, but I suspect he'll join when he's good and ready.
Yeah, I think they're far enough back so they can give it a push start to get it going, and then presumably once it's going, the car is okay. But it's been sort of a dramatic time since the end of the race for Shane Stoney, end of race 1. Obviously not repairable at the circuit.
No, that's plenty of time before the next meeting, because there are fairly long gaps in the calendar between each of the rounds. Just hearing from Secretary of the meeting, Nick Emerson, that this is going to be a 20-minute race. I think presumably the 5 minutes at either end will still apply as far as the pit stops are concerned. So there'll be a 10-minute window for the drivers to make their stops, but it's almost inevitable now, isn't it, that we're going to get rain during this race.
If you're in 750 Formula, you're not putting your slick tyres on at this point, are you?
No, you're not. Not if you're watching the live stream or looking towards Melbourne, anyway. Right, green flag lap gets underway. For some more so than others. I think
the SR1.
Yeah, it's the SR1. It does get going now, though, for Samuel Shaw. And he won't be at the back because there's cars behind him. So he should be able to retake his position. Yeah, several cars behind him. So he should be able to retake his position okay.
I don't think Shane Stoney's the only one who needs a push start here.
Doesn't look like it. So several burly men are needed, or women. And we've got them going. All 3 of them are going. And it's going to be Stoney that's right at the back of the queue, actually. So, 20-minute race it's going to be for this Radical Bike Sports Championship.
Not many people in their grid position.
No, they're not, are they? Looking forward to this. Sad for Mark Rays and for James Keevil with the damage that they've picked up. They're not able to take the restart, of course, but I think everybody else is able to. And
so can Charles Hall make the start he made in part 1, the brief part we had, because he went from row 4 to lead using that tuned engine power to accelerate away.
Well, he's got 1 less car now, so he's only got 4 cars in front of him now, hasn't he? Because James Keevil's not there.
Yeah, so you've got Morel, Headlam, Tyler and Fido.
Yeah. So, see what Charles Hall can do this time. Up at Coppice they are. What are we now? 5:26. This race was due off at 5:10, so we have lost a little bit of time. We're running ahead of schedule for a lot of the day. But that incident there has just set us back a little bit. But fortunately, having changed the clocks yesterday, we've got plenty of daylight still to play with here at Donington Park today, assuming it doesn't get biblically dark as the rain shower comes in. So, they're all weaving to get heat into their slick tyres on a not that warm April day, as Josh mentioned.
Now, where's Morel going to go? Because he wasn't really in his grid boxes, was he, for the start of the original race?
I think he was trying to keep Headlam behind him, wasn't he? He's looking to be a bit further over to the left this time.
I think someone's had a word.
Yeah, so up to the line they come. Lights go out and away we go, and it's Leon Morel that's going to lead this time. Charles Hall, nothing like as good a start, although now he does sweep to the outside of Peter Tyler, uses a bit of the pit lane exit, and he's going to get to level pegging second with Daniel Headlam, but he's off over the curb on the exit of the corner, so I think he's only going to make it, oh no, he has made it to P2 as they go through Hollywood, and the cars from the pit lane have already set off, and Shane Stoney's already made up 4 places somehow.
Yeah, they did start from the back of the grid, I think, as Hall takes the lead. So, yeah, I think they got away at the green flag lap, those 3 cars. So they did take the rolling start, but at the back. But, yeah, Hall is on a mission, isn't he, at the start of this race? He leads, and he's pulling clear from Leon Morel, who's not been able to shake off the attention of Dan Headlam this time. Peter Tyler's lost some positions in the SR3 with a Finn on the back. Shane Stoney coming through now as well, so he's gained 1, 2, 3, 4, plus about another 4, I think, that are languishing back. And that is while Charles Hall's on a mission, because he knows of that. None of our timing screens are working at the moment, so we'll have to hope that plays into live shortly. As Stoney passes Alana Carter, who then is offline, so Peter Tyler goes around the outside.
No timing. So it is Charles Hall that is leading. There is Stephen Larkham, who loses the position to Shane Stoney. The two PR6s there doing battle down the order. So Shane Stoney has made excellent progress here from the back of the field. The next guy he's going to try and pick off is that of Andrew Fido, isn't it, who spun at the start of race 1. He's there in the number 12 car, which is the SR3 RS, and he swoops through there at the old hairpin.
So his upper position ahead of the Class A car of Fido. Unusually an SR3 in Class A, majority of them are B machines, so the production engine. Stoney bouncing over the curbs on lap 2. He's 4th, isn't he, behind Headlam. Then Morrell has just pulled a little bit clear then now of the XF4 racer, or the ADR of Wrigglesworth has not even made it as far as it did in race 1. It's in the pits.
No, right, I think the leaders coming through now.
Somebody's not. Is that Fido?
It's Fido, but Morrell's leading, but he's got Shane Stoney.
Hall's leading, is he not?
Sorry, Hall's leading. It's Morrell with Stoney right behind him. They're in second place. I was confused by the time it's going to be just sort of half kicked into life. But it's now Stoney that's gone past him. So Stoney up to second place overall from the back, but Morrell, of course, still leading in Class B for the production engine cars. Class A is for the tuned engined cars, all with bike engines, of course, most 1500s, a few 1340s, and a couple of 1000 CT Gixxers as well.
And tyre school up at McLean's there as Shane Stoney is pushing on to chase after Charles Hall. And there you can see Hall in the background of shot. Now Hall and Stoney seem much quicker than Morrell, which wasn't really the case last year. Morrell was normally there or thereabouts with Charles Hall. And we have some lap times now. So Charles Hall's done a 106.7. And Stoney's gone quicker, 105.5.
New lap record for Shane Stoney, 105.526, 3/10 of a second underneath Scott Mittell's record from last April. Impressive effort from Shane to get that lap record so quickly, and from the back of the grid as well with no clutch.
So Hall is going to be chased here. So the Mattel MC41R being chased by the Radical PR6, the older car for Stoney. Charles Hall, a very experienced driver in his own right, single-seater racer, finished second in Formula Vauxhall back in 1998. Shane Stoney wasn't born then, was he? Well, he would have been.
He was a toddler. A mere toddler at that point. It's not that much of an age difference between them, after a good few years, but not that much.
Philip Brown, who started from the back, he's up to 8th and on par with Leo Morrell's pace in another Class B car. Now, did Stoney make a mistake there through the chicane? No, he's just gone faster. So he's at the aim shot fastest lap of the race, a 1 minute 5.401, gap down to 3 seconds.
Yeah, it is. There's Morrell in 3rd place, leading Class B. Daniel Headlam, of 55, still in 4th place. Doug Carter looking like might have just had a moment there. And he's dropped behind Philip Brown now, down to 8th place. He's gone. So Brown in the 11 car, that time through to the 109.895, which was 1.7 seconds slower than Morrell.
15 minutes to go. Haven't had confirmation of the pit window opening, but it may have done. There's the Northern Irishman Stephen Larkham, who's 5th, going well, just ahead of Peter Tyler. And then there's Philip Brown recovering from his grassy moment on the green flag lap of the initial race. But Peter Tyler putting pressure on Stephen Larkham here. Tyler, the 64-year-old from Brighton. And the pit window is open, which we thought it might have been. Tyler in this 2023 built Radical SR3 XXR. Started racing a decade ago, chasing after Stephen Larkham, who's much newer to racing. The 42-year-old former Irish road sports racer. And then Philip Brown has caught them, so we've got a three-way battle for 5th.
And Liam Morrell is into the pit, so he is the first of the drivers to make the pit stop. He's done that from 3rd position in the Class B lead. He is going to have to make a 36-second stop. 30 seconds mandatory, 6 seconds for his penalty from the previous race. which where he finished third, so that's 6 seconds extra penalty gets. It does give the team the chance to check the pressures in that though, while the cars are in the pits, of course.
So Woody there, time in the pit stop, long time Radical mechanic. He was number 1 engineer, I think, on Roger Bromley's car when he won the Radical Championship a decade or so ago. We're watching a battle for what is now 4th position with those pit stops, and Philip Brown looking up the inside at Coppet, which I think was particularly an overtaking opportunity. This clutch issue, of course, is going to be a problem in the pit stop as well, isn't there? I didn't think of that for Stoney. So Charles Hall's got a real opportunity here, and Stoney's in the pits. So Shane Stoney is making his pit stop.
Yeah, and he's got to have a 40-second stop, of course. So he's got the longest stop of anybody, and he's got that issue with the clutch to contend with.
So when this car gets going, I think it'd be interesting to see what happens.
Yeah, it might need a bit of outside assistance to get going.
Brown passes Tyler for what is 4th position now in the race, I think, with Stoney in the pits. So Philip Brown is on a charge, going well.
Ian Charles has gone into the pits as well, number 24 from 10th place. Yeah, so he's made his stop by the looks of things.
Yeah, Morel is back out, isn't he? And I can tell you, Morel's pit stop from pit in to pit out was about 58 seconds. Oh, Brown up the inside of Larkham, that was pretty aggressive.
It was. Larkham, didn't have much choice but to get out of the way there, I don't think. Brown was coming through, come what may, and he's trying to make up as many places as he can.
Stoney pit in to pit out 59 seconds.
So it was 58 and 59, those two.
Oh,
so there's in theory 4 seconds between them in the amount of times they needed to spend stationary.
So Stoney didn't really lose anything, assuming that the pit stop was the time it should have been.
There's the 29 car, which is Andrew Hurst coming through in his RSX. He's into the pits now from 15th place.
Ilana Carter's in too.
Josh Smith carrying out semaphore there to encourage one of his many team members into the pit lane.
Charles Hall still going, lapping in the 1.6s. He's 20 seconds ahead of Daniel Headlam, who also yet to pit. And Philip Brown is now 3rd, ahead of Stephen Larkham, who you can see on your screen now, who is battling with Peter Tyler.
11 minutes to go. The pit lane will be open until 5 minutes to go, so there's still probably about 5 laps on which you can serve your pit stop if you wanted to get it fine.
Charles Hall in, the race leader, into the pit lane in 77. So perhaps we're going to get away with this weather as well. We've still got half the race to go, but people aren't leaving their pit stop late just in case of a tyre change.
So there's some air being blown in to keep Charles Hall car with the Suzuki 1000 CEC engine from overheating. Scott Mittel is the man with that. There's someone else, another team member, counting down the seconds. Charles Hall with a 38-second stop to make, and now here's 3 more cars into the pit lane, including Brown and Larkham and Doug Carter as well.
Leon Morel is ahead of Shane Stoney, 3.7 seconds ahead. So I think I read those times correctly. Lots of steam coming off the brakes of the Philip Brown car, which was the car that we wondered if it might be overheating, because I think they're just checking.
Yeah, looks like they might try and get the bodywork off that. Here's Charles Hall back out into the race. And
56 seconds, I think.
Okay.
To pit out.
Okay, so that was a couple of seconds quicker than Stoney, which is right, given that he was had 2 seconds less to stop, so that's probably about what you'd expect. So the car on track there is the 18 car, Samuel Shaw in the SR1, and he...
Oh my word. 3 cars exited the pit lane all at once.
Well, they all came in together, so what did you think was going to happen? The 18 car Samuel Shaw, he's up to 8th place now, but yet to serve his pit stop. It's Daniel Headlam leading now, and Peter Tyler, I think, up to 2nd effectively. Yes, he's just come through now to complete his 9th lap as things stand. And there is the 2 car, Ross Board, the newcomer. He's into the pits from 12th place.
Enough time to show off the Alpha Live TV cameras as well. And he's shortly going to be heading back out into the race in his XXR, another new build car.
Doing his own countdown there as well.
Right, so Hall across the line, Ian, in 4th position, and Morel and Stoney yet to come across the line, I think.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think he's the fastest of the stoppers. Yeah, Stoney's just come through now, hasn't he?
So he's got back ahead of Liam Morel. There they are on the screen. So 16 seconds. Not quite sure how that's happened.
Well, it's 20 seconds, isn't it, between Hall and Stoney?
Let me check this time.
There is Shane Stoney then. So he is 6th in the classification at the moment, but 2nd of the stoppers behind Charles Hall.
I got my seconds wrong by 10.
Okay.
So Shane Stoney's pit stop was what did I say, 69 seconds rather than 59. So it was a lot longer stop, so that makes more sense.
It does, because that all sort of adds up now to the kind of gap that we've got. But Stoney has been the fastest man in this race, a 105.401. Hall's best lap, a 10. Well, it's now 105.479 because he's just gone within a tenth of the best lap of the race. Charles Hall now is out of the pits. Charles Hall increasing his pace. Peter Tyler there, who's coming from 2nd position into the pits. So we've got 2.5 minutes left in which drivers can make their stops. Dan Headlam and Miles Drew have both yet to make that decision.
A new best lap from Shane Stoney, a 105.146, but it's only 3 tenths quicker than Charles Hall. But it is another lap record, of course, for the championship. Yeah.
In Class B, Morel has eaten the best lap of the race at 108.121.
Phil Brown is quicker. 107.8.
Yes, he is on that last lap, yeah.
So he ruined that spin he had on the green flag lap, really.
He could have had a win, couldn't he, in Class B today?
Morel is a long way off the Class B record, which is held by Joe Stables in the 6s.
Yeah, I'm wondering if it was a decision on tyres or setup, maybe. But maybe they sort of had half a mind on the fact that it might become a wet race, and therefore they set the car up in a slightly different way, just in case of that eventuality. So it might yet happen. There's 6.5 minutes to go. Dan
Headlam and Miles Drew in the pit, so they are our last 2 cars to stop. So here is Morel. He started the lap 8 seconds ahead of Phil Brown. It's another fastest lap for Stoney, who was 1.6 seconds quicker than Charles Hall on that lap, but he is 28 seconds behind. No, he wasn't. He was 80. I'm getting my units mixed up. He's 18 seconds behind. That's still a long way, though, isn't it, to catch?
And there's Miles Drew. It was good that he was able to get back out into the race after the involvement in the first lap schmozzle. Oh, Andrew Fido's had another moment. It looks like he's been off onto the grass as well and done a bit of Phil Browning because he's collected quite a lot of grass as well.
There's Morel. Well, I think Dan Headlam came out behind him, did he? From in the pit stops. But not that far behind. And then, of course, he's got to back up to speed. At the end of this lap, we'll get confirmation of all these. Oh, Charles Hall's got a problem. Has he got a suspension failure or a puncture?
Right rear. Something is wrong on that car, on the Mattel MC41R. It's going to be the wrong side of our cameras, of course, which are on the inside. But is he going to drive straight into the garage, or straight into Parc Ferme?
What was he saying about Donington Park being his bogey circuit? It's lived up to that.
Marshall just trying to have a look as we are to see exactly what the issue is. Now he's pulled up. We might get a chance of.
It's a buckled wheel, is it?
Yeah, there's damage to the rim, isn't there? There, by the looks of it. So whether there was some contact. I don't know, and I guess there could have been some contact with the back marker there. I don't know.
He was pushing on, wasn't he? Trying to keep that gap. So it's been an eventful day for Charles Hall. There's some damages there to the diffuser, but that might just be because it was
dragging along the ground. But yeah, the wheel has taken quite a hit there, hasn't it?
That looks worse than my wheel did when it went through a pothole the other week.
Yeah, I think the Donington Park Sips is a little bit better than that, George. So I don't think we'll blame the potholes on that. Otherwise, we might be hearing from someone's lawyers. Anyway, here is the number 12 car, Andrew Fido. He's been off the road. So Shane Stoney now leading, of course, here. So, there he is. He's just gone across the line. So Shane Stoney leading, Leon Morel second, Daniel Headlam third. So it's 89 from 1 and 55. Phil Brown fourth, number 11. Fifth is number 80, Peter Tyler. Sixth is number 5, Doug Carter. Then Stephen Larkham, Alana Carter, Miles Drew, Ian Charles will round out the top 10, I think.
Morel to Headlam, 7.4 seconds, but Headlam being caught by Phil Brown, who's only a second back. So battle of second in Class B and third overall is on, and further back is Doug Carter, Peter Tyler and Stephen Larkham are still going at it. They are absolutely together. As you can see on the leaderboard on the left-hand side of the screen, those three cars close to one another. Nobody close to Shane Stoney though. Now here's that battle involving Larkham. Is he ahead of Peter Tyler now?
It looked like he might be, didn't it? Which would be for... Yeah, he is for 5th position. 6th position. Yeah, I was still in my head trying to remove Charles Hall from all of that. But yeah,
and that's for 3rd in Class A, so it's for a trophy.
Yeah, and good points as well in the championship. So, I mean, things have fallen into place for Shane Stoney this weekend. I mean, I don't want to tempt fate, there's still 3 minutes to go, but in spite of those clutch issues, it looks like he's going to take 2 wins from the weekend, with Charles Hall having those dramas that have put him out.
Philip Brown's just done another personal best, a 1.72, and he's now right on terms with Dan Headlam, and he's going up the inside into 3rd position.
Yeah, so good race this from Philip Brown. A question though of what might have been for him had he had a clean green flag lap on the initial start. There's Leon Morelli's 15 seconds or so behind the leader Shane Stoney, but leading Class B. Good number of starts in both of the classes, so both A and B cars will be picking up maximum 15 points for the win in both of the races today. 15 for the win, 12 for second and 10 for third and so forth. And the points scored on overall finishing position, so it looks like both Stoney and Morel will have had a couple of wins here. They've both got the fastest laps in race 1. Has Morel got the fastest lap away from...
No.
He's not. Phil Brown still got the best lap.
He's about a second slower as Morel. This interesting proposition now with the remainder of the season. Philip Brown, a regular bike sports goer, so I'm sure he'll be here for the full duration. He's got the gap down to 6.4 seconds to Leon Morel. I don't think there's enough time left to catch.
No. There's Doug Carter, he's in 5th place. Stephen Larkham is in 6th. Peter Tyler, number 80, is in 7th place as they turn their way through Redgate and Hollywood with 1.5 minutes of the race left to go. Probably one more lap to go at the end of this one for Shane Stoney, I would think.
Those cars sound a bit off, you'd expect. Just going past RFX Mike up there at McLean's. It's not raining yet.
It's not. It's looking like it might do at any moment. I think it probably is raining in the background of the shot we can just see. So if you're here at the circuit, goggles on. Be prepared.
I think Stoney's just started the last lap, which Morel is going to do now. There's Stoney, the 2011 Saxmax champion.
Yep, and it's had success in minis and other radicals as well before acquiring this ex-Alistair Smart car.
Brown was another second quicker than Morel, gap 5 seconds, but obviously now we're on the last lap, that the gap that is not catchable, but it is a point taken off of Leon Morel, which by the time we get to the back here at Donington Park in October could be all important.
It could be, yeah. It's going to be a fitting venue for the final round of the championship, the Grand Prix circuit. It's a good chance that the title will still be up for grabs going into that last meeting. It often is in bike sports, such as the point system and the class structure. But here's Shane Stoney then, through the Robert chicane for the final time. Right and then left he goes onto this straight, not much of the straight to complete before he takes the checkered flag. And Shane Stoney wins round 2 of the Radical Bike Sports Championship in his Radical PR6. 2 wins from 2 overall and in Class A, and a clean sweep because he's got the fastest laps as well. Leon Morel comes through now to take 2nd place in the Class B victory with not that big a margin in the end over Philip Brown. What was it? It was 6 seconds at one point. It was 4.4 seconds in the end that Phil Brown closed the gap to Leon Morel. And Daniel Headlam has come through in 4th place. Doug Carter 5th and 2nd in Class A, and Stephen Larkham 6th and 3rd in Class A, Josh.
Yeah, that's right. So more Class B cars in the top 5 than A's this time. But yeah, Shane Stoney's been pretty dominant. What happened there? Car sort of popped out of the pit entry there to take the checkered flag, which was Ross Board, I think. but he's taking the flag now. But yes, Shane Stoney pretty dominant. Then we head to Silverstone on the national track, and I'm going to have to figure out if we've got any Silverstone national track pictures. I don't know when Bike Sports last went to that venue. Have to dig that up in a few weeks' time. And those lap times down there are going to be very rapid. There's the clouds. The next race on slicks, but that's to come. Here are the results then of the second round of the Radical Bike Sports Championship.
2019 is the answer to your question,
not
by the way. Right, race 10 results for the Radical Bike Sports Championship. Shane Stoney, the winner, number 89, completing 17 laps in that 20-minute race. And he did so 15.539 seconds ahead of number 1, Leon Morel, in the Radical SR3 RSX. Leon Morel also winning his class. Third overall, second in Class B, number 11, Philip Brown. Fourth overall, 55, Daniel Headlam, and he was third in Class B. All three in the RSX SR3s. Fifth place overall and second in Class A was number 5, Doug Carter, ahead of number 93, Stephen Larkin, who was sixth, both of them in Radical PR6s. In seventh place was number 80, Peter Tyler. Eighth was number 16, I should say, Alana Carter. Ninth, number 17, Miles Drew, and Ian Charles, number 24, rounded out the top 10, ahead of Samuel Shaw, Andrew Fido, Ross Broad and Andrew Hurst, with no other finishers because Charles Hall and Alistair Wigglesworth were retirements, and of course we lost a couple before the red flag as well. So Bike Sports, as Josh says, next in action on the Silverstone National Circuit in the middle of May. Yes, they were last there in 2019 by the looks of it, and Josh Smith actually has the lap record around there, 55.43, 106.55 miles an hour. So that'd be quite spectacular on the Silverstone National Circuit. We are almost at the end of our day's racing here at Donington Park. Are we going to get away with it without it raining again? That is the question we and the competitors in the Race Part 750 Formula Championship are asking ourselves, because they are the drivers that stand to be disadvantaged if it rains during the course of this race, because ordinarily they're on slick tyres. And they wouldn't want to be if that black cloud deposits its contents onto the circuit. But yeah, time will tell what's going to happen for this Race Parts 750 Formula Championship, which is going to come up next and conclude our day's racing here at Donington Park. But first though, let's head down to Yusuf bin Sahel.
I'm here with our Radical Bike Sports race winner, two-time race winner as well, Shane Stoney. Shane, that looked absolutely manic.
Yeah, I mean, first things first, I had to start from the pit lane. I had no clutch. Well, I had half a clutch, but so we couldn't go on the dummy grid and stop because we might not have got going again. So we were like, well, we'll start from the pit lane. We'll definitely get going. And then obviously all the carnage in turn one, so I ended up going through the gravel trap. And then we had to come back into the pits to do another start from the pit lane again. And then, yeah, so then managed to sort of get a half-decent start, got into second, was just starting to catch Charles in front, and then the engine started overheating. So then I was like having to lift and coast and back, and then the pit window came open, so I immediately dived straight in. And so managed to get in and got adjusted the tape on the used tape to keep these cool. Managed to do that, and then went back out and they started having fuel surge. So I spent the whole race managing a problem of some kind, and so yeah, to ended up when I came around and saw the P1 on the pit board, I was quite surprised, to be honest. So yeah, I was not expecting much from this race.
Well, 2 race wins. The car seems to be good. I know you had a few questions at the start of the weekend. So yeah, congrats and best of luck for the rest of the season.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you as well to my dad and Will as well, because we had quite a lot of things to try and fix between the 2 races, and we managed to do it. So yeah, and it's starting to rain as well.
It is, and unfortunately we can't interview our others because we don't have a green flag lap, I don't think, for the next race. It's also starting to rain, so with that we have to throw to an ad break. Apologies to our second and third place finishers of Leon Morel and Phil Brown. Massive congrats to them, but we're going to throw to a quick ad break, and then our final race of the day in the rain is coming up.
It's the race part 750 Formula Championship, and we do have a green flag lap, so but they're heading off onto it now. The surviving 750 Formula cars, one of them is not Peter Bove. He had a head gasket failure, apparently, in the first race, and so he is not out there. So it is a depleted field. He should have been on pole position for this one as well. I reminded the early one, it was Dave Hodkin that beat David Bartholomew and Bill Cowley. So let's see how the grid should have looked, and then we'll work out where the gaps are afterwards. And the rain falling, which is not helpful for these drivers. Pole position, should have been number 1 Peter Bove, but he is not there. Besides him is David Bartholomew, number 17, and he is there. Second row, 77 Bill Cowley, looks like he is there. And Dave Hodkin also is there, number 63. Row 3 is number 31 James Jeffrey and number 7 Steve Boother. Row 4 is 39, which is Matthew Unwin, and then it is the Simon Bolter car next to him. Row 5 is Jake Doherty in the SSF and Hugh Davis next to him in the Phoenix Fire. Number 21. Row 6 is 16 James Affleck and 69 Mark Windley. Row 7 is 70 Martin Deppert and 8 William Smith. And row 8 is 46 Dan Welsh and 41 Alex Bagnall. So we should have 16 cars. We know that Peter Bove is not there, but I think we do have 4 of the first 5. And Steve Boother makes it 5 of the first 6 of the first 7 in Matthew Unwin. I don't think we've got Simon Bolt. He was a retirement from race 1, wasn't he? So he's not there. So we've got 6 of the first 8, I think, on the grid. So a couple of gaps in the first few rows, Josh.
It's pretty bright at that end of the circuit. There's shadows coming from the cars, but I don't think we've got the downpour that it may come yet to come, but it's a few spits and spots, so I think sixth would be the way to go right now, but by the end of the race, will it be? Has anyone risked wets here? I wonder, but what were you saying about Peter Bove's consistency earlier on? It's all gone wrong. At least he got some points in race 1.
Yeah. I've clearly put the mockers on him. He looks for his 9th championship title this year. Best of luck to Peter for the rest of the season. So cars coming into position, those couple of gaps in the first few rows. And 15 minutes ahead of us for this race part 750 Formula Championship. Under cloudy skies with an amount of rain falling on the circuit. Oh, crikey. Now, yeah, I don't think it's actually that dark. I think it's just the way that it looks on camera. Anyway, the race gets underway now, and it is a great start from the number 17 car, David Bartholomew in the PRS. He is going to lead into Redgate Corner. It's a good start as well from James Jeffrey, isn't it? From the 3rd row of the grid. He's up into 2nd place in the race kits. Bill Cowley is 3rd in the Cowley. And then is it Simon Boother, Steve Boother, sorry, in 4th place, I think it is. He's got ahead of the race 1 winner, Dave Hodkin. He's got quite a bit of work to do here, Josh.
Yeah, he's already alongside Boother into the Craners, and he goes through. But James Jeffrey, sort of in the start of the weekend, although I think I just spoke too soon. Oh dear.
Big spin for James Jeffrey. He's off onto the grass. Dave Hodkin, though, is off as well. And yeah, I think the rain, it looks a bit heavier down at that end of the circuit than it possibly is down here.
Bizarrely, as the clouds came from this side of the circuit. But,
yeah, anyway, the rain certainly having its part to play. James Jeffrey's had a spin. Dave Hodkin has been off. We only had 12 starters in the end, so we had a few non-starters. Alex Bagnall, I think, was another one. And I think Dan Welsh also failed to take the start as well. He had various travails in the first race. So Dave Hodkin's got going again towards the back of the field. Right at the back of the field is James Jeffrey, who's got a little bit of ground to make up as well. There's Jake Doherty in the number 5 car that was previously raced by his grandfather, who was a 4-time champion. And he's just behind Hugh Davis at the moment in the Phoenix Fire. But it's Bartholomew leading by 4.7 seconds at the end of the first lap from Bill Cowley.
Yeah, so Davies and Doherty are battling over 4th at this stage. Hugh Davis in that car, which he designed the suspension and bodywork of. There's William Smith, he's up in 8th, which is probably higher than we've seen him go previously, but he's about to be passed by the 2013 champion. Oh, it's sunny now at the Craner curves. where everyone got caught out at the start, or a couple of people got caught out at the start at the very least. But Doherty coming under threat from Matthew Unwin, and you've got Dave Hodkin slicing his way through the order.
Mark Windley is the driver that he's passing there in the MWR1 DNC.
1973 car. So almost would fit into the historic category, but it's had some modifications since then, of course.
Yes. And of course running the Fiat 1.1 litre engine. Cars in 750 Formula within the historic 750 Formula, running the older Reliant engine that was the mainstay of this championship until 20 years or so ago. Now Dave Hodkin going to make up another place here. It's Matthew Unwin. He's going to get past this time, I think, as they head down the exhibition straight. Will he get past Jake Doherty as well, last year's Class B champion, before they get to the end of the straight? No, he won't. So he slots there into 6th position at the moment. Immediately gets onto the straight. He gets a good run on Jake Doherty. Goes to the left-hand side of him and sweeps through. So up to 5th place now goes Dave Hodkin, and his next target is going to be Hugh Davis, who's our Class B leader in this particular race.
Yeah, those few overall classified cars between himself and Mark Windley, who's up next. William Smith's going well here, isn't he? There in 9th. He's keeping up with Windley, who was Class B winner over the on occasions last season. So I think that's probably the best we've seen him go in that car. Yeah, Windley took the fight in the championship to the Class B championship to Jake Doherty last season. It was in doubt until the final meeting of the season at Alton Park. So yeah, he's going very well indeed. Is William Smith in that SZT? Smith something something, I'm guessing. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Z, that's the unusual one, isn't it? That's the one that throws you out. But yeah, have to check out the derivation of that name. There's a few 3-letter acronyms here. MWR is a bit easier to work out for Mark Windley, for example, and PRS we know about as well for David Bartholomew. Anyway, Dave Hodkin is now up ahead of Hugh Davis into 4th position. James Jeffrey is fighting back as well now after his earlier issues. He was 12th at the start of this lap, and he's got past the SZT now, and he's right with Mark Windley and James Affleck as well. James Affleck ahead now of Windley too. Yeah, so James is going pretty well there in the number 16 car, the driver from Buckinghamshire. Experience in motorbikes and in minis as well. I think he's the son of Julian Affleck, who's raced in Mini Miglias and Mini 7s. But he's got himself at the front of this little group now, with James Jeffrey, Mark Windley and William Smith and Martin Depper not far back. So we've got James the first, followed by James the second, Affleck followed by Jeffrey at the moment. Meanwhile, Dave Hodkin now with Steve Booth up in that Derby, number 7, a real prime mover behind this 750 Formula Championship, the driver from Andover. He'll be on local territory at Thruxton, won't he, just up the road. And they're together now. Dave Hodkin is going to pull alongside, yep, and he's through into 3rd place now. What lap times is he doing? Last lap was a 27. Bartholomew of context is doing 22. So too is Bill Cowley, actually. I think Hodkin's 23. I think it's Boover. Oh, beg your pardon, yeah. Beg your pardon. So let's see what Hodkin does this time. 22 as well. So yeah, they're all similarly paced, but a long way apart from each other. Yeah, so Hodkin has got 10 seconds to make up on Cowley. He's got 9 seconds to make up on Bartholomew. So, I mean, it's possible Hodkin's still got something up his sleeve, because now he's got a clear track for the first time in this race to try and do something with. Lap record for these cars is a 1:16.75, so a little way off that, unsurprisingly, given the precipitation that we've had in the early part of this race. Got damage? The front of that car rather low. It is rather low, and you can kind of hear something dragging along, and I think it's possibly a little bit lower than it's designed to be, so possibly something has broken on that car, on the front end. I think there is that front bodywork is rubbing in a way that it shouldn't do. It shouldn't be right on the ground. You should be able to get something underneath it. It's a great looking car, that, when it's got everything where it should be. Yeah, nice, pretty little thing. For certain. William Smith slot past him. Up up through Schwant's curve. Can Windley bring the car home? So yeah, it's dragging along.
Yeah, it certainly is.
Leaders have gone through in the 22s again. Bartholomew and Cowley. How about Hodkin, fastest lap? He's in a 21. There's a 1 minute 21.228 for Dave Hodkin, the aimshop.com fastest lap of the race.
So the gap down to 8.9 seconds now. I think he possibly just needs to be closing a little bit more rapidly than he is if he's going to make much impression here. James Jeffrey has got his race kits past the other race kits of Matthew Irwin. Different bodywork though that you see on those cars. That bodywork for the Jeffrey car was developed by the Colletts, I think, when they ran the car. Sort of all enveloping bodywork, a bit sleeker than the standard, if you like.
Yeah, James Jeffrey, I think, is going to share that car again this year with David Reed.
Yeah, David Reed last year was the highest placed driver in his first year of racing. Picked up an award at the 750 Most Club Awards night in February at Stratford-on-Avon. But Jeffrey here, after that off at the old hairpin, has had a good comeback here. He's got 4 seconds or so to make up on Jake Doherty, and he's lapping 2 seconds a lap faster, so he ought to be able to manage that before the end of the race. Jeffrey number 31, Doherty in number 5, and you can see those two cars together now as they head out of Coppice and down the Exhibition Straight into Roberts for the 7th time.
Hodkin was 2.5 seconds faster than Cowley this time through, lap 6, so the gap's down to 6 seconds. But now Bartholomew's in the 21s as well, so I think first place is out of reach, second is a possibility for Dave Hodkin.
Yeah, absolutely right. Big possibility. Cowley always seemed a little bit sort of pessimistic about his own possibilities, really.
The car's definitely not as fast in a straight line as some of the others.
No, it's not, and we saw that in the first race. But Bill, I think, largely makes up for that with his driving ability.
Presumably because the car was designed so many years ago.
Absolutely, yes.
And aerodynamic thoughts have come on since that car was originally designed.
You probably wouldn't design that car as it is today, would you, if you were starting with a blank sheet of paper now, or a design piece of software?
The computer wouldn't bring that out.
No. If you put into ChatGPT, design me a racing car, it's unlikely that the Cowley Mark IV would be what it would spit out. It'd be intriguing to find out what it did.
It's a great looking car though, like the Windley car as well.
It is.
The DNC.
5 minutes to go, so a third of the race remaining here at Donington Park in this race part 750 Formula Championship. Another fastest lap of the race for Dave Hodkin at 1:21.076 now, so the gap has come down to less than 5 seconds, 4.8 seconds between Cowley and Hodkin. Cowley, though, is pushing on. He's done his best lap of the race as well, at 1:22.684 on the last lap.
That's still 1.6 seconds that Hodkin is quicker. I don't think it would be unfair to say these two don't see eye to eye.
Yeah.
If Hodkin catches Cowley.
Yes, it'd be interesting to see how things develop in the final stages of the race. If Hodkin can reel him in, which he's on course to do, isn't he? But it'll only be probably towards the last lap that they get together at the current rate of progress.
For Class B, James Jeffrey is now second and catching Hugh Davies. 4.5 seconds is the gap. Jeffrey about a second a lap quicker. Whether the off-put has sort of dashed his ultimate pace, James Jeffrey doesn't seem quite as quick in the dry as he was in the wet in comparison to others. So here's Hodkin. Bartholomew does a 1:23.9. Cowley does a 1:22.8, quicker than the leader. But quicker than both of them is Dave Hodkin. He's another fastest lap, 1:20.5, 2 seconds quicker than Cowley.
Right, so, and what have we got? 3.5 minutes to go, so they're probably going to get 3 laps out of this, aren't they? 3 more laps out of this. So it could possibly be towards the end of this lap that they are together. So you might have a 2-lap battle for second place here between Bill Cowley and Dave Hodkin. Dave Bartholomew well out of it. He's 10.5 seconds clear up front. I don't think we've seen much of him in this race, so apologies to Dave Bartholomew fans, but we caught a glimpse of him there. He is still circulating in number 17 in the lead of the race. So 17 Dave Bartholomew leading, Cowley number 77 in second, but he's being caught by number 63 Dave Hodkin with just a couple of laps to go at the end of this one.
I wonder which of these three may do the full season or not. From a championship point of view, maybe helped that there's 6 events this year rather than 7 previously. That might encourage more people to do a full season. Bartholomew traditionally shares the car, and Hodkin hasn't done a full season for a long time, and Bill Cowley's not done. Last year I think he might have done it, or almost a whole year, but not quite.
He had a little sojourn into the world of two-wheeled sport, didn't he, I think? Away from 750 Formula 4. Into the 19s now goes Dave Hodkin, 1:19.904. The gap is less than a second now, so as I predicted, towards the end of that lap, they've got themselves together. Yeah. And now the battle is on, Josh.
Absolutely. And, Hodkin was 4 seconds quicker than Bartholomew, so if he does that on the next 2 laps, it wouldn't be that far away from him, but I suspect Bartholomew could pick his pace up. So through the old hairpin they come. Hodkin did a bit of Formula V racing as well, I think.
He did, yeah.
I don't think Cowley's done any other car racing.
Not that I can think of, no.
Did he do a one-off in a low cost?
Oh, I think he did. Yeah, I think he did. Croft, I seem to remember.
Hodkin's got past. Cowley's trying to fight back. They're side by side. So head up towards Copper's corner, and Cowley's back ahead. So he's not going to give up on this second place as easily as it first seemed. There's a flashing light.
Is that a yellow? Yeah, it's a white, I think, for the slowing Mark Windley, and that's possibly because of that issue he's had for much of the race with the front bodywork just seemingly dragging along on the ground. So they were side by side going into the corner there, Hodkin and Cowley. Cowley's come out in front, of course, with a white flag. It doesn't mean no overtaking, but obviously you do need to be aware of a slower vehicle. So they're on to the last lap. David Bartholomew is already on his last lap.
That's right. So he looks good for the final win of the day. But second place is being contested. Hodkin's proved to have a much quicker car, but Bill Cowley's using his racecraft to stay ahead. And now down the Craner curves, they're going to be side by side. Yeah, Hodkin didn't fancy sticking that out, so Cowley's still ahead. But on the previous lap, he was able to carry so much more speed uphill towards McLean's, and that's where he was ahead briefly. See if he can do the same this time. And no, Cowley's still ahead, so this is going to go right to the end of the race, I reckon.
Yep, looks like it. So half a lap to go here. David Bartholomew already, I think, on the exhibition straight. He was about 10 seconds clear of these two at the start of the lap. That big black cloud has done it, pretty much missed Donington, which has been good for this race. We could have done without a big cloud burst. But is it going to be Bill Cowley or is it going to be Dave Hodkin that takes second place? Hodkin to the left-hand side of the circuit as they head into the braking area. He's got his nose ahead. He's on the brakes a little bit later, possibly. Bartholomew comes through to take the win then. It's his first win of the season, but it's going to be Cowley that comes through to take second place. And Dave Hodkin third as some of the back markers come through as well. So Cowley and Hodkin didn't really ignite in the way that we thought it might do that battle. So Bartholomew 17 the winner, Cowley 77 in second, and Hodkin 63 in third place, Josh.
Hodkin did get past, didn't he? Well, I think he outbraked himself, and that allowed Cowley to come back through. But considering Bill Cowley's car was about 2 seconds a lap slower, that was impressive to keep him at keep the chasing car at bay there.
Yes, I think you're probably right in terms of what happened there with Hodkin. We didn't see it because we were just watching Dave Bartholomew take the flag quite rightly. But yeah, a good dramatic conclusion to that race, but not ultimately completely wheel to wheel. Hodkin did get through, as you say, but and seemingly a better fist of the chicane than Robert chicane was made by Bill Cowley there.
Hugh Davies held on to win the Class B of the less experienced or less successful drivers in the past. He held on ahead of James Jeffrey by 1.2 seconds, so Jeffrey didn't quite get there, but he's got good pace this season.
We have, and I think James Affleck still got to come through to take the checkered flag, which I think he is about to now. Yes, he does. And so 11 finishers we will have in this Race Part 750 Formula Championship out of the 12 starts. Mark Windley, a DNF, and a few DNSs as well, unfortunately, with various dramas during the course of the day. See if we can bring you the results of that race. Here they come then. David Bartholomew, number 17, was the race winner in the PRS 1B. 11 laps were completed in that 15-minute race, and he was 8.226 seconds clear of number 77, Bill Cowley, in the Cowley Mark IV at the end. Third was number 63, Dave Hodkin, in the HRD Mark II. Fourth was number 7, Steve Boothett, in the Derby Mark V. Then fifth, number 21, our Class B winner, Hugh Davies, in the Phoenix Fire. And then James Jeffrey, after off on the opening lap, he came back to finish 6th in number 31, the Race Kits Falcon. 7th was number 5, Jake Doherty. 8th, number 39, Matthew Unwin. 9th, number 16, James Affleck. And 10th was number 8, William Smith, with Martin Depper and Mark Windley. Martin Depper, the last of the finishers in actual fact. So that brings to an end today's racing here at Donington Park from the 750 Motor Club. I'll just remind you of our next meetings in a moment. First of all, I'll say a big thank you to all of the marshals for the sterling efforts that they have put in during the course of the day. But Josh has got some news.
Yeah, some news from earlier in the day. Martin West has been excluded from the Mazda 7 race for the yellow flag overtake on the slower car. So Ben Powney's a double winner in that race. So just a little bit of news from earlier today.
Thank you very much. So yes, just to reiterate our thanks to the marshals and indeed all of the other officials of the 750 Motor Club that work behind the scenes to put these race meetings on. Many thanks to them, and we look forward to your continued support throughout the end of the year, throughout the rest of the year. Croft in 3 weeks' time is the next stop on the 750 Motor Club calendar. Alpha Live will be there to stream the events. If you're watching on the stream now, do tune in again in 3 weeks' time. Join me then. And Brands Hatch in 4 weeks' time is also going to be streamed as well. Reminder that next weekend here at Donington Park, it's the British Superbike official test weekend, and then there's No Limits bike racing the week after that, and rounding out the month it's the GT Cup Championship and the British Touring Car Championship here in the final weekend in April. So that's all here at Donington Park over the next few weeks. Josh, it's been a good day's racing. Enjoyed blowing off the cobwebs here at Donington.
Yeah, good to get back to a race meeting. It's been a long time, hasn't it, since we were at Silverstone, but now it gets very busy with lots of weekends. Like you say, 2 more 750 Motor Club meetings this month, which we're at 1 each.
Yep.
And you're going north, I'm going south. And yeah, looking forward to those. And like you say, some good racing. We got some dry races, which was good. And the rain we did not arrive. The rain we were expecting did not happen.
Maybe for the way home, Josh. Maybe for the way home. Thank you very much indeed to Josh Barrett, who's been with me in the commentary box throughout the afternoon. He's also down there for the pit walk with Yusuf at lunchtime as well. So we're going to leave you from the commentary box in just a moment. Josh Barrett and myself. I say I will talk to you again at Croft in 3 weeks' time. But for now, we're going to head down to pit lane for the final time. And Yusuf bin Sahel. Good night from me and Josh.
Well, he finished second in race 1, but race 2, a race winner. David, did you get a little bit scared with the rain came down at the start?
A little bit. It got off the line a bit better. I focused on getting off the line and not a lot else. And then, was it going to rain or was it not going to rain? But that was a good race.
I was quite excited for it to rain with all of your mistakes, because that would have been hilarious. Well, hopefully none of you put it in the tyre barriers, but I thought it would have been really fun to watch.
I think it would have been fun. I think it was the same for everyone there. We were all on slicks, so it would have been a bit of a laugh. But I'm glad that didn't happen.
Rather uneventful race for you, pretty much.
It's
you
definitely connected
at the front
to the
and then
handheld.
just checked out.
I was perfectly happy with that after the first race, actually. But yes, it was a bit
So
like
just
that.
having a few technical issues, I think, with the mic down there in the pit lane. We'll hopefully get back to Yusuf with David Bartholomew in a moment. And we'll just see if we're able to do that. Just a few problems there with that. But we were hearing from David Bartholomew, who was talking about his race win and how the sort of changeable conditions at the start of the race were something that did perturb him a little bit. But we can now head back down to Yusuf to carry on his wise words with the winners.
Oh, okay, we're back. Well, your car worked better than the setup.
It worked a lot better in that race. I focused on getting off the line, it got off the line, and then I worried about what was going to happen from there and whether the rain was going to come down.
Well, first and a second, congratulations, leading the championship as well. Pretty good way to start the season.
Yeah, it's been a nice weekend start the season. I'm glad it was dry for the second race. The first one was very hard work. So, yeah, we go on to Thruxton for the next one.
Congratulations again, and we'll see you at Thruxton.
Thanks very much.
Well, we'll move on to our second place driver. Let's have a little run around. Bill, did you get a bit nervous when you saw Dave popping up in your mirrors?
Looking at the time, and I said, right, we've got 5 minutes to go. And I was like, Dave's going to have me. So, and my dad just said, bring it back for a finish, but I'm a racing driver. I don't know, let's have it. So yeah, but it was a cracker race between me and Dave, to be fair. I was struggling with fourth gear, kept jumping out of fourth gear, so I was having to drive most of the circuit one-handed, which made life very difficult. But either way, I think third would have been the whatever it is.
Worst case scenario, I think.
Yeah, third would have been worst case. So yeah, overall, good weekend.
Two hard-fought podiums, I think we can say, but a very, very good job. And moving on to Thruxton, again, looking for more podiums or looking to that top step?
Well, I'm not too keen on doing Thruxton, to be honest. So
how can you say that?
Right, it's boring. I could put glass eye to sleep that place in a 750 car. So no, we'll see what we want to do. But I know me and my old boy ain't bothered about doing it. So we'll see.
Fair enough. Well, congratulations again for today.
Cheers. Thank you very much, mate.
Right, we'll have a little walk around to Dave. I'll try not to make my cameraman trip up. Dave,
how you doing?
I thought you had him.
It was a couple of times. It was really close, but we gave each other racing room, and into the chicane on the last lap, I outbraked myself, and he managed to cut back past me.
I will say though, you were the fastest driver out on circuit by a long shot. What happened at the start to drop you so far back?
James spun in the old hairpin, and it was a starburst effect, and unfortunately my line was straight through the gravel, and that threw me right to the back of the field, and then it was just a charge from there.
Well, you got to have an exciting race to round out the day. Round out the day for everyone watching on YouTube as well.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Well, congratulations again, and unlucky in not being able to get second at the end.
No, well, Bill deserved it. I mean, he drove really well and made it sufficiently hard for me.
Final question, unlike Bill, do you like Thruxton?
I think Thruxton will really suit the car.
Is that a very diplomatic way of answering the question?
Well, I've never been there, so I really can't tell you, but the layout looks like it will work with the car.
Well, we'll come back to you and get your thoughts after Thruxton then.
That'd be great.
Congratulations again.
Thank you.
Perfect. Well, that rounds out all of our racing here at Donington Park for the opening round of the 750 Motor Club. Join us on the 21st and 22nd of April for the very next round at Croft. Thank you everyone for tuning in, and we'll see you next time. Goodbye.